Chapter 1551. All three of them were six-star rulers. On the God General's platform, they came from the same territory and naturally worked together. The moment they found traces of the deity roots, they would immediately chase after them. The three of them worked together and obtained many deity roots. They had never been defeated. At least not yet. The Great Destruction World was ruler Qing Hong's treasure. It was refined from a great world, and now that the three of them were using it, its power was limitless. They even dared to fight against a seven-star ruler. They didn't care about a five-star ruler at all. The moment they attacked, they wanted to kill him. Under the attack of the Great Destruction World, they could kill him in less than a few breaths. Then, they could take the deity roots and leave without wasting any time. F***CK, are you done yet? The Great Destruction World pressed down, and Lin Fei couldn't shake off the world's power. When the sky full of attacks came, he activated his invincible defense. He was in a bad mood, and the moment he used the Great Sword Chi's secret art, the autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves, sweeping away the densely packed immortals. Under this sword, the immortals were all torn to pieces. There were too many immortals in the Great Destruction World, and those who were killed would be reborn again and again. After attacking a few times, Lin Fei knew how powerful this treasure was and that it couldn't be destroyed easily. For now, it could be said that this was the most powerful treasure Lin Fei had ever encountered. You are quite capable, but it's a pity that you landed in the Great Destruction World and are destined to die. The last thing you should have done was obtain the deity roots. Mocking voices came from the sky. The sky full of immortals attacked again, their aura even more ferocious than before. They were like a black cloud, trying to drown Lin Fei within. Single blade slash. Lin Fei didn't want to waste time talking. If he couldn't kill the immortal army, he would just destroy the Great Destruction World. Let's see who would kill who then. Boom! Lin Fei executed a terrifying blade attack for the second time. This blade attack shone with divine light, and the immortals' attacks were all disintegrated. Everywhere the blade light passed, the immortal army was turned into dust, and countless cities were destroyed. Gotcha! The three rulers didn't care about the other party. They might be able to block the first wave, but they couldn't block the second. In their eyes, this was a deathbed struggle. The other party wouldn't be able to hold on for long. They only needed to wait for a while. However, when that resplendent and tyrannical saber appeared, the army of immortals collapsed. The three six-star sovereigns felt a trace of fear in their hearts. It was as if this saber was aimed at them. Not good, my great sky destroyer. Hegemon Qing Hong's heart skipped a beat. He could sense the cracks in the sky destroyer realm, and he felt great heartache. What kind of saber skill is this? We've been locked onto. The saber carrying divine light rushed over, and the remaining two sovereigns felt a trace of terror. This saber strike had exceeded their expectations. How could that fellow unleash such an attack? Go! The three of them didn't have the confidence to face this attack, so they left the Great Destruction Heaven realm. Boom! The Great Destruction Heaven world shook. In an instant, everything in the world was crushed. The three exited the Skydevastator world, which was now covered with cracks and scars. Hegemon Qing Hong was still badly shaken by the terrifying attack his opponent had unleashed. What should we do? This fellow is not easy to deal with. Before Hegemon Qing Hong could say anything, a streak of saber light suddenly cleaved apart the Sky Ruin world, causing it to be heavily damaged. My Skydevastator world. Hegemon Qing Hong's heart was dripping blood when he saw this. This was his most powerful treasure. How could it have been cleaved apart? My apologies, the three of you. This thing of yours isn't very tough. It wasn't even able to withstand two of my saber strikes. The faces of the three twitched as they watched a black-robed youth walk out. His sharp gaze swept past the three of them, and it was as though he had slapped them across the face. Previously, they had been certain that their opponent was dead for sure. Now it's my turn. After unleashing two saber strikes in a row and breaking apart the Skydevastator world, Lin Fei had used up half of his Grand Dao energy. He had to admit that this world was very tough. Ordinary sovereigns would die even if they didn't. You destroyed my Skydevastator world because you used a powerful treasure. I refuse to believe that you can still use something like this. He Gem Ching Hong had lost one of his most powerful treasures. The two of them were definitely going to fight to the death. Let's attack. The three of them had communicated with their divine sense, and they were certain that their opponent wouldn't be able to produce such a powerful treasure. This was their chance. With 3 6-star sovereigns attacking, they refused to believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with this fellow. Illusory Destruction Spear. Boom. The aura of destruction directly pressed down on the 3 6-star sovereigns. Traces of the aura of destruction pierced through their ruler battle robes. The 3 6-star sovereigns were certain that their opponent didn't have any powerful treasures. They still had the advantage. This piercing attack caused their expressions to turn unsightly once more. The aura of destruction caused their hair to stand on end. The illusory destruction spear pierced forward, and an overwhelming amount of destructive energy surged over like an ocean. The 3 6-star sovereigns felt as though they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. All that was left behind were skeletal corpses. Instant kill. What's the point? After putting away the illusory destruction spear, Lin Fei smiled. The system sent him a message. He had obtained 600 divinity points. This was a good deal. It would be a waste not to use the treasures bestowed by the divine servants. 7-star might was perfect for killing 6-star sovereigns. After experiencing the benefits of the deity root, Lin Fei also began to pay attention. A single deity root was worth 1,000 divinity points. Coupled with the people who came to snatch it, it could be considered a big deal. Lin Fei hunted immortal beasts while searching for deity roots. Perhaps because the location was remote, deity roots didn't appear often. Until now, he had only encountered them 3 times. Each time, Lin Fei had a bountiful harvest. The illusory destruction spear had also been used 5 times. Especially the last time, a 6-star sovereign had withstood the first wave of attacks. Lin Fei had no choice but to use it again and kill the other party with 1 stab. Master, there should be good things in the southeast direction. I discovered more than a dozen energy waves. Among them, the strongest should have the combat power of a 7-star sovereign, and the weakest should have the combat power of a 4-star sovereign. I like this. Lin Fei was worried that he hadn't discovered it. 7-star sovereign? Lin Fei wasn't worried. Killing an expert of this level should give him a lot of divinity points. 1 billion miles away. This was a mountain range. However, it had been razed to the ground. All kinds of great Tao powers filled the place and intertwined with each other. As long as a weaker sovereign entered, he would immediately be killed by these great Tao powers. There was no other possibility. Scare each sovereign, you're already injured. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. In the sky above the mountain range, a burly man with a bare upper body was currently drenched in blood. His body was also in tatters. Haha. I'm injured. I'll make you pay a huge price. If you don't believe me, you can try. Who would dare doubt my words? The burly man held a black axe in his left hand. With a swing of the axe, a ray of light shot out and shattered an attack. Skirich, you were lucky to escape last time. Today, you'll die without a doubt. Moreover, you've snatched the deity root. Our Windcloud clan won't allow you to break through again. At this moment, more than a dozen sovereigns were attacking. The weakest was a 4-star sovereign, and the strongest was a 6-star sovereign. The burly man on the other side was called Skirich Sovereign. He was a peak 5-star sovereign. Not far away, a white-robed sovereign stared at Skirich Sovereign. A cold aura emanated from his body. Windcloud Howling Wind heaved a sigh of relief. This Skirich Sovereign, an enemy of the clan, was finally going to die by his hand. He believed that the clan would be very happy to have gotten rid of one genius sovereign after another. A peak 5-star sovereign could unleash the combat power of a peak 6-star sovereign. If he continued to grow, who knew how much impact he would have on the clan? Windcloud Howling Wind did not expect to meet him here. It was a good opportunity to settle everything in one go. It would also save him a headache. If he did not lead the team today, the people below him would not be able to stop Skirich Sovereign. Soul Shock Spear. Windcloud Howling Moon flipped his hand, and a golden spear appeared. Skirich Sovereign, die. The golden spear stabbed forward. The terrifying power of the Great Tao caused the surrounding time to slow down. The sovereigns who were attacking Skirich Sovereign felt their movements become infinitely slower. Skirich Sovereign's movements also slowed down. Without a doubt, Windcloud Howling Wind was very strong. His spear stabbed Skirich Sovereign's body, shattering one of his arms and opening a large hole in his chest. Fresh blood flowed out. Skirich Sovereign, this is the clan's strength. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than me? Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at Skirich Sovereign from above after heavily injuring him with a single spear strike. If he attacked again, this genius sovereign would die by his hand. I hate you! Skirich Sovereign roared with his head raised. I hate myself for being too weak. I can't continue killing the Windcloud clan's lackeys. I hate. His unwilling voice reverberated in the sky. Windcloud Howling Wind mocked. You asked for it. You should have known this a long time ago since you dared to go against the Windcloud clan. Now, let me send you on your way. Killing a genius dominator like you is such a great achievement, huh? For a sovereign, killing a genius sovereign was the greatest sense of accomplishment. Moreover, this person was the clan's nemesis. It won't be that easy to kill me. I'll drag someone down with me even if I die. I'm willing to die with a 7-star sovereign like you. Skirich Sovereign was prepared to die. He mobilized the remaining power of the Great Tao in his body and prepared to self-destruct. You can't do it. The mockery on Windcloud Howling Wind's face deepened. He seemed to have expected this. He pointed a finger at Skirich Sovereign's forehead. Skirich Sovereign had just mobilized his power, but it was suppressed mercilessly. He could not mobilize it at all. He could only watch as his opponent pointed a finger at him. The difference in strength between them was too great. Skirich Sovereign would not be able to block it even if time was slowed down. This was the suppression of the realm. He could not break free from the restraints of the Great Tao. Am I going to die just like this? A deathly aura enveloped the sky-reaching ruler. However, in the next second, the deathly aura dissipated, and the sky-reaching ruler saw an unimaginable scene. Feng Yangxiafeng's chest had been pierced by a long spear, causing his entire body to be pierced through, and drops of blood dripped down. Who attacked? Skirich Sovereign did not sense anyone around him. Windcloud Howling Wind was a 7-star sovereign. How could he have been ambushed? If it was not an ambush, then how could the situation before him be explained? Someone actually attacked him at this moment and dealt a fatal blow. Ooh. Ambushed me, Windcloud Howling Wind roared. At such a critical moment, he was actually ambushed, and even suffered a fatal injury. Windcloud Howling Wind could no longer remain calm. The middle-grade sovereign battle armor on his body was pierced. This was a middle-grade sovereign battle armor. Windcloud Howling Wind had paid a huge price to exchange for it from the family treasury. Now it was pierced by someone. Windcloud Howling Wind, to think that you would have such a day. Skirich Sovereign broke free and swung his axe at his opponent. It landed on his opponent's body, causing a large area of light to shine. Scram! The enraged Windcloud Howling Wind pierced Skirich Sovereign's body again and sent him flying. How dare you ambush someone from the Windcloud clan? Come out and face the wrath of the Windcloud clan if you dare. Windcloud Howling Wind's time covered the area. The spear in his hand stabbed out one after another. Large areas of the void were shattered, but the person was not forced out. This was an attack from a furious 7-star sovereign. Windcloud Howling Wind was dumbfounded when the person he expected did not appear. How could he not be here? At this moment, another spear stabbed out from the void. You're finally out. Windcloud Howling Wind's spear stabbed out as well. Time slowed down. The opponent's spear attack slowed down. Come out. Boom! The spear exploded with terrifying might. This might crush time and slowed down. A ray of light shot out and pierced through Windcloud Howling Wind's sovereign battle armor again. It pierced through him again, and his strong body was torn apart. I was stabbed again. Windcloud Howling Wind looked down at the wound on his body. It was hard to imagine that he was hit again. Time slowed down didn't block the opponent's attack. He was defeated. He was defeated again. He saw the destructive aura explode again and engulfed him. Oh no, Lord is dead. The sovereigns outside watched this scene with their eyes wide open. A powerful 7-star sovereign was ambushed twice and killed in front of him? This was no less than a nightmare. Windcloud Howling Wind fell down. A black-robed figure walked out with a faint smile on his face. He raised his hand and slashed at them with his sword. Thousands of sword lights were created. The sword lights swept through them one by one, killing the sovereigns one by one. This trip was really worth it. Although I used up 2 destruction spear shadows, this kind of guy needs to be killed in this way. Lin Fei didn't feel it was a pity. After killing Windcloud Howling Wind, he obtained 1,300 divinity points, which exceeded the god root. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Thank you for your help, Taoist. I've long wanted to kill that old dog, Windcloud Howling Wind. Chapter 1552. The one who attacked was none other than Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei used a trick. He relied on Little Devil to conceal his aura and conceal himself to secretly injure this 7-star dominator. 2 consecutive destruction pike phantoms were enough to take a 7-star dominator's life. He obtained a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei was very satisfied. As for saving him, it was a piece of cake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so many divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about the clan at all. Even if they came, he could kill them with his own methods. He didn't need any honorable methods to deal with such people. He just needed to achieve his goal. Lin Fei was very open-minded, especially when he was facing a 7-star dominator. He would be an idiot to fight head-on, especially when he saw that time had slowed down. Any attack would be mercilessly suppressed. Sneak attacks seemed to be the best method. Only Lin Fei could do such a close-range sneak attack. Of course, there were some dominators who were especially skilled in this aspect. You don't need to thank me. You can leave before they arrive. Lin Fei didn't want to say anything more to this person. After plundering nearly 2,000 divinity points, Lin Fei wasn't interested in a 5-star dominator. What was important was that he wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. One more or one less did not make much difference. If such a person were to remain, perhaps the Windcloud clan that they spoke of would be a huge headache. When Skirich Dominator saw the black-robed person, who was as young as he was and exuded the aura of a 5-star dominator, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had encountered a genius dominator so soon. His combat power was above his, especially in the art of concealment. He couldn't compare. Skirich Dominator was very confident in his own strength. Fortunately, Skirich Dominator's Taoist heart was stable, and he quickly returned to normal. You've killed someone from the Windcloud clan. Please be careful from now on. The Windcloud clan has many tricks up their sleeves. They even sent 3 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform this time. Skirich Dominator felt the need to remind the other party. It didn't matter if the other party attacked to save him. 3 8-star sovereigns? Lin Fei hadn't thought too much about killing a 7-star sovereign. He hadn't expected this person to have such a powerful background. Aside from a 7-star sovereign, he also had 3 8-star sovereigns backing him. Yes, the Windcloud clan is the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave. They have a 9-star ruler in their clan. This time, they've arranged for 3 8-star rulers to enter the Divine General platform to help young Master Windcloud ascend the Divine General platform. Got it. Lin Fei said simply. As long as he didn't go looking for the 8-star sovereigns, they wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. Lin Fei was quite calm. After killing Feng Yunxiao Feng, Lin Fei naturally wanted to collect the spoils of war. Who knows, Feng Yunxiao Feng might even have a deity root. True enough. In Feng Yun Xiaofeng's storage ring, Lin Fei found 10 god roots neatly placed in a jade box with an immortal talisman sealed on it. 10,000 divinity points. He didn't expect to catch a big fish after killing a 7-star sovereign. Up until now, Lin Fei had obtained pitifully few god roots. This was his first time encountering a ready-made god root. Now that it was in Lin Fei's hands, Lin Fei wouldn't take it out. He immediately exchanged it for divinity points. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining 13,000 divinity points. Lin Fei was delighted once again. It was more than expected. Lin Fei's thoughts wandered as he thought to himself, this Wind Cloud clan isn't simple. A 7-star sovereign actually has 10 god roots. I couldn't find many god roots even after searching everywhere. However, why didn't he refine so many god roots? It doesn't make sense, I understand now. Skirich seemed to have mentioned that these sovereigns serve the young master. Doesn't that mean that the Wind Cloud clan has many ready-made god roots? Lin Fei had always been very courageous. If he killed some people from the Wind Cloud clan, he might reap great rewards. He could even look further and not focus on the Wind Cloud clan. Sir, I also have 3 god roots here. I hope you will accept them. Without waiting for Lin Fei to continue thinking, Skirich Higemin took out a jade box. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face before he gritted his teeth and spoke. For the clan. So what if he had to pay some god roots? Skirich Higemin felt that although the person in front of him was of the same realm as him, his combat strength was much more terrifying. A 7-star sovereign, Wind Cloud Howling Wind, had died in his hands just like that. Skirich Higemin didn't care about the methods used. As long as he won, any method was fine. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Lin Fei scanned the jade box with his divine sense. There were 3 god roots in it. He wanted to curse in his heart. Why did these people get god roots so easily? He had searched so hard and yet didn't gain much. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. If you have a request, say it. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. His lazy voice fell into Skirich Higemin's ears. Lin Fei didn't think that someone was giving something to him to thank him. Judging by the long hesitation on the other party's face, there must be a reason. If it wasn't something troublesome, Lin Fei didn't mind helping him out. This was called accepting with a clear conscience. Lin Fei could actually steal it. However, the other party was already so pitiful. Wouldn't it be too shameless to steal from him? Skirich Higemin took a deep breath. A cold glint shot out of his eyes. I want you to help me kill someone. If you want me to kill the young master of the Wind Cloud clan, then forget it. Although he didn't know what kind of bitter feud this guy had with the Wind Cloud clan, Lin Fei didn't need to know. He just needed to speak to cut off the other party's thoughts. With 3 8-star dominators supporting a young master, killing him would be no easy task. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to do so. Skirich Higemin did want him to help him kill the young master of the Wind Cloud clan. The young master was a super prodigy with extremely powerful combat strength. If he stood out in the Divine General platform, he would become a stabilizing force for the Wind Cloud clan in the future. If he killed him, it would be a huge blow to the Wind Cloud clan. The death of any super prodigy would have a huge impact on the clan. Skirich Higemin didn't expect the other party to cut off his thoughts so easily. He didn't want to attack the young master, but he did have a sliver of hope that the other party would agree. Feng Yun Xiaofeng would kill him on a whim. They might even be friends. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was just passing by. Then help me kill a 7-star dominator. That person will have deity roots. I'm sure you'll like it. Skirich Higemin said in a low voice. They collect deity roots to support the young master. Almost all the great clans in the Divine General platform are like this. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1553. My lord Xiaofeng is dead. The cold voice glinted with cold light, and it came from the mouth of a sovereign who bore a striking resemblance to him. This was a rocky area of the Divine General stage. There were tall rocks of different sizes everywhere. At this moment, a 7-star sovereign hurriedly rushed over, holding a broken piece of jade in his hand that contained the words, Wind and Cloud Howl and Wind. This was the Wind Cloud clan's soul stone, and it contained a trace of the sovereign's soul. Who killed him? There were many sovereigns standing in the rocky area. There were many layers of security. It was very tight. I'm not sure yet. A Higemin with thick eyebrows and large eyes shot out waves of cold light, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, causing the surrounding Higemins to secretly tremble. This was one of the 3 8-star Higemins, and his name was Higemin Feng Yunsha. The 7-star sovereign who came to report was sweating profusely when he glanced at him. The Wind Cloud Slaughter Sovereign had been a notorious sovereign since a chaos year ago. Once his name was mentioned, everyone retreated, not daring to offend him. Back then, the Wind Cloud Slaughter Sovereign had killed an entire world in one battle. He had completely destroyed an entire world. Even now, there were still remnants of the sovereign's Tao there. In the Wind Cloud clan, everyone was wary of this sovereign. Go and find out who has the guts to kill a member of the Wind Cloud clan. The Wind Cloud Slaughter Sovereign did not want to ask too many questions. I want to kill his entire clan. This was the Wind Cloud Slaughter Sovereign's temper. After sending the sovereign away, the Wind Cloud Slaughter Sovereign returned. In the center of the rocky area, two people stood on each side. They were like two ferocious door gods, each emitting a sovereign aura. They covered the sky above this area, forming an inescapable net. Slaughter Sovereign, what happened? The one who spoke was the Wind Cloud Minor Saint. He was known as a saint since birth. He cultivated quickly, and it was rumored that he was the reincarnation of a sovereign. Xiao Feng is dead. What? He's dead? Where's the deity root? The Wind Cloud Minor Saint frowned slightly. The Wind Cloud Minor Saint did not care about the death of a 7-star sovereign. He was more concerned about the deity root. That was the most important thing. His gaze landed on a young man in embroidered clothes. Traces of divine light shone from the young man's body. The 3 8-star sovereigns also looked at the young man. Someone stole it. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. Young master, you're a genius. You're progressing at lightning speed. Perhaps it won't be long before you can completely refine all the deity roots. When that time comes, you'll have the opportunity to cultivate a deity-level cultivation technique and become the strongest person in the Feng Yun clan, surpassing the old ancestor. Their main mission was to protect the young master. As a large family with a long history, they were well aware of the benefits of the Divine General platform. For example, they were old. His potential was gone. Even if he went to the Divine General platform, it would be useless. Young master is different. The incident with Xiao Feng must be caused by someone targeting our Wind Cloud clan. Inform the people outside to be careful. No matter what, we can't let them snatch away the deity roots. Young master still needs a large amount of deity roots. Wind Cloud Minor Sage was very clear about the actions of those people. Why don't I go out for a while? If they dare to do anything, then we'll do the same. Feng Yunsha's eyes flashed fiercely. It's a good opportunity for me to go out and take care of some opponents as well. I'll let them know that the Feng Yun clan is not a clan that anyone can deal with. Feng Yun Little Saint and the other 8-star sovereign exchanged a glance. Then you must be careful. Feng Yun Little Saint was good at controlling everything. Ever since he entered the Divine General platform, he had been controlling everything. Feng Yun Samsara was different. He was a battle maniac. Even though he had disappeared for many years, his desire to kill was still very strong. This situation was very suitable for Feng Yun Samsara. The competition this time was more intense than before. Arranging for Feng Yun Samsara to go out was undoubtedly a good choice. He could intimidate the other party. All right, leave this matter to us. Feng Yun Samsara was very assured. He was not as good as the other two when it came to planning. Fighting and killing was more suitable for him. You said that those people are nearby? The Skirich ruler's face fell. Why did he say so much? Great, now he had been dragged into this matter. He had originally wanted to rely on the other party to kill the Wind Cloud clan members. Who would have thought that the other party would be so bold as to ask him to lead the way? Only then did the Skirich ruler realize what kind of person he had encountered. A person filled with murderous intent. Yes, they are in front. The Skirich ruler pointed ahead. When I passed by last time, I saw their family gathering deity roots. I just don't know if they are still there. Lin Fei was indeed very bold. Ever since he knew that many large families and sects were gathering deity roots, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. These deity roots would be very beneficial to him. As long as you follow me, I will help you kill a few of the Wind Cloud clan members. Lin Fei did not know much about the Divine General platform, but the Skirich ruler knew a lot. The Wu clan. They had set up a base in a mountain valley. At this time, rulers were coming and going. You have done well. After a few more days, we can change locations. The ruler of Dark Mountain looked at the deity roots that had been handed over and stroked his white beard. He was very satisfied. The Wu clan had worked very hard for their young master. Every time they arrived at a new area, they would arrange for people to occupy that area. When they encountered other rulers, they would either chase them away or kill them. Their methods were tyrannical, and they did not show any mercy. This was the way of the clan. They had collected many deity roots over the past few days, and today was the day to hand them over. Boom! The aura of a 5-star ruler descended. In the air above the mountain valley, 2 rulers suddenly appeared. The aura of one of them was coming from one of them. Wu clan members, listen up. I am from the Windcloud clan. If you know what's good for you, hand over the deity roots obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the 5-star ruler was released to threaten the other party. When the Skirich ruler heard this, he felt a strange sense of excitement. This guy was really daring. He even dared to say such things, but he liked to hear it. Why didn't he think of such a method in the past? The Windcloud clan. The ruler of Dark Mountain had heard of this clan. It was said that this clan was the #1 clan in the Yellow Springs Weave, and they had a 9-stars ruler. He did not expect them to come to the Wu clan. Your Windcloud clan is really arrogant. Do you really think this is the Yellow Springs Weave? The ruler of Dark Mountain met the other party's gaze. The Wu clan was also a large clan in the Weave, and they were not afraid of the Windcloud clan. After all, they were not from the same clan. Even if the Windcloud clan came, they would have to think twice. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow. So you are not handing it over? Chapter 1554. The Wu family's ruler was enraged. They were a large clan in their own territory. Now, they were being threatened by the Windcloud clan from another territory. Furthermore, they were being threatened by 2 5-star sovereigns, and their tone was extraordinarily arrogant. If they really handed over the deity root today, it wouldn't be long before other clans came knocking on their doors. This wind must not rise. At once, a juggernaut jumped out and glared at the 2 of them. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to stab holes into the 2 of them before he would be satisfied. The Skirich dominator pointed at them and said sternly, "Good, very good. How dare a mere Wu family like you act so insolently before the Windcloud clan? Don't blame the Windcloud clan for being impolite." Originally, the Skirich dominator was filled with resentment towards the Windcloud clan. He could not wait to slander the Windcloud clan, and the most effective way was to kill them. My lord, let's make our move. We'll show them just how powerful the Windcloud clan is. The Heavenspan hegemon now wielded a sovereign hatchet, and it radiated the might of a sovereign. He chopped out with it, and the sovereign who had just appeared was nothing more than a peak 4-star sovereign. The hatchet slammed into him and sent him flying, leaving behind a trail of blood and gore. The Wu family can't withstand a single blow. The Heavenspan hegemon's axe was filled with the power of an all-out attack. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy the Windcloud clan's overlord. We'll show them the power of the Wu family. The Dark Mountain hegemon was a 7-star hegemon. Upon seeing Hegemon Windcloud's men attack, Hegemon Windcloud gave the order to surround and attack them, wanting to keep them here. Did the Wu family think they were afraid of the Windcloud clan just because they didn't make a move? If the Windcloud clan found out about it, they would not dare to do anything without concrete evidence. The Skyspan Juggernaut was the first to attack, but he was immediately surrounded and attacked by the other Juggernauts. He thought to himself that he had been too excited just now. How could he have charged forward so carelessly and become their target? In less than a moment, the Skyspan Juggernaut was injured. Lin Fei did not make a move at all, which was quite amusing. The Skirich dominator's temper was truly impatient. This was good as well. If they did not reveal the Windcloud clan's tyranny, no one would believe that they were from the Windcloud clan. Just a mere Wu family. I gave you face but you don't want it. Then don't blame me for being rude. Lin Fei didn't mind killing some people. If he was going to kill someone, he naturally had to kill the strongest. In the gorge, only the 7-star hegemon, the Dark Mountain hegemon, was interested. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared into the void just like that. The Dusk Mountain ruler did not make a move. A 7-star ruler had his pride, and the 2 5-star rulers did not need to make a move. However, they were still on their guard. After all, the Windcloud clan was still very famous. Where is he? I can't sense him at all. The Dark Mountain Sovereign subconsciously used his divine sense to search, but he could not find any trace of the other party. He thought to himself, this is bad. The other party must be an expert in concealment who has evaded his divine sense search. What? All of a sudden, a saber light flashed. This blade was unbelievably fast, and it came out so suddenly. The Dark Mountain Hegemon saw the black-robed man. Then, he was plunged into darkness. A 7-star dominator killed with a single slash. What Wu family? How dare they put on airs in front of the Windcloud clan? This is the end of it. Lin Fei took the storage ring from the other party and stood in his original position. The hegemons of the Wu clan, who had been attacking, were all shocked. Lord Dark Mountain is dead. The Windcloud clan killed the Dark Mountain ruler. Everyone run. He must be a 7-star dominator. Those who attacked were scared out of their wits. Anger aside, they might not be a match for the black-robed man from the Windcloud clan even if they joined forces. Let's go. With the death of a 7-star dominator, they fled in panic as if they had lost their heads. Stay here. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and flew out. 1 slash was all it took to kill a dominator. Their powerful strength was so weak in front of this black-robed man that they could not even withstand a single blow. The scary Hegemon was shocked, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Well done, my lord. A family like the Wu clan doesn't appreciate our kindness. It's best to kill them all. Lin Fei and the scary Hegemon attacked a few times and killed 7 to 8 dominators. The remaining dominators ran for their lives. No need to chase. If we really kill them all, who will help us promote the Windcloud clan? Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Just now, this 7-star dominator had obtained 500 divinity points. More importantly, he had obtained 12 god roots, which was another 10,000 divinity points. Take these things with you. Lin Fei was not interested in anything else, so he tossed them to the scary Hegemon. He was flattered. He really could not see through this guy's true combat strength, but one thing was for sure, he was stronger than him. I know a few more places that probably have families or sects guarding them. The scary Hegemon asked carefully. Do you think I'll be afraid when they've already killed them? Could it be that you're afraid? Lin Fei laughed. The scary Hegemon twisted his neck. Who's afraid? I'm not. Someone's going to be the unlucky one. Haha. They're all dead. A few dominators met cautiously far away. These were all 4 and 5-star dominators. They were all furious. They did not expect the Windcloud clan to play dumb and almost annihilate them. The Windcloud clan. The Wu clan will never let this go. The remaining dominators roared angrily. Let's go, my lord. Let them help us vent our anger. We'll be right there. The Wu clan had sent 2 8-star dominators to the Divine General platform. They could not take this lying down. They had to make the Windcloud clan pay the price. Yet another mountain range. This place was controlled by the Mu clan. They had taken over the nearby mountain range, which was about 1 billion miles in size, and chased away all unrelated people. Everyone had put in a lot of effort to obtain the deity roots. Today, someone broke into the Mu clan's territory. 2 people claiming to be from the Windcloud clan killed their way in. I don't care who you are. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the deity roots, you're going against the Windcloud clan. If you don't hand them over, I'll kill you. Another battle began. The scary Hegemon led the charge, and at the crucial moment, it was Lin Fei's turn to attack. Lin Fei's first move was to deal with the strongest one. As the saying went, to capture all his followers, one had to capture the leader first. He had to kill the strongest to destroy their confidence. As expected, the Mu clan's 7-star dominators were killed in a few exchanges. The remaining dominators fled pathetically. This time, Lin Fei had obtained 20 deity roots. The scary Hegemon had also obtained many ruler weapons. In the past, he had to go through a lot of trouble to obtain a ruler weapon. Today, he could easily obtain one. It was two extremes. Chapter 1555. Phew, this is so satisfying. In the sky, two silhouettes flew past quickly and landed on a mountain. The Skirich Dominator was very excited. This was the happiest day of his life. He had never felt so good before. Ever since the Windcloud clan destroyed his clan and made it a thing of the past, the Skirich Dominator had always wanted revenge. Unfortunately, he could only kill some unimportant people. He had finally reached the Dominator realm, but he was hunted down by the Windcloud clan. His days were very sullen. Ever since he met Dtion, he finally had a place to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. As long as the Windcloud clan was unhappy, the Skirich Dominator would be happy. These days, the Skirich Dominator did not know how many deity roots they had plundered. There were at least a dozen, and they were all quite famous. The Skirich Dominator believed that as long as the Windcloud clan's elites were left alone, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked. He believed that this day would come soon, and he would be able to vent his anger again. Brother Dtion, there shouldn't be any clan or sect that we can deal with within a radius of tens of billions of miles. Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged on a boulder. These days of plundering, his divinity points had broken through rapidly and kept increasing. From the previous 100,000 divinity points, it had broken through 300,000 divinity points and was rushing towards 400,000 divinity points. This was much faster than Lin Fei working himself to death. Lin Fei felt that it was still not enough. Let's find a place to rest. We've plundered so many deity roots, I believe most of their troops have already moved out. If we continue to wander around, we might run into them soon. Lin Fei said, the Windcloud clan might have already come out to look for us. They might run into us soon. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I also think that we should rest for a while. The Skirich Dominator did not understand what he meant. It looked like they were safe now, but they might run into danger in the next moment. When that time came, they would run into at least a 7-star Dominator. Then let's change places. Lin Fei and the Skirich Dominator got up and left. They flew all the way away from this area, changing directions several times along the way. Finally, they hid in a mountain range, opened a cave abode, and set up layers of formations. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. The clans and sects that were robbed were enraged when they heard that their god roots had been stolen, especially when the culprits were the Windcloud clan. It was like a slap to their faces. This anger must be vented. The clan began to arrange for the 7-star dominators of the clan to form teams of 3 to search for the members of the Windcloud clan. They wanted to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Only then did they realize that the Windcloud clan had not only robbed them, they had even robbed quite a number of famous clans in the territory. Once they heard about this, everyone set aside whatever they were doing and prepared to find trouble with the Windcloud clan. They died here. Feng Yunxiasheng had brought 3 7-star rulers and 10 6-star rulers to search for someone. Since they dared to provoke the Windcloud clan, they had to be taught a harsh lesson. Feng Yunxiasheng's thinking was very simple. Anyone who dared to make a move against their people and snatch away their young master's important deity root was definitely an enemy clan within the weave or an enemy from the nearby weaves. The growth of a clan involved many benefits. Moreover, the growth of a clan was achieved by stepping on countless other clans, so the competition was very intense. In the Netherworld weave, no one dared to make a move openly. However, in a place like the Divine General Platform, as long as it was done cleanly, no one would know who did it. Feng Yunxiasheng found the place where the incident happened. Space-time reversal. Feng Yunxiasheng immediately took out a treasure. It was a mirror-like treasure with the resounding name, the reflective mirror. It could be used for playback. This kind of space-time reversal could only be performed by an 8-star ruler. Space-time in the area in front of Feng Yunxiasheng began to reverse. Wave after wave of scenes began to appear, from people appearing at the beginning to days and nights. After a moment, the scene from that day replayed. I know this person. He's the Skirich ruler, the one the clan is after. A 6-star ruler spoke up. He recently killed quite a number of our Windcloud clan disciples, and quite a few of them had great potential. The Skirich ruler was heavily injured. The scenes replayed one after another. Next, it was the scene of Feng Yun and Xiao Feng being ambushed and killed. What a brilliant concealment technique. It's actually unaffected by the time Dao. Feng Yun Shaxing was expressionless, but his killing intent intensified. The 6-star rulers and 7-star rulers behind him felt the pressure, but they could not say it out loud. They could only endure it. This person deserves to die. The Skirich ruler deserves to die too. Feng Yun Shaxing put away his treasure. It was fine as long as he knew who did it. When he used space-time reversal, his subordinates had already recorded the two of them. They would chase them to the ends of the earth. They went to the east. Let's chase them. Feng Yun Shaxing determined the direction and flew out. The rulers behind him followed one after another. Half a day later, Feng Yun Shaxing encountered a group of people. The two 7-star rulers in the lead attacked them the moment they heard that they were from the Windcloud clan. Several of the Windcloud clan's 6-star rulers died. Windcloud clan, you killed someone from the Wu family. Today you will pay with your blood. The Wu family's 7-star rulers attacked wildly. Whoosh, a resplendent firework exploded in the sky. It was the Wu family's transmission signal. Kill them. Feng Yun Shaxing had just found the person behind the scenes. Although he did not know the background of the black-robed man, it did not matter. When the time came, someone would naturally kill him. However, someone attacked them at this time, and the reason was ridiculous. In his opinion, they were just two 7-star rulers. If they were killed, then so be it. The Windcloud clan was not that easy to bully. The Wu family's people immediately rushed over after receiving the message. They joined the battle without saying a word. Only a few of the people brought by Feng Yun Shaxing were left. This time, Feng Yun Shaxing was finally angered. Once he used his 8-star ruler strength, he crushed everything in his way and killed all the enemies. This was not the end. Lin Fei did not know that Feng Yun Shaxing did not explain and started killing just because of his killing intent. This caused an endless battle. Now, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. With more than 300,000 divinity points, Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. A God-tier saber technique was not enough. Although his attack was strong, it was still not enough. It was still difficult to face a 7-star ruler head-on. Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. Previously, he did not have enough divinity points, so he could only endure it. Now, he no longer needed to endure. In any case, he had to exchange for 1 or 2 God-tier cultivation techniques. What cultivation technique should I learn this time? Chapter 1556. The first time he entered the God Pavilion, Lin Fei had just broken through 100,000 divinity points. This time, Lin Fei's divinity points were almost 400,000. This increase was very fast. 400,000 divinity points was just the beginning, and it would soon break through 500,000, 1 million, or even more. This was not a dream, but an inevitable thing. For example, recently, Lin Fei had gained at least 200,000 divinity points. Lin Fei believed that as long as he had a few more God-tier cultivation techniques, his harvest would be even greater. As for refining the God root, forget it. The system could learn God-tier cultivation techniques, but it would just consume divinity points. There was a big difference between refining and not refining. I am now a 5-star dominator, and I still need some time to reach 6-star dominator. To deal with powerful dominators, the God-tier cultivation technique 1 blade slash is not bad, but black is not enough. I need a supplementary cultivation technique. Killing 7-star dominators is already my limit. I need to find a cultivation technique that can conceal me. It can avoid the search of 8-star dominators and 9 stars dominators. Coupled with the 1 blade slash cultivation technique, I believe it will be much easier to deal with them. After thinking it through, Lin Fei had a choice. In the meantime, he also asked the little devil, but the little devil said that it was his own choice. Forget it, it was the same as not saying anything. Lin Fei went to the place with special cultivation techniques and prepared to choose one related to concealment. This was the only shortcut he could take at the moment. If he was not afraid of bringing out the battle fortress, Lin Fei was willing to bring it out. At that time, no matter who it was, as long as they made him unhappy, he would blast them. With the divine servant's reminder, Lin Fei did not dare to bring out the battle fortress. From the moment he entered the space of the divine general platform, Lin Fei felt that this space was extraordinary and hid unknown secrets. The matter of the battle fortress would spread soon. Lin Fei would face them sooner or later, so he had to improve his strength. Learning a God-tier cultivation technique was a must. Cultivation technique, stealth, can sneak in the dark, requires 10,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, unfettered escape, unfettered breeze, escapes billions of miles in one go, requires 50,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, one flash away. There were many special concealment techniques. It was several times stronger than Lin Fei's current movement technique. Along the way, Lin Fei was not satisfied with anything. It was not that there were flaws in this area, but there were flaws in that area. Overall, he was not satisfied. After looking through a few hundred jade slips, Lin Fei was a little anxious. Could it be that he couldn't find a concealment technique? Search again. After flipping through the first jade slip, Lin Fei's heart sank. God-tier art, void concealment art. At this moment, a God-tier cultivation technique entered Lin Fei's vision. He first looked at the price. It required 180,000 divinity points. It wasn't cheap. Look again. Activating the void stealth technique required the support of divine power. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. It actually needs the support of divine power. I don't even have a trace of divine power on me. I was happy for nothing. The void stealth technique was the most suitable technique that Lin Fei had seen so far. He did not know what grade this technique was. The only thing he knew was that once this technique was activated, it would not leave any fluctuations and no traces could be found. Even 8 stars and 9 stars rulers might not be able to find his traces. Since he needed divine power, he stopped Lin Fei. Little devil, come out. Can divinity points be used as divine power? For some reason, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. He summoned the little devil and asked about this matter. The little devil put her hands on her hips and said, I thought you would only ask about this when I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Why did this expression look so despicable? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. You said it can be used? Divinity points themselves are a special existence. They can also be transformed into divine power. When used in conjunction with divine power to activate techniques, the power will suddenly increase. Do you think that divinity points are simply used to exchange for techniques and equipment? The little devil laughed happily. It was not easy to see Lin Fei being defeated. Lin Fei stomped his feet on the spot. Why didn't you say so earlier? As for whether divinity points could be used as an energy source, Lin Fei had always had this idea, but he had never put it into practice. I can't say that. You can only say that you didn't look carefully. The little devil said. If you don't believe me, you can open the technique page. There is a note at the end. Lin Fei immediately opened one of the pages where the system was located. As soon as he saw it, his face fell. God-tier technique, one blade slash, great success realm, can be activated using divinity points. Each activation will consume 100 divinity points. There is no limit to the number of times. Seeing this, Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. If he had known this earlier, he would not have been so careful. It was just 100 divinity points. It was not like he could not afford it. Undoubtedly, this time, Lin Fei did not look carefully. Now you know. The god floor quietened down again, and the little devil ran back. Exchange for the void escape technique. Lin Fei's face was a little red. He did not notice the situation the first time. After recovering, he exchanged for the void escape technique. 180,000 divinity points were gone, and Lin Fei was left with only 170,000 divinity points. Cultivating the void escape technique requires 10,000 divinity points. Do you want to cultivate? After spending 180,000 divinity points, spending another 10,000 divinity points did not make Lin Fei's heart ache. 190,000 divinity points were spent just like that. Lin Fei finally came to the cultivation space and began to cultivate the void escape technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the cave abode in the mountains, the Skirich overlord sat cross-legged on a rock. His gaze fell on Di Tian in the distance from time to time. He did not know what Di Tian was doing. Seclusion? It did not seem like it. If it was not seclusion, then what was it? He really could not figure it out. Suddenly, figures flew past in the sky above the mountains outside. The Skirich overlord thought that it was the Windcloud clan. Fortunately, it was not. He went straight ahead. He thought that was it. There were people flying past the mountains. The Skirich overlord was puzzled. Could something have happened? Otherwise, how could dozens of overlords pass by in such a short time? The Skirich overlord deliberately counted. Those who passed by were not weak. Almost all of them were 4-star overlords and above. Seeing that Di Tian did not wake up, the Skirich overlord sneaked out. He was very curious about what had happened. After a while, he came back from outside with a hint of excitement on his face. Should I tell Di Tian about this? The Skirich overlord pondered. If he had not gone out just now, he would not have known about this. What are you thinking about? Look at you. Did you see someone from the Windcloud clan? While the Skirich overlord was hesitating, Lin Fei woke up and naturally saw the Skirich overlord's expression. You're awake. If I don't wake up, am I supposed to go into seclusion? Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 1557. As soon as he successfully cultivated the void evasion technique, Lin Fei knew that it would be of great help to him. If he could kill a 7-star sovereign now, it would be much easier. Most importantly, he could use the God Tier 1 / continuously. 160,000 divinity points were equivalent to divine power. It was even more terrifying when activated. 3 to 5 slashes would kill a 7-star dominator. It's not the Windcloud clan. The Skyrend Hegemon said. Rather, it's something you wouldn't expect. Not too long ago, quite a few people passed by this area. I snuck out to investigate, and found out that a platform had appeared 1 billion kilometers away from them, and on that platform was a godly class technique. Lin Fei was not that surprised by the God Tier skill, but his expression changed. A God Tier skill? What was going on? No, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. He immediately thought of something. Are you sure it's a God Tier skill? I'm sure. The juggernauts there are locked in a fierce battle. They're all fighting over the divine tier cultivation technique. The Skyspan juggernaut couldn't help but feel excited at the mention of this word. This was also something the Skirich dominator was hesitant to say. That place was not safe now. If someone recognized it, it would not end well for him. The dominators would definitely hunt him down. After confirming that it was a God Tier skill, Lin Fei understood why the God's servant wanted him to collect God roots. The goal was to cultivate a God Tier skill. Before this, Lin Fei had always wondered about the specific purpose of God roots. Now he understood, completely understood. God roots were to make it easier to cultivate God Tier skills. Why did 7-star dominators, 8-star dominators, and even 9-star dominators come? Everyone was here for the God Tier skill. Questions arose. Who left the God Tier skill? What were God roots? Are you afraid that I'll be in danger if I go? Lin Fei also understood why the Skirich dominator was frowning. He readily admitted it. I'll definitely help you with what I said. Lin Fei said seriously. Stay here for now. I'll be back soon. Fighting for the God Tier skill? The dominators were fighting? For Lin Fei, this was great news, great news. His divinity points would depend on them. In the end, the Skyspan Hegemon chose to stay behind. That was not a place he could go. Even if his combat power was not bad, it would be useless to go there. Void escape technique. After leaving the mountain range, Lin Fei used the void escape technique. There were no fluctuations in the void at all. Several sovereigns had flown past him, but none of them had noticed him. It's good. Consuming 10 divinity points for 1 breath isn't cheap either. After an hour, it's 70 to 80,000 divinity points. His heart ached, but the void escape technique would be of great help to him. After appearing in the sky, Lin Fei's cloak covered his entire body, revealing only his eyes. Spreading his demonic wings, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. A distance of 1,000,000,000 miles was covered in just a few breaths. Boom, boom, boom. They had yet to approach the place. Off in the distance, the shock waves of a sovereign's attack radiated out like a tidal wave. It was a huge commotion. Lin Fei flew forward for another few tens of millions of miles before stopping. There was already a battle ahead. At least 100 sovereigns were fighting. A stone platform floated quietly in midair, and a jade slip lay on the stone platform. If this was still fine. But there were a few words left beside the stone platform, as if someone had specially come down. They were full of energy and wrote, "Divine Cultivation Technique, Heaven's Severing Palm." The words left behind were not simple. Lin Fei focused his gaze and sensed a terrifying divine might from the ancient characters. Fortunately, the divine might was completely restrained, and only a trace of it was revealed. No one dared to question it. If the divine might was unleashed, no ruler in this region would feel good. Their strength would be suppressed by at least a third. The Jade Scroll should really be a divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The divine general platform had a god root, and now there was a divine cultivation technique. It was undoubtedly a path to the heavens. Anyone who obtained a divine cultivation technique would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step as long as they had some achievements in their cultivation. It's really strange that such things kept appearing in this place. Could it be that this place has become a free place? Lin Fei pondered for a long time but could not come up with a reasonable explanation. The competition in the distance was getting more and more intense, and sovereigns kept falling. In order to fight for the divine cultivation technique, everyone was putting their lives on the line, hoping to obtain it themselves. Fortunately, I have the God Pavilion, so I don't need to fight for the divine cultivation technique. But it's different for them. No one can control their desire. Who knows how many people will die? Lin Fei shook his head violently. Since when am I being sentimental? If someone wants to fight for it, then they have to pay the price. Don't get killed. These are all divinity. In any case, it's either you die or he dies in the fight for the divine cultivation technique. Why don't they die by their own hands? At least they can contribute divinity points to me. Lin Fei quickly found an excuse for himself. It wasn't that he wanted to kill them, but that they were going to die themselves. It didn't matter who killed them. There are so many people around who want to be the fisherman. Lin Fei used his divine senses to sense that there were many sovereigns hidden in the surrounding void. They were not in a hurry to make a move, as if they were waiting for more sovereigns to die. Coincidentally, the remaining sovereigns had also used up a large amount of great Dao power. Their strength was not as good as before, so it was easy to deal with them. Lin Fei had never thought of being the fisherman. At that time, if everyone died, where would he find his divinity points? He had to make a move. As for the divine cultivation technique Heaven's Severing Palm on the stone platform, Lin Fei was not interested. He spread his demon's wings and rushed in. Windcloud Clan, Windcloud Wuhan is here. I'll kill whoever dares to take the divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei's shout was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Hundreds of sovereigns looked in his direction instinctively. This guy was too arrogant. What Windcloud Clan? Divine cultivation techniques are not something your clan can take. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly agitated some people. They looked back and saw a 5-star sovereign with a disdainful look. How dare he come with such strength? Windcloud Clan son of AB***, you're finally here. I've been waiting for your Windcloud Clan for a long time. Today, I'll kill you first, then I'll settle the score with your Windcloud Clan. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, there were some who had suffered at the hands of the Windcloud Clan. They immediately gave up on attacking their opponents and charged at Windcloud Wuhan. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed in his heart. The Windcloud Clan didn't seem to be well liked now. That was good. Chapter 1559. Who's Windcloud Traceless? How dare that guy brag so shamelessly at a time like this? He must be tired of living. I think he's from the Windcloud Clan. The Windcloud Clan of the Netherworld Weave. Since when did they have the guts to interfere in the fight for the God tier skill? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by angry rulers? You've never heard of the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan was famous in the Netherworld Weave. Their reputation in the Outer Weaves was average. Only the ancestor of the 9 Stars ruler was well known. Almost no one in the lower ranks knew of them. But recently, the Windcloud clan had become famous, almost inciting public outrage. The first-rate clans of several weaves were looking for trouble with the Windcloud clan. The matter was very simple. The Windcloud clan stole food from the tiger's mouth. Not only did they kill people, but they also stole deity roots. Many rulers did not know about this. With the arrival of Windcloud Traceless, it was hard not to know about it. In a short time, the news spread. As a 5-star ruler, he dared to say that he would kill anyone who stole the god-tier skill. They really admired this guy. Maybe he was the vanguard. The Windcloud clan's powerhouses were right behind him. If the Windcloud clan dared to steal the deity roots of first-rate clans, it would be terrible if they interfered in the fight for the god-tier skill. Many rulers secretly pondered about this Windcloud clan. Lin Fei did not think as much as they did. Seeing the rulers charging at him, he was in a good mood. They were either 4-star or 5-star rulers. These were pulsating divinity points. Divinity points that belonged to him. There were over 100 rulers, but in Lin Fei's eyes, only a handful in the middle could threaten him. The rest were useless. Great Sword Chi's secret technique. 5 Great Sword Chis crushed over, like a gust of wind sweeping over them. Bam bam bam. The 4-star ruler who bore the brunt was immediately minced by the sword will. The 5-star sovereigns weren't any better. Before the Grand Sword Energy secret art could reach them, Lin Fei pulled out a sovereign saber and slashed it toward one of the sovereigns. This 5-star ruler was a ruler from a second-rate family. He wasn't weak, and he was a 5-star ruler after all. Even so, when he was struck by the Great Sword Chi, his mid-grade ruler battle robes were left with sword marks. The sharp sword Chi constantly sliced through the void. "Little brat, I'm going to kill you," the 5-star overlord roared. He aggressively and domineeringly slashed at the 5-star dominator. As the 5-star dominator's voice fell, a tyrannical power came crashing over, and his entire body exploded like popcorn. Everyone could only hear a boom, and this 5-star dominator's corpse did not remain. He was directly turned into dust. Awesome. Lin Fei had obtained 300 divinity points after killing a 5-star ruler with a single slash. Compared to using the divinity points to activate the single slash, he had not suffered a loss at all. Instead, he had earned quite a bit. Again, Lin Fei locked onto the other 5-star sovereign. He drew his blade. The 5-star sovereign was turned into dust again. Since divinity points were useful, Lin Fei no longer hesitated. After all, he had earned them. Not only that, but he could also obtain experience and invincibility points. The Windcloud clan's people are actually so strong. A 5-star sovereign killed with a single slash. What kind of technique is this? Whether it was the onlookers or the people plotting in secret, everyone's expression changed at this moment. That Windcloud clan's Windless Traceless actually killed a sovereign with a single slash. Moreover, it was not a low-level sovereign, but a mid-level sovereign. Anyone who was targeted by Windcloud Traceless killed a 5-star sovereign with a single slash. The onlookers sucked in a cold breath. The Windcloud clan actually produced such a super genius. The most terrifying thing was that they could not see through the slash's traces. If they could not see through the traces, they naturally could not block it. It was not that they could not block it, but they could only block it head-on. However, seeing that a mid-grade ruler battle robes were destroyed with a single slash, they could only use their physical bodies to block it. To hell with it. Wasn't that just sending themselves to death? Everyone, let's attack together. He can't use this kind of saber technique for long. Kill him, and this technique will belong to everyone. The sovereigns who hated the Windcloud clan felt their scalps go numb. In less than a moment, a total of 8 sovereigns were killed. Among them, 4 were 5-star sovereigns. They were killed with a single slash. This was an instant kill, and a single slash at that. Since when were 5-star sovereigns so strong? The more it was like this, the more intense the killing intent of the remaining people became. No matter what, they could not let this monster wind cloud traceless go. If he advanced to 7 or 8-star sovereigns, perhaps only 9-star sovereigns could suppress him. 3 6-star sovereigns attacked. 5-star sovereigns were killed in a single slash. They did not believe that they could be killed in a single slash. As long as they could suppress the opponent's attack, there was no need to fear Wind Cloud Traceless. The Wind Cloud clan is taking this god-tier technique. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Lin Fei ignored the attacks coming from behind and attacked a 6-star sovereign with white eyebrows. Such arrogance! Instant arrow! The white-eyebrowed sovereign was also furious. The Wind Cloud clan was truly arrogant. 5-star sovereigns were easy to kill. Did they want to kill him? A dozen black shadows shot at Lin Fei's face. As the black shadows attacked, Lin Fei felt as if the void around him had sunk into mud. His movements slowed as he was affected by the power of the Great Tao. Break! Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. This slash came crashing down like a huge wave. One slash was not enough. The second slash came. The space in the mud collapsed. Lin Fei rushed up and slashed a third time. The white-eyebrowed sovereign instantly felt the sky full of killing intent and an indescribable pressure. He was cut into pieces by the slash. The other 2 6-star sovereigns also attacked. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei did not dodge, nor did he activate invincible defense. He swung his hand and slashed twice. The 2 6-star sovereigns were cut into pieces. Did you see that? This is the consequence of going against the Wind Cloud clan. Lin Fei laughed. He was overjoyed. A lot of divinity points landed on him, not to mention the invincibility points. As for the abundant EXP, Lin Fei could not be bothered to look at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword light flashed. Lin Fei was like a terrifying demon king, taking care of 5-star sovereigns with a single move. So fierce. Even 6-star sovereigns can't block a single slash. What a monster! If his saber technique was mine, I could be just as impressive. That Wind Cloud Traceless won't be able to maintain such an overbearing saber technique for long. Once the 7-star sovereigns attack, that guy will die. Wind Cloud Traceless is already so overbearing. If the Wind Cloud clan comes later, we won't get any benefits. Why don't we snatch it now? The sovereigns changed their minds. Chapter 1560. Who wouldn't change their minds? No matter how tough a 5-star dominator was, he couldn't be that tough. A 6-star dominator could kill a 5-star dominator with a wave of his hand. He couldn't even leave a wound on his opponent. If they couldn't see this, then there was no need to continue cultivating. The Wind Cloud clan guy was overbearing. Those who had been hoping for death began to secretly calculate whether it was the best time to make a move now, or to make a move later and observe the situation. Previously, there were at most a dozen dominators attacking. Now, there were more than a dozen dominators surrounding him. Each of them could tell that Traceless Wind Cloud was not easy to deal with. Most of the spectators in the void nearby were 6-star dominators and 7-star dominators. They planned to observe and wait for the best time to attack. It would be best if they could search his soul to obtain his saber technique. The saber light was dazzling. A 5-star dominator was blown to pieces. Lin Fei also had wounds on his body, but they were all intentional. He was afraid that he would be too tough and scare everyone away. As long as he pretended to be injured, the divinity points would still be his. Both 6-star dominators and 5-star dominators couldn't help but attack. If they couldn't get the god-tier cultivation technique, they could get their hands on this guy's saber technique. They lowered their target. If they still couldn't see how overbearing this saber technique was, then they could go back to sleep. There was no need to come out to fight for the god-tier cultivation technique. Surround him. He's already injured. He can't hold out for long. More than a dozen 6-star dominators surrounded him. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on this guy who called himself Traceless Wind Cloud. Palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques were dazzling. These dominators used their trump cards. They had no hope of getting the god-tier cultivation technique. There were still 7-star dominators present. They couldn't cross this mountain, but they could attack Traceless Windcloud's saber technique. Lin Fei was instantly drowned. The moment he was drowned, the void escape technique came into play. In that one breath's time, Lin Fei escaped the attack range and appeared behind the 6-star dominators. He raised his saber and swung it down. He used double the amount of divinity points. His surging divine power turned into a terrifying saber light that swept over them. Bam bam bam, the group of 6-star dominators who were secretly pleased were instantly plunged into endless darkness. Before they lost consciousness, they were probably wondering why he was behind them. Unfortunately, they would never know the answer. More than 10 6-star martial sovereigns were instantly killed. This kind of brutal saber technique shocked them quite a bit. If he had thought of him as valiant before, then at this moment he was savage. He had killed over 10 6-star hegemons with a single saber strike. Even a 7-star hegemon might not be able to do it, but Traceless Windcloud had done it. Too monstrous. That was insane. The entire place was silent. They were all scared out of their wits. The sovereigns who were still fighting also subconsciously pulled away from each other and stopped. This was a fierce man who could threaten them. Who was the one who said that he would kill me just now? Speak if you have the guts, but don't have the guts to attack? With this slash, Lin Fei's ruler long saber shattered into pieces. Another ruler long saber fell into his hands. Looking around, the people who were about to charge forward stopped in their tracks. If he went up again, he would be courting death. These juggernauts weren't stupid either. More than 10 6-star juggernauts had been killed with a single slash. If they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. As for the 5-star martial sovereigns, their faces were pale. After stopping, they began to retreat quietly. They did not want the god-tier cultivation technique anymore. With this guy here, they had to consider whether they could survive. They retreated. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, their overall strength was not high. The strongest was only a 7-star martial sovereign. This was also because the divine general stage was vast, and no powerhouses would appear for a while. It was easy to become a 7-star martial sovereign, but difficult to become an 8-star martial sovereign. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. The Windcloud clan's belongings are not for you to covet. Lin Fei threw out another sentence and attacked. Would it work? Lin Fei disappeared in front of everyone. Be careful, he disappeared. Divine consciousness can't catch him. Damn it. The sovereigns who had stopped could not stay calm. Would the Windcloud clan dare to keep them here? Not only were there 6-star martial sovereigns here, but there were also 7-star martial sovereigns. The 7-star martial sovereigns who had not attacked stopped now. Their eyes flashed as they searched with their divine consciousness. Then their expressions changed. There was no trace of him. Did he leave? Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the center of their battle circle. He slashed with his saber. This slash turned into a golden saber river. It was 1,000,000 feet long, and the saber was extremely sharp. With a gentle sweep, more than 20 sovereigns fell into the saber river. The crowd only saw them struggling for a while before they stopped breathing and turned into pieces. The golden saber river swept toward them again. Even the 7-star martial sovereigns became targets. What a Windcloud clan, what a Windcloud Traceless. I didn't expect them to hide so much. I've seen it all. A white-haired 7-star martial sovereign's face twitched. The martial sovereign's armor was almost on the verge of collapse. He had only exchanged a blow with the golden saber river. As long as we don't die today, the Windcloud clan can forget about monopolizing the god-tier technique. Another 7-star martial sovereign roared. Everyone run. His saber technique is too domineering. It's not something we can defend against. Lin Fei mobilized his divinity points. His divinity burned. In this area, the golden saber radiance was like a nightmare. One slash and a martial sovereign's life was taken away. Anyone below 7-star martial sovereign level who was not wearing a mid-grade martial sovereign battle armor could not withstand a single slash from the god-tier saber slash. Its power was far more terrifying than the power of the Great Path. Whether it was those who had been watching or those who had attacked, all of them fled. Were they not going to fight for the God-tier technique? Who would dare to fight for it? With Wind Cloud traceless of the Wind Cloud clan around, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up. Did they not see that a few 7-star martial sovereigns had been killed? The rest were all vomiting blood. There was no way to fight at all. His opponent's saber technique was domineering and terrifying. One slash could break all of their attacks. When their lives were in danger, who would dare to fight for the God-tier technique? They wished their parents had given them a few more legs so they could leave. 7-star martial sovereigns were very arrogant. Before they could attack, they were already injured by the saber radiance. They turned and ran, not even thinking about the people they had brought with them. When they saw the golden radiance, their hearts trembled. If not now, then when? It had not even been 10 minutes. There's no one left. Lin Fei stood in the empty air. There was no one around him. The original mountain range had been razed to the ground. The remnant saber intent cut through the void ceaselessly. I didn't expect to use up 50,000 divinity points in such a short time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I've gained more than 40,000 divinity points. It's not a loss. The God-tier saber slash was too useful. The power unleashed by divinity points was terrifying. And this was with Lin Fei controlling his strength. Otherwise, no one present would have been able to leave. The Wind Cloud clan should be happy now. Lin Fei turned to look at the stone platform. With a wave of his hand, a long saber radiance blasted on the stone platform. Crush. The outer layer of energy was broken. Chapter 1561. Lin Fei attacked aggressively. The hundreds of juggernauts who were fighting for the God-tier skill were either killed or injured in an instant. In less than a moment, the place was cleared. There was no one else around the stone platform except for Lin Fei. Lin Fei also broke the restriction on the stone platform. If it was someone else who did not know about the connection between divinity points and power of divinity, Lin Fei would not be able to break it in a short time. Lin Fei felt the presence of divinity the moment he got the Jade Scroll. This was really a God-tier skill. Little devil, what do you think? Lin Fei was very excited to get the God-tier skill. This was the first time he got his hands on a God-tier skill, and it was easier than expected. All he had to do was pay some divinity points. Once Little Devil came out, he used the system to scan the Jade Scroll and nodded. Yes, it's a God-tier skill. Even though it's the lowest level, it's very suitable for you. How much is it worth if I exchange it? About 3,000 to 5,000 divinity points. Lin Fei squinted. This God-tier skill came at the right time. You scanned the Jade Scroll just now. Are you sure it's safe? Lin Fei had some doubts about the Divine General platform, especially now that God Roots and God-tier skills had appeared. Lin Fei had to be careful. I've scanned it. There's nothing wrong with the God-tier skill inside. Lin Fei was relieved. He sent Little Devil back and kept all the storage rings nearby. There were dozens of storage rings, and a few of them belonged to 7-star dominators. Lin Fei obtained another 20 God Roots from the dozens of storage rings, which was an extra income. As for the holy stones, he used them to exchange for energy points. This was another big income. Wind Cloud clan, just you wait to be the scapegoat. Lin Fei laughed heartily and left the place. Not long after Lin Fei left, people returned. These dominators were all 7-star dominators. They were all scared away by traceless Wind Cloud. When they returned, they saw that the stone platform was broken and the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, had disappeared. Traceless Wind Cloud has obtained the deity tier art, Heaven's End Palm. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode. The Skyspan Hegemon was still waiting anxiously. Just now, when the Skyspan Hegemon had sensed that terrifying aura in the distance, even though it was still quite a distance away, he had felt his heart palpitate. Did something big happen? The Skyspan Hegemon asked. You'll know in a few days. Lin Fei didn't intend to make it so clear. It's best not to go out for the next few days if it's not necessary. If you want to go out, you'd better wait for 10 days. The Skyspan Hegemon wanted to ask further, but Lin Fei had entered the cave abode next door and activated the restrictions. It was too late even if he wanted to ask. It can't be. He did something big again. The Skyspan Hegemon retracted his gaze. his heart no longer calm and collected. Even after spending some time with Tion, I still can't see through him. His cultivation isn't high, but his combat prowess is abnormally high. I wonder how he cultivates. Listening to him is definitely the right thing to do. I'd better endure for a few more days. The Windcloud clan had produced a monster, Windcloud Traceless, who was able to fight against hundreds of sovereigns. Traceless Windcloud had stolen the deity tier cultivation technique, Heaven Extinguishing Palm. These two pieces of news spread like wildfire. Who was the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave? They had stolen the god tier skill, Heaven Severing Palm? Since when had the Windcloud clan become so awesome? All the sovereigns in the area received a message from their good friend, describing what had happened that day, proving with certainty that the god tier skill was in the hands of the Windcloud clan. The appearance of a god tier skill caused a huge commotion. Originally, many sovereigns headed to the area after hearing that a god tier skill had appeared. A clan in a weave only had one 9-star sovereign. How dare they monopolize a god tier skill? The god tier skill had to be handed over. Windcloud Killer had been in a bad mood for the past few days. The person who killed the Windcloud clan was nowhere to be found. If that was all, Windcloud Killer would not be so angry. However, sovereigns from 5 stars to 7 stars sovereigns attacked them from time to time. They would ask if they were from the Windcloud clan when they saw them, and attack immediately as soon as they nodded, not giving them a chance to speak. More than 10 7-star sovereigns had died in the hands of Windcloud Killer these days. The sovereigns who attacked them were getting stronger and stronger. Windcloud Killer looked at the 5 injured sovereigns behind him. He felt very uncomfortable. Let's go back. They were attacked for no reason, and only 5 sovereigns were left. It would be strange if Windcloud Killer had a good temper. Since when did the Windcloud clan offend so many clans? Windcloud Killer recognized that a few of them were forces from other weaves. Their overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Windcloud clan, but they treated them like enemies. He was puzzled. Hearing that they were going back, the remaining 5 sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to live like this anymore. Whoosh, just as they were getting excited, a black shadow flashed by, and a cold snicker could be heard. Windcloud Killer, the 5 sovereigns had a green wound on their bodies. Following that, they let out miserable cries as white smoke came out of their bodies. They turned into puddles of blood in no time. Who? Windcloud Killer was in a bad mood. Now that the last 5 sovereigns were dead, and right in front of him, his veins were popping. Windcloud Killer, your Windcloud clan really hid such an expert well. What a pity. A chilling voice came from the void, like a gust of chilly wind blowing past. You're the poison sovereign. Windcloud Killer revealed a hint of fear. Why was this old geezer here? You can even recognize me. The voice was still in the void. Since you can recognize me, I won't waste time with you. As long as the Windcloud clan hands over the item, I won't attack. Windcloud Killer was confused. What item? And what do you want to attack? The Poison Sovereign had been famous for a long time. He was now a peak 7-star sovereign. Although his realm was not as high as an 8-star sovereign, he had a poison technique. Even 8-star sovereigns had to be careful and were not willing to fight with the Poison Sovereign. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. The Poison Sovereign said, there's a limit to my patience. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't agree, I don't mind taking you down and searching your soul. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as a few deaths. Windcloud Killer was very wary of the Poison Sovereign. He had come to bully him, and his words were vague, which made Windcloud Killer furious. Old geezer, don't go too far. I don't even know what you want. How do you want me to take it out? Then I'll do it myself. Chapter 1562. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in more than one place on the Divine General platform. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in many places. Each God-tier cultivation method's appearance led to a bloodbath. Within a month, 6 God-tier cultivation methods appeared on the Divine General platform. All the powerhouses fought for them. The 6 and 7-star dominators who were originally participating withdrew from the competition. All the participants were 8-star dominators. Each 8-star dominator could suppress a 7-star dominator. Any 7-star dominator who tried were killed by the 8-star dominators. There were also terrifying supreme 8-star dominators among the 8-star dominators. 3 of the God-tier cultivation methods were snatched by the 8-star dominators. Once they mastered the God-tier cultivation methods, these 8-star dominators' strength would soar. At the same time, the Windcloud clan's God-tier cultivation method spread. We found the Windcloud clan's base. On a mountain. A dominator landed on the mountain. There were already 3 dominators waiting here. All 3 dominators emitted the aura of an 8-star dominator. The Windcloud clan is in a valley hundreds of millions of miles away. If not for Windcloud murderous leaving traces, we might not have found them. The 8-star dominator, Windblade Dominator, said. These 3 8-star dominators were here for the God-tier cultivation method, Heaven's Severing Palm. They were from the major clans in their own weaves. The temptation of a God-tier cultivation method was enough to tempt these 8-star dominators. Well done. As long as we know the Windcloud clan's base, there's hope for a God-tier cultivation method. Who would have thought that a clan in the Netherworld weave would have such a powerhouse? Come to think of it, why would the Windcloud clan expose such a peerless prodigy? If they kept it hidden for another 1,000,000 or 10 million years, the Windcloud clan might have another terrifying 9-star dominator. Who knows? Maybe the Windcloud clan released that prodigy. Other than the God-tier cultivation method, we also want that saber technique. If we get it, our combat strength will increase by at least 4 or 5 levels. The 4 8-star dominators were in a frenzy. Even if they cultivated for a few chaos years, it was impossible to increase their combat strength by 4 or 5 levels in a short period of time. In another part of the void, someone had opened up a temporary space here. A dominator with long hair stood quietly in the space. The howling astral wind stopped before it even got close. Young Master, Windcloud Killer has returned. A spatial ripple spread out, followed by a black shadow appearing and half-kneeling in front of the long-haired hegemon. The infamous Windcloud Killer is now like a rat on the street that everyone wants to kill. Interesting, truly interesting. The long-haired hegemon said calmly. Traceless Windcloud, teh. The long-haired hegemon took a single step forward, leaving the dimension behind him. The space behind him instantly collapsed, and an astral wind howled past, destroying everything. Say, Windcloud Killer, a veteran 8-star martial emperor, is being chased by someone for billions of miles, and he's in such a miserable state? Lin Fei smiled when he heard the Skirich hegemon's words. Lin Fei had been hiding ever since he snatched the god-level cultivation technique, Sky Severing Palm. He completely isolated his own aura. He hid for more than 10 days. There were countless sovereigns in this area, all searching for traceless Windcloud's whereabouts. 3 days ago, Lin Fei had taken the Skyspan hegemon with him and left his estate. In the meantime, the Skyspan hegemon had asked around about Windcloud Killer. He had never heard such good news before. That old man is really tenacious. He's been chased all the way and he's been poisoned by the Poison Lord hegemon, but he can still persevere. The Skyspan hegemon could not wait for Windcloud Killer to die in someone else's hands. The Windcloud clan had sent 3 8-star martial emperors this time. Every death was equivalent to cutting off one of the Windcloud clan's arms. You're still the best, brother. You've put the Windcloud clan in danger in just a few moves. The Skyspan hegemon was full of admiration for Tion's abilities. Lin Fei had long guessed this would happen. The only thing he did not expect was that Windcloud Killer of the Windcloud clan was so tenacious that he was still alive. Don't you want to know about the god-level cultivation technique? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Nope. The Skyspan hegemon shook his head. It won't do me any good. Ever since he heard the news, the Skyspan hegemon knew that the god-level cultivation technique was definitely in Tion's hands. He was neither jealous nor envious. It was enough that Tion had helped him vent his anger. According to what you said, Windcloud Killer is a veteran 8-star martial emperor. He's being hunted down, so he'll definitely return to his base camp. Once he does, you'll be able to avenge yourself. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to guess that this was one of their tricks. They would use Windcloud Killer to find their base camp. Once the 8-star martial emperors surrounded them, even the 3 8-star martial emperors of the Windcloud clan would not be able to hold out for too long. The outcome was set in stone. Lin Fei did not mind making the Windcloud clan a scapegoat. With them around, he would not stand out so much. Explain? No one would explain at a time like this. Alright, you can go now. It's best if you leave this area. After all, there are some martial emperors who know about you. Lin Fei said, "Aren't you coming with me to take a look?" Lin Fei smirked. "If I go, I'll be hunted down by them." The Skirich Dominator did not know what Di Tian was thinking. He also felt that it was very dangerous for Di Tian to go there, especially at a time when all 8-star Dominators were gathered to deal with the Windcloud clan. It would not be a good thing for Di Tian to go there. "Thank you, fellow cultivator. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to avenge myself. The Windcloud clan has lost a young master. I believe that elder ancestor will go completely mad." Ha! When Hegemon Skyspan thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. "This place is different from the outside. Be careful. I hope we will meet again," Lin Fei said. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fei tossed a storage ring to the Skyspan Hegemon. "This is for you, take it." The Skyspan Hegemon accepted it without standing on ceremony. After the Skirich Dominator left, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he used the void evasion technique and headed straight for the Windcloud clan's base camp. How could he miss out on such a good show? What Lin Fei cared about was that young Master Feng Yun. After refining the god roots and killing him, he would definitely be able to obtain a sum of divinity points. Danger? Lin Fei had no such thoughts. As for why he didn't go with the Skyspan Juggernaut, it was because it wasn't convenient for him to act. It would not be good to drag others into this. Lin Fei used the void evasion technique along the way and wasted some divinity points, but he did not mind. After all, he would gain something later. So many 7-star martial emperors. Arriving from the void, Lin Fei saw many 7-star martial emperors. There was a faint energy fluctuation in front that was even stronger than the 7-star martial emperors. Without a doubt, these were all 8-star martial emperors. Chapter 1563. Miserable. Never before had it been so miserable. In a valley on the Divine General platform, Windcloud Killer spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was not blood red, but dark green with an intense rancid stench. The green blood landed on the grassland, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into a poisonous land. There was no sign of life. Cough, cough, cough. Windcloud Killer spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. Half of his originally murderous face had turned green. His face was almost unrecognizable. He had lost his left arm completely. His chest and back were filled with wounds. Some of them were even horrifying. The residual power of the Great Tao kept colliding in Windcloud Killer's body. Why is this happening? Since when did our Windcloud clan offend so many forces? Ever since the battle with Sovereign Poison Master, although Windcloud Killer had repelled Sovereign Poison Master, he had been poisoned and could not resolve it immediately. If Windcloud Killer was given enough time to heal, he could definitely resolve it. That was what Windcloud Killer planned to do. Unexpectedly, just as Windcloud Killer was about to heal, 8-star Sovereign came out and told him to hand over the item. Then he attacked Windcloud Killer. Windcloud Killer was already in a rage and attacked immediately. He used his strength to suppress his opponent, leaving another wound on his body. After repelling the first wave of enemies, the second wave came. There were 7-star Sovereigns and 8-star Sovereigns. Windcloud Killer was initially able to resist, but after being forced to retreat, he was being chased. The most despicable thing was that the Poison Sovereign had been secretly poisoning them this entire time. Windcloud Killer had no idea how he survived these days. Especially with 8-star Sovereigns appearing and disappearing, he had no time to resolve his wounds and poison. At this moment, Windcloud Killer seemed to know something. Someone wanted to attack the Windcloud clan. Wind Cloud Killer had been fleeing, using a few secret techniques and expending a large portion of his strength to shake off his enemies and return to his temporary base. Cough, cough, cough. Once Wind Cloud Killer entered the valley, the huge valley turned into a land of poison. The first few who came were poisoned. The poison spread everywhere. Killer, how did you end up like this? Wind Cloud Killer coughed out blood. Affected by the poison, Wind Cloud Little Saint and Wind Cloud Autumn, the two 8-star sovereigns rushed up and were shocked when they saw Wind Cloud Killer's appearance. Seal! Little Saint Feng Yun pointed his finger at Feng Yunsha's forehead. A stream of energy entered Feng Yunsha's body, temporarily sealing up the chaotic energy within his body. Following that, Feng Yunsha's complexion was no longer as pale as before, recovering a trace of color. Let's go, someone's trying to attack the Wind Cloud clan. This place isn't safe anymore. Suppressing the chaotic energy, Wind Cloud Killer urged. Little Sage Feng Yun's calm face revealed a hint of doubt. Killing? Didn't you go out for a while? How did you end up like this? Not only do you have a powerful poison on you, but you also have several great Tao forces on you. I don't know. I really don't know. Wind Cloud Killers shook his head. We need to escort the young master away right now. Otherwise, there won't be any time left. They'll be here soon. Wind Cloud Killer felt a tinge of fear. After being chased for millions of miles and almost dying, no one could remain calm. Take the young master away immediately. As long as we leave this place, we'll have a chance to find out who's behind all this. Little Saint Feng Yun knew Feng Yunsha's strength very well. To be able to come back with such severe injuries, the attacker must be an 8-star dominator, and it wasn't just one. Boom boom boom. Little Saint Feng Yun prepared to leave with his men. A violent tremor came from the outside. Layers of barriers were broken, and more than 28-star dominators barged in. Wind Cloud Killer, thank you for bringing us here. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have known that you're in your base camp. Now is the perfect time to capture all of you. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the God tier skill, Heaven Severing Palm. Hand over the God tier skill, Heaven Severing Palm, and we'll leave your corpses intact. Hand over Traceless Wind Cloud, hand over the Saber technique. Boom boom boom. More than 28-star dominators appeared, and their terrifying aura locked onto everyone from the Wind Cloud clan. Wind Cloud Killer and the other two 8-star dominators became the focus of attention. Even though the three of them were 8-star dominators, they still felt immense pressure. More than 28-star dominators? Were they trying to take their lives? The words God tier skill, Heaven Severing Palm, made them understand what was going on. Our Wind Cloud clan obtained a God tier skill? The three 8-star dominators did not smile. Instead, they had a sudden realization and unease. Especially Wind Cloud Killer, who finally understood what was going on. Why were they being hunted down? So it was because their clan obtained a God tier skill. Following that, another question arose. Who was Traceless Wind Cloud, and when did their clan have such a person? Little Saint Wind Cloud realized that things had gone south. These people were coming at him aggressively, and he could not hold them off. If he could not explain himself, he said, "Everyone, are you mistaken? There's no one called Traceless Wind Cloud among the people from our Wind Cloud clan who came in this time. We didn't obtain a God tier skill either." More than 28-star dominators came for the God tier skill. They found the Wind Cloud clan's base camp. Naturally, they did not believe the Wind Cloud clan's words. What did they mean by they didn't obtain it? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Your Wind Cloud clan only has one 9-star dominator. A God tier skill isn't something you can take for yourself. Since you won't hand it over, we'll look for it ourselves. It's in your hands. Worst comes to worst, we'll take it. The 8-star dominators were impatient. If they could not come to an agreement, they would attack. As soon as the 8-star dominators attacked, the people brought by the Wind Cloud clan were destroyed. The 7-star dominators could not withstand a few moves from the 8-star dominators and were killed. Wind Cloud Killer, Little Saint Wind Cloud, and Autumn Wind Cloud were given special attention. Little Saint, take the young master and leave first. I'll fight them. Wind Cloud Killer yelled and burned his great Tao energy. His strength increased greatly, and he held up 7 or 8 8-star dominators. Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud rushed into the formation, wrapped the young master up, and broke out of the encirclement. "You can't escape. You must hand over the god-tier skill." Little Saint Windcloud and Little Saint Windcloud used all kinds of treasures without mercy. They barely managed to carve out a bloody path and rushed out with the young master. Behind them, 8 or 9 dominators caught up. With the strength of 8-star dominators, Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud could not shake each other off. The 8-star dominators behind used all kinds of treasures, vaguely trying to surround them. Once they were surrounded, they would have no way out. "Young master, I'll send you off." Little Saint Windcloud knew that he had been tricked. The only thing he could do now was to send the young master away. As long as the young master could enter the godly general platform, it was not impossible to take revenge today. Holy Light Passage. Little Saint Windcloud punched the void and forcefully opened a passage, sending the young master in. Chapter 1564. After sending off the young master, the 2 8-star sovereigns from the Windcloud clan were besieged and eventually self-destructed. This was destined. There were only 10 8-star sovereigns attacking. Even if they joined forces, the 2 could not withstand their combined attacks. In the final attack, the 2 chose to self-destruct. This was the only thing they could do. They knew very well that if they were captured, they would inevitably be soul-searched, so they chose to self-destruct. This gave the besieging sovereigns a headache. The result of self-destruction was not what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, the 2 walked all the way to the end, not giving them a chance to soul-search. What a waste of effort! They actually chose to self-destruct. Their storage rings were also destroyed by self-destruction. I wonder if the god-tier cultivation method is still there. Search. After a search, apart from some saint stones and tattered sovereign weapons, there was nothing else. The god-tier cultivation method Jade Scroll was nowhere to be found. It must be with the young master. Could it be that the young master is Feng Yunwan? The young master couldn't have run far. He must be nearby. Let's see who's lucky enough to catch up. These sovereigns were very disappointed. Since the god-tier cultivation method was not found, it must have landed with the young master. Some sovereigns even thought that Feng Yunwan was the young master. The sovereigns did not stop, choosing a direction to pursue. "Uncle Little Saint, Uncle Killer, Uncle Chiu, I will definitely avenge you and find the mastermind." Feng Xiaohuang came out of the passage, his face twisted. Feng Xiaohuang saw the pursuit of more than 28-star sovereigns, but he could do nothing. This was a huge blow to Feng Xiaohuang in the Yellow Springs weave. Feng Xiaohuang panicked for a while before returning to normal. Without the protection of the 8-star sovereigns, Feng Xiaohuang immediately changed into a black robe, covering his face. His divine sense ripples also began to change. If someone passed by now, they would definitely not know that this person was Feng Xiaohuang. After a series of changes, Feng Xiaohuang headed east. He traveled tens of billions of kilometers, eventually landing in a mountain range. After observing for a while, he carved out an immortal's cave and set up a restrictive spell formation. He didn't stay there, but rather, carved out an immortal's cave in a corner of the mountain range. He was being very careful. As long as I refine the remaining god roots and the divinity in my body reaches a certain level, I will be able to find a god-tier cultivation technique. At that time, I will make them die without a burial ground. After setting up the restriction array, Feng Xiaohuang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He entered the cave abode. This was Feng Xiaohuang's goal. He knew more secrets than others, and the only way to increase his strength now was to obtain a god-tier cultivation technique. He believed that this place would be very safe. He took out the deity root and began to refine it. This fellow is quite smart. He changed the fluctuation of his divine sense, changed the location, and set up an illusion. It won't be easy for them to find this young master. In the cave abode, Lin Fei was hiding in the void. At this time, he was using the void escape technique. Since the 8-star rulers besieged the Feng Yun clan, Lin Fei had already been there, but he didn't show himself. More than 28-star rulers weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was concerned about this young master. The moment little Saint Feng Yun opened the passageway, Lin Fei entered the passageway. He had been following behind this young master silently until now. Lin Fei was quite impressed by this fellow. He still had the mood to refine the deity root under such circumstances. What a waste of a deity root! Lin Fei felt his heart ache. At this time, Lin Fei was already sure that this fellow had a lot of divinity points. He might even be a big fat pig. Eternal instant. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he executed an eternal instant. Just a breath's time was enough. Who? Feng Xiaohuang was shocked. He had escaped, but why was he targeted again? His refinement was interrupted, and when he woke up, he was enveloped by a force. Lin Fei had already attacked. God-tier blade slash. He didn't give his opponent a chance to resist. At this time, a piece of jade on Feng Xiaohuang's neck erupted with a terrifying aura. It propped up an energy shield and blocked the blade. The defense of 9 stars ruler. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. This fellow had hidden such a top-notch treasure. You, a 5-star ruler, actually want to kill me? Feng Xiaohuang was caught unprepared. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the radiance propped up. His sharp eyes swept across and revealed a cold smile. You are very powerful. You have been hiding by my side. Unfortunately, I have the skylight jade bestowed to me by my old ancestor. Don't even think of killing me. Feng Xiaohuang couldn't keep his face after being ambushed at such a close distance. So that's how it is. Let's continue. Lin Fei didn't care. He slashed again, blasting on the outer layer of radiance. The originally flourishing radiance suddenly dimmed. Break for me. The third slash. Feng Xiaohuang was shocked again. Cracks appeared on the jade on his neck, one after another, and they immediately shattered. This 5-star ruler in front of him could threaten his life. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Die for me. Feng Xiaohuang was already a frightened bird. If the jade was shattered, it definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber art. He took out an immortal talisman and tore it apart, blasting it at his opponent. Instantly, a terrifying radiance soared into the sky. This mountain range was instantly flattened. This is the trump card that my old ancestor left for me. I was originally prepared to use it against an 8-star ruler. Now it's yours. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Feng Xiaohuang turned to leave. You don't have to leave. It's better if you stay. As soon as the voice came, Feng Xiaohuang saw a saber light slashing at him. The jade on the neck of that smiling black-robed fellow shattered into countless pieces. The saber light also completely minced him into pieces. A young master of a large clan really has some trump cards. Lin Fei sighed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 80,000 divinity points. As soon as the voice came, Lin Fei revealed an expression of, I knew it. This really was a big fat pig. Not bad at all. It seems like these young masters of large clans have refined a large number of god roots and are waiting to soar into the sky. Compared to the ruler's few hundred divinity points, the current young master was a big fat sheep. The original 100,000 divinity points had returned to 200,000 divinity points. I'm going to look for the young master and make a move. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. There were actually hundreds of god roots inside, a total of 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at this kind of harvest. Although he knew that there were god roots in the storage ring, he didn't expect there to be so many. Lin Fei had underestimated them. Chapter 1565. Upon seeing the flickering red, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee, when you see me, you definitely won't be able to be happy. Lin Fei put away the item and used void opening to leave. This was also to prevent others from discovering him and following him. For example, Lin Fei had something he wanted to do right now. He didn't mind spending a few divinity points, as he had just obtained a few 100,000 divinity points. The commotion here was too great. Sweeping through the mountain range and the might of a 9-star sovereign had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what had happened. I'm still one step too late. About 10 minutes after Lin Fei left, a bald sovereign appeared in the sky. He emitted the aura of an 8-star sovereign, and his sharp eyes constantly scanned the ground below. This was one of the 8-star sovereigns who had been pursuing young Master Feng Yun. It's this aura. This sovereign grabbed at the air, and specks of something fell into his hand. This was a strand of divine sense. The Sky Sovereign grabbed it with his unparalleled strength and used his divine sense to confirm who it was. It was the target he had been pursuing. In the eyes of an 8-star sovereign, anyone who had seen it would remember it. Although this place had been razed to the ground, there was still divine sense present. Only 8-star sovereigns like them could barely collect it. This young Master Feng Yun definitely has that old ancestor's protective treasure on him. How could he be killed in such a situation? Could it be a 9-star sovereign? No, the Divine General platform doesn't allow 9-star sovereigns to enter. Could it be an 8-star sovereign? But this 8-star sovereign has hidden himself too deeply. To be able to kill young Master Feng Yun in such a short time and leave so calmly. The Sky Sovereign was puzzled. This matter didn't feel right. Fellow Taoist Sky Sovereign, you're not slow. What did you gain? The Poison Sovereign stealthily appeared, his small eyes scanning the scene. He's already dead. What can I gain? The Sky Sovereign's tone was cold. Someone beat me to it. The Sky Ruler did not speak kindly to the Poison Sovereign ruler, who used lethal poison. Although the Poison Sovereign's strength was a whole realm lower than his, he did not dare to underestimate the Poison Sovereign's lethal poison. So that's how it is. I wonder if fellow Taoist has seen what that person looks like? The Poison Sovereign narrowed his eyes. For a 7-star hegemon to ask an 8-star hegemon such a question was something only the Poison Sovereign hegemon would do. What do you think? After saying this, the Sky Dominator turned and left. You're just an 8-star sovereign. The Poison Sovereign ruler coveted the deity rank cultivation technique very much. He originally thought that he would be able to catch up to young Master Feng Yun, but someone else beat him to it. Sooner or later, I will become an 8-star ruler. At that time, let's see who dares to ignore me. Young Master Feng Yun's death is not a good thing. What a waste of a deity rank cultivation technique. The Poison Sovereign shook his head and left as well. He had worked so hard for nothing. The commotion caused a few 8-star rulers to rush over, but when they saw the situation, they left one after another. When they left, their expressions were more or less filled with disappointment. Lin Fei left the scene and flew toward the east. With the void evasion technique, Lin Fei did not leave behind many traces. Although he left behind some aura fluctuations at the scene, after using the void evasion technique, his aura disappeared. This was also why Lin Fei was willing to use the void evasion technique. This flight lasted for half a month. He was getting closer and closer to the red dot. During this time, Lin Fei also discovered a few deity roots, which he unceremoniously collected. Those ignorant rulers also contributed quite a few divinity points to him. As he wished, Lin Fei's divinity point diagram broke through to 500,000 points. He was also close to leveling up. In just a few days, he would be able to break through to the 6-star ruler rank. In the air above a mountain range. This place had almost been razed to the ground, and there were remnants of energy fluctuations left behind by the battle. Fellow Taoist Rainbow, this is your share. On a flat area not far from the mountain range, 5 rulers were dividing up the spoils. A young hegemon placed one of the spoils in front of a female hegemon. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions successfully holding them back, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to take them down, said the young ruler. The Rainbow ruler was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Her cultivation had increased by a level, and she had broken through from the 6-star ruler rank to the 7-star ruler rank. Her aura fluctuations were also exceptionally stable. This meant that she had completely stabilized her strength. We're teammates. This is what I should do, said the Rainbow ruler with a smile. She habitually put away the spoils. The 5 rulers present were all 7-star rulers. They all had one thing in common: they were all young. Big Brother Feiyun has good foresight. With the help of fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them. said another female 7-star ruler in the group. The one called Big Brother Feiyun was a tall and sturdy silver-armored ruler. He was also the leader of the group. He was a peak 7-star ruler, and he specialized in close combat. That's because everyone cooperated well. Hegemon Feiyun smiled as he looked at the Rainbow Ruler. Of course, fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions are extremely powerful as well. The moment you use them, you'll be able to affect a 7-star ruler. You're fully deserving of the title of hero. The Rainbow Ruler felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have broken through to the 7-star ruler rank. In addition, I also have to thank Big Brother Feiyun, said the Rainbow Ruler with a smile. The surrounding people all laughed. Damn, are they flirting with each other? At this moment, Lin Fei appeared in the air above this area. Using his void evasion technique, Lin Fei was able to stealthily and smoothly find this place. Then he saw this laughing scene. This made Lin Fei uncomfortable. The Rainbow Ruler was his maid. Who would be so bold as to steal her from him? Lin Fei had come all this way to find the Rainbow Ruler. Even though he hadn't made the Rainbow Ruler swear an oath to become a Rainbow Ruler, Lin Fei had still secretly stored a strand of his aura on the appropriate tool. As long as it was within a certain range, Lin Fei would be able to use it to find the Rainbow Ruler. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Lin Fei would come all this way to see this. It seemed that someone was interested in his maid. That person was quite good-looking and somewhat handsome. Should I show myself, or keep following them? Lin Fei wondered. If it were before, Lin Fei might have considered how to appear. After cultivating a divine tier technique and learning about the connection between divine power and divine power, he had nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a peak 7-star ruler? Everyone should have rested enough. We can set off now. Hegemon Feiyun stood up. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Sumer Mountains have yet to appear and collect as many deity roots as we can. The resting hegemons all rose to their feet. The Rainbow Ruler stood up as well. After joining this group, she had collected many more deity roots than she had when she was alone. She had also learned a few secrets. Chapter 1566. Ruler Feiyun thought highly of Rainbow Ruler's potential. Rainbow Ruler's strength might be average, but there was one thing he couldn't compare to: his illusory skills. Rainbow Ruler's illusory skills had reached an extremely profound level. According to him, he had improved in this space. Once he used it, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Not only did Ruler Feiyun think highly of Rainbow Ruler, but she also had some ideas. Rainbow Ruler was beautiful, and her illusory skills were extraordinary. If she reached the 9 stars ruler level, her illusory skills would be even more terrifying. She would be a powerful existence among the 9 stars rulers, although she wouldn't be as powerful as the super overlords. Along the way, Ruler Feiyun took special care of Rainbow Ruler. This was one of the reasons why Rainbow Ruler could break through to 7 stars rulers so quickly. Ruler Feiyun was very confident in taking down Rainbow Ruler with her family's influence and her own strength. For example, Ruler Feiyun had purposely revealed some of the things that had happened on God Mountain to show off her abilities. Only some of the big families would know these secrets. Lin Fei was a domineering person. He didn't notice this. He just felt uncomfortable that a descendant was seducing his maid. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt that it was better to show himself. He believed that Rainbow Ruler's expression would be quite pleasant. Now that Lin Fei had found the 7-colored ruler, he would not leave her be. After all, she was his maidservant. With the 8-star rulers continuously appearing, their small team really did not have the ability to protect themselves. The people from the Windcloud clan were the best example. As long as an 8-star ruler attacked, their team would immediately fall apart. No one could block an 8-star ruler's attack. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep her by his side. She had a god-tier technique and godly power to support her. Lin Fei was confident he could kill an 8-star ruler. Let's see how many god-tier slashes he could take. Kakik, just as they were about to leave, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilly wind blew. The area instantly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. Who killed my nephew just now? A cold voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop. The 5 rulers couldn't help but shiver as the wind blew past them. Ruler Fei Yun and the other rulers were shocked. The area became chaotic. Only an 8-star ruler could use such a technique. Senior, you must be mistaken. How could we kill your nephew? Fei Yun braced himself and said. In the darkness, a huge foot appeared. This foot was like a mountain. It stretched out from the void, followed by another foot, until the other party was like a towering mountain. Sovereign Night King. Hegemon Fei Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized this hegemon and was scared out of his wits. Not bad, you actually recognize me. The towering mountain giant shrunk to 90 feet tall. Since you know my name, then you should know my temper. Did you kill my nephew? My mouth has become a crow's mouth? An 8-star dominator has really appeared. Lin Fei, who was in the void, did not know what to say. Lin Fei knew very well that they had just killed a few sovereigns. They were most likely fighting over the deity roots, or they had met a person who was trying to rob them of their deity roots. Lin Fei had encountered this situation more than a dozen times. It wasn't the other party who killed him. If you didn't kill me, I killed you. It seemed like their luck was pretty bad. Among the dead, one of them had a backer. One of them actually had a backer. He must have spread the news before he died. This 8-star ruler had rushed over. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was very accurate. Hegemon Fei Yun had indeed been surrounded by a group of sovereigns. She had relied on the 7-colored ruler's illusion to hold them back, and the 5 of them had killed them all. They knew that they were in big trouble now. Apart from the 7-colored ruler, who did not know the name Sovereign Night King, the other 4 sovereigns had ugly expressions. Sovereign Night King was a powerful sovereign in the Dark Territory. He was also one of the 8 great generals under the Dark Ruler. He was extremely powerful. Countless people wanted to kill Sovereign Night King, but no one dared to do so. Even the 9-star sovereigns could only bear with it. This was because Sovereign Night King's backer was the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was an overlord in the Endless Territory and had the power to kill 9-star sovereigns. This was the main reason why Hegemon Fei Yun's expression had changed so many times. Sovereign Night King was too famous. Even though Hegemon Fei Yun's family had 3 9-star sovereigns and was considered a top-notch family in the Endless Territory, they did not dare to face Sovereign Night King's anger. Hegemon Fei Yun could not understand why one of the sovereigns who had killed and stolen was Sovereign Night King's nephew. You're purposely setting a trap for me. Sovereign Night King did not care too much about his nephew. If he died, so be it. He had to pay the price for killing his nephew. This was Sovereign Night King's thought process. Senior Night King, I really did not kill your nephew. Hegemon Fei Yun hurriedly said, I can swear on the Fei family's character. Sovereign Night King was expressionless. You are from the Fei family. Hegemon Fei Yun was delighted. I am indeed from the Fei family. If I dare lie, you can come to the Fei family to settle the score. So the person who killed my nephew wasn't you? Who was it? Sovereign Night King knew of the Fei family. They had 3 9-star sovereigns. Everyone knew that they were quite famous in the Endless Territory. She was the one who killed him. Senior Night King's nephew was killed by her. She specializes in illusions. Without her help, we would not have been able to win. Hegemon Fei Yun's words caused the remaining 3 sovereigns to pin the crime on the 7-colored sovereign. They knew how powerful Sovereign Night King was. The family behind him could not afford to offend him. The Darkness Sovereign was an overlord who controlled a battle fortress. He could easily destroy a sect or a territory. When the 7-colored sovereign saw the other party appear, he cursed inwardly. The other party's aura was tyrannical, and he had a murderous aura like an endless ocean. Just the murderous aura alone made the 7-colored sovereign uncomfortable. What worried the 7-colored sovereign even more happened. They were pinning the crime on him. They were asking him to die. You're all lying. I used an illusion. You killed him. The 7-colored sovereign tried to defend himself. His face turned pale. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also furious. I knew that person was up to no good. If the other party had only wanted to seduce his servant girl, Lin Fei would at most be unhappy. Chapter 1567. Lin Fei was furious. Sovereign Night Sovereign said calmly, You know what to do. Feiyun knew that she would survive just from this sentence. As for the seven-colored dominator, she was just a pretty dominator. If she died, so be it. It was better than dying herself. Pfft. Feiyun's left arm exploded. Thank you for not killing me, senior. The arm would not be able to recover for a long time at least. Unless she left this place and returned to her Fey family. Don't kill us. We didn't kill your nephew. Sovereign Knight Sovereign moved his fingers slightly, and the remaining man and woman exploded. A 7-star dominator could not last more than a night against an 8-star dominator. Wind illusion. The 7-colored dominator's face was pale, but she knew to resist. The 8-star dominator's terrifying power attacked and shattered the 7-colored dominator. However, this was just an illusion. Her real body appeared millions of miles away. Boom, boom. As the wind blew past, illusions appeared, densely packed together. However, the power of an 8-star sovereign was crushing everything in its path, shattering all the illusions in the area. The 7-colored dominator spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Her rainbow-colored dominator battle robe was full of cracks. If you were an 8-star dominator, I might be a little afraid of using this level of illusion. You can't even withstand a single blow. Sovereign Knight Sovereign said disapprovingly. Senior, this woman killed your nephew. Leave this small matter to me. Why do you need to do it? I'll cut off her head myself. Feiyun said flatteringly. Feiyun was nothing in front of this 8-star dominator, Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Interesting. Feiyun understood what Sovereign Knight Sovereign meant. Die bitch. Feiyun's power was not affected much after losing an arm. It might be a problem to take down others, but it was much easier to deal with the 7-colored dominator. Boom. A domineering fist art turned into a black shadow and shot forward. You shameless B***starred. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. The 7-colored dominator had been injured long ago. Most of her power was used to resist Sovereign Knight Sovereign's great Dao power. A 7-colored bridge blocked in front of her. Who told you to kill Senior's nephew? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Feiyun had to kill this guy himself. There was no one else around anyway. The 7-colored bridge shook, and cracks appeared on it. You can't stop it. The rainbow bridge shook again, and more cracks appeared. Wind illusion. Water illusion. The 7-colored dominator used the 7-colored bridge to attack while casting illusions in an attempt to affect dominator Feiyun. However, the results were minimal. The illusions were broken one by one. It's useless. I have the heart tranquility bead on me. I won't be affected by illusions. Another fist landed on the 7-colored bridge, causing it to explode into pieces. Hegemon Feiyun, a peak 7-colored hegemon, was far more powerful than the 7-colored hegemon. The 7-colored hegemon wept. Hegemon Feiyun, you won't be happy for long even if you kill me. My master will definitely avenge me. An ant like you will die 100 times over in front of my master with a single finger. At this moment, the 7-colored ruler thought of that mischievous fellow. He loved to torture himself when he had nothing better to do. He loved to go out and bask in the sun when he had nothing to do. He made him cook and eat when he had nothing better to do. Even though he had never thought that the other party could become his master, the moment he threw caution to the wind, the 7-colored ruler finally said the word, master. Perhaps even if he became a 7-star ruler, he still wouldn't be a match for that mischievous fellow. Not to mention Hegemon Feiyun. He could kill 90% of the rulers in Sky City. Who could do that? Who could obtain a battle fortress? And you, Knight Sovereign, my master will settle the score with you sooner or later. In front of my master, you are as weak as an ant. Just wait to live in a nightmare. The 7-colored ruler stared coldly at Knight Sovereign. Hegemon Feiyun's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? This B***Teach has a master. Could she be a follower? If that's the case, things will be bad. To have a 6-star ruler as a follower, that master must be at least an 8-star ruler. Hegemon Feiyun clenched her teeth in regret. How did this happen to her? This B***Teach had hidden herself too well. If her master really came looking for her, she might not dare to attack Knight Sovereign. However, she was different. she would definitely be hunted down. Heejemin Feiyun didn't want to live in a nightmare of being hunted down. Before Heejemin Feiyun could digest this information, she heard even more overbearing words. She almost fell from the sky. Wasn't this too arrogant? Was this B*TCH's master really that powerful? B*TC, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. If that T master of yours really dares to appear, I'll blow him up with one punch. I'll let him have a taste of my sure-kill fist. Heejemin Feiyun threw caution to the wind. Right now, she could only kill the seven-colored ruler. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to survive. Sure-kill fist. Heejemin Feiyun's movements suddenly slowed down. A murderous aura filled the sky and earth. Heejemin Feiyun's fist shot out slowly. It actually contained a trace of the time Great Tao. The fist intent turned into a dot and went straight for the seven-colored ruler's forehead. Fist intent. Sure-kill fist. Facing this fist, the seven-colored ruler seemed to have fallen into an endless murderous intent. No matter how she moved, she would be killed. The power of this fist exceeded the limit that the seven-colored ruler could withstand. The illusions couldn't hold on for long. The densely packed illusions were destroyed, and the seven-colored ruler kept coughing up blood. Heejemin Feiyun felt that she could finally heave a sigh of relief. Not many seven-star rulers could withstand her fist, let alone a seven-star ruler who had only recently advanced. There was no way she could survive. Boom! A murderous aura filled the air. You say this is your sure-kill fist? I don't think it's much. Don't brag too much. Be careful that you might explode. A mocking voice could be heard. Heejemin Feiyun's eyes widened. At that moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of the seven-colored ruler. He just stood there with a faint smile on his face. However, this smile, along with the voice from before, was extremely irritating to Heejemin Feiyun's ears. Could it be that he had helped this B*TC block her sure-kill fist? Who are you? Stop putting on an act. The seven-colored ruler thought that he would definitely die. He couldn't block that fist. He didn't feel the pain of his body collapsing. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a familiar black style and a head of long hair that fluttered in the wind. That's it. Chapter 1568. The seven-colored ruler was mesmerized. At the critical moment of life and death, the seven-colored ruler had never thought that the guy with the evil smile would save him and block ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch for him so easily. He was even stronger than when he had entered. In the battle that day, the seven-colored ruler was the only one who hadn't died. The others were all dead. In such a short time, Di Tian's strength had become unfathomable. Ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch couldn't break through Di Tian's defense. I'll always be your servant. This time, the seven-colored ruler spoke from the bottom of his heart. The seven-colored ruler felt that he was fated to have a master who could protect him. You're his master. Ruler Fei Yun was shocked. He was indeed shocked by the person in front of him. Meanwhile, the seven-colored ruler's words kept echoing in his ears. This was his master. This was like a blow to the head. His most powerful sure-kill punch had been blocked. Was he a match for him? Ruler Fei Yun's gaze suddenly landed on him. He couldn't help but laugh as if he had understood something. Bitch, this is your master. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a five-star ruler. Haha, is this what you're relying on? It turned out that ruler Fei Yun had seen through his opponent's realm. Five-star ruler realm. That was 2 realms lower than him. Fei Yun Heejemin wanted nothing more than to slap that B*TC. She had almost been scared to death. As for the fact that she had blocked his punch, Fei Yun Heejemin had long since forgotten about it. Perhaps she had used some powerful treasures and wouldn't be able to do much. Ruler Fei Yun was completely calm now. A 5-star ruler and a 7-star ruler were not easy to kill. A pair of despicable men and women. Let me send you to hell. Fei Yun unleashed the sure-kill fist once again. This time, he wanted to kill them in one blow. He also pushed his power to the limit. Lin Fei turned around and didn't even look at him. How dare you touch my servant? I'll give you a quick death. A domineering saber slashed through the air. This saber was extremely domineering. Heejemin Feiyun laughed coldly and thought to himself, This guy dares to say that he'll kill me? He doesn't even know how strong he is. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering saber slashed over. Even he was unable to dodge and could only watch as the saber landed on his body. The treasure left behind by the patriarch was also activated, but it was still slashed apart by the saber. Next, he watched as his body was shattered into pieces. I'm dead. Lin Fei's slash consumed more divinity points. Just one slash was enough to take the other party's life. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. This kind of person should be killed with a single slash. Off to the side, the seven-colored sovereign's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her jade-like lips were parted. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This was a peak 7-star sovereign. Are you happy now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Master, you're amazing. The seven-colored sovereign smiled. The seven-colored ruler had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone improve so quickly. Even Fei Yun, who was a peak 7-star ruler, could not escape death after activating his protective treasure. Stand to the side and watch as your master takes revenge for you. Lin Fei pointed with his saber, and the blade flashed. Fellow Taoist Knight Sovereign, I heard that you wanted to kill my maidservant just now. Now that I, the master, am here, what do you think I should do? The seven-colored sovereign was mesmerized by this point. After cultivating for so long, the seven-colored sovereign had never seen a 5-star ruler reprimand an 8-star ruler, much less an extremely powerful 8-star ruler. Most importantly, this was to take revenge for him. The seven-colored sovereign had never thought that someone would take revenge for him in front of a major figure. Perhaps this was something that only happened in dreams. The seven-colored sovereign felt a sense of bliss, even if she was just a maidservant. Sovereign Knight Sovereign acted as if he was watching a show. Hegemon Night King knew exactly how his nephew had died. The Fei family was powerful, and some of the generals under the Lord's command were on good terms with the Fei family. This was why Hegemon Night King had cut off one of Hegemon Fei Yun's arms. Logically speaking, everything should have developed according to plan. When Sovereign Knight Sovereign heard the seven-colored sovereign's threat, he didn't take it to heart at all. It wasn't that he had never heard someone say something like this before. Master? Wasn't it just a 7-star ruler or an 8-star ruler? If an ordinary 8-star ruler came, he could easily deal with him. Even an 8-star ruler would have to think twice before making things difficult for himself for the sake of a follower. Hegemon Night King hadn't expected that this woman's master would actually show up. She'd blocked a killing blow and easily killed Hegemon Fei Yun. This wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that this guy was only a 5-star ruler. The saber technique that had killed Fei Yun was extremely domineering, and he had even threatened Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Sovereign Knight Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Your saber technique just now wasn't bad. It looked simple, but it contained unparalleled power. This shouldn't be your power. The Knight Sovereign looked down from above. I'm quite interested in your saber technique. If you take the initiative to hand it over, I can leave both of your corpses intact. If I do it myself, you won't have a chance. As one of the 8 great generals, Sovereign Knight Sovereign had seen all kinds of cultivation techniques. The only thing that interested him was a god-tier cultivation technique. Right now, this saber technique piqued his interest. He could see its potential. If he used it himself, perhaps no 8-star ruler would be a match for him anymore. Lin Fei turned and smiled at the seven-colored sovereign. Come, help me massage my shoulders. If I don't massage them, I'll feel uncomfortable. The seven-colored sovereign was shocked. She hesitated for a moment, but still came forward. She placed her jade-like hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. You're too weak. It seems like you forgot to ask for more. Lin Fei ignored Sovereign Knight Sovereign's words. Sovereign Knight Sovereign raised his eyebrows. You're quite daring. You actually dare to reject me? Then I'll do it myself. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you act in front of me? Sovereign Knight Sovereign exhaled, and 2 terrifying black saber lights swept toward him like soft willow leaves. The power of this saber strike had the power of an 8-star ruler. With 2 saber strikes, he could easily kill an early-stage 8-star ruler. A junior like you dares to make a move. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he swung his saber. I'll show you what a real saber technique is. Bang! Bang! The black saber light was shattered. Lin Fei's saber strike wasn't over yet. Burn your divinity points. Boom! 50,000 divinity points instantly evaporated. Surging divine power poured in. The long and narrow saber light blasted out. The ruler saber in Lin Fei's hand exploded into dust. Chapter 1570. The aura of this saber had reached its limit. In this space, the 8-star sovereigns all sensed the powerful aura erupting out of them. Their hearts palpitated. The aura affected them. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and looked into the distance, trying to see where the aura was coming from. Their divine senses swept across the sky. Bush, bush, bush. As their divine senses approached, they were met with wave after wave of terrifying pressure, which directly crushed their divine senses and caused them to explode under this pressure. Who is so powerful? Did someone break through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm? Is it a divine tier cultivation technique? Echoes reverberated in the sky. No one dared to check. This terrifying aura was enough to kill them. The 8-star rulers who looked in one direction subconsciously felt their hearts palpitate. Ruler Knight Sovereign did not care about a 5-star ruler. As long as he was on guard, the other party's saber technique would not be able to unleash its true power. The moment the saber technique unleashed its terrifying aura, Ruler Knight Sovereign cursed. You're shameless. The surging saber light crushed Ruler Knight Sovereign's body. There was no time to react. There was no treasure that could block this saber strike. I'll be back. Fragments filled the sky, leaving behind Ruler Knight Sovereign's voice. It's actually a clone. Lin Fei curled his lips, not very satisfied. 8-star sovereigns weren't that easy to kill, so it was normal. Fortunately, I obtained more than 3,000 divinity points. Lin Fei did not care about the divinity points consumed. He had to be ruthless when dealing with an 8-star ruler. You killed Ruler Knight Sovereign, an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler felt uneasy. That was an 8-star ruler, and one of the 8 great generals under the Darkness ruler. You are my maid. Since he bullied you, he had to accept the punishment. Don't you like it? Lin Fei looked at the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. I like it very much. I just haven't accepted this news yet. Darkness Dominion. This was a huge dominion that controlled 8 dominion regions. Every territory had a general under it. At this moment, a roar came from a grand palace in the Night Monarch Dominion, and it shook the space apart. The entire Night Monarch Dominion was in an uproar. Who had offended Hegemon Night King? My doppelganger. Hegemon Night King coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened significantly. My doppelganger was actually killed by someone with a single slash. That was a doppelganger that had 80% of my battle power. That hateful guy is really hateful. Sooner or later, I will tear him into pieces. The Night Sovereign was connected to his clone. Hegemon Night Sovereign knew everything about the clone. To be able to kill my doppelganger in a single slash, that saber art must be a deity-grade art. That fellow is too shameless. He used a deity-grade art as a 5-star sovereign. How can there be such a shameless fellow? Hegemon Night King continued to howl in his private room. That was a god-tier cultivation technique. Even he didn't have a god-tier cultivation technique, yet this little fellow had used it to scam him. He had always been the one killing people. This time, someone had destroyed a doppelganger that Hegemon Night King had paid a huge price to refine. It could be said that he had lost a large piece of flesh. This loss of flesh was heart-wrenching. Men, pass down my order. Put a bounty on this person's head. I want him to become a street rat that everyone in the Endless Dominion wants to kill. You killed Hegemon Night King's clone. Given his temper, he will definitely put a bounty on your head. The 7-colored ruler was roasting meat, and her pretty face was filled with worry. The 7-colored ruler was a sentimental woman. The 7-colored ruler had heard of Hegemon Night King's reputation. After all, He was one of the generals under a supreme overlord. The Gemin Night King definitely wouldn't take this lying down. The seven-colored ruler couldn't help but worry. Roast the meat in peace. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Fei didn't mind. He refined everything in Hegemin Night King's storage ring, such as god roots and holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about killing the subordinate of a supreme overlord. Hegemin Night King was a supreme overlord. If he angered him, he would also activate the battle fortress. At that time, let's see who would be afraid of whom. Moreover, he had invincible defense and a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei had many ways to fight back. Using the fire, the seven-colored ruler peeked out of the corner of his eye. Hegemin Night King was still so calm after killing an 8-star ruler. The seven-colored ruler really hadn't seen many people who could do this. Soon, the roast meat was done. Lin Fei hadn't eaten roast meat in a long time. The familiar taste of roast meat was very satisfying. An immortal beast was quickly eaten. What level are your illusions at? Lin Fei casually asked after eating. I can affect a 7-star ruler, but not an 8-star ruler. The seven-colored ruler answered truthfully, appearing weak. Lin Fei didn't know much about illusions. To be able to affect a 7-star ruler, illusions were quite extraordinary. After today's matter, Lin Fei felt that he had to help the maid a little. Try this and see if it's helpful to your illusions. Lin Fei took out a supreme-grade experience pill. These things were piled up like a mountain and were of no use to Lin Fei. After you consume the elixir, you can try to practice illusion techniques. Lin Fei added. The seven-colored ruler didn't ask what pill it was. She cultivated illusions according to the requirements. After this cultivation, her originally stagnant illusions actually loosened a little. This wasn't usually the case. However, this loosening was short-lived. The seven-colored ruler revealed an excited expression. Master, this pill of yours is too magical. As long as I have enough pills, my illusions should be able to break through again. It was good that it was useful. Lin Fei threw out a storage ring. Take it and use it. I'll wait for you to break through. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, the seven-colored ruler knew that this maid of hers was too weak. She hoped that her strength could break through. This feeling was especially strong after Lin Fei killed the Night King's ruler avatar. In the territory, there were rulers who attached themselves to powerful rulers. This was especially true for someone like her who wasn't very strong. Master, I won't disappoint you. That day, the seven-colored ruler used a treasure and began to cultivate illusions in seclusion. However, Lin Fei's casual behavior had nurtured a powerful illusion ruler. Her might shook the territory, and no one in the territory could compare to her. The seven-colored ruler cultivated illusions in seclusion. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He was busy fighting monsters and leveling up. 1 month later, Lin Fei broke through from the 5-star ruler realm to the 6-star ruler realm. He could be considered a mid-level ruler. 3 months later, the seven-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Using the supreme-grade experience pill, he raised his illusions to the 8-star ruler level. Once he used it, layers of illusions would appear. It was enough to affect the judgment of an 8-star ruler. At this moment, if the seven-colored ruler encountered the Night King again, she could easily escape by relying on illusions. She wouldn't be broken by the Night King's attack. Boom boom boom. The seven-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Not long after, a huge golden mountain appeared between the heavens and the earth, towering between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1571. A golden mountain. Everyone in the area stopped moving. Their gazes all fell on the golden mountain. The golden mountain emitted a faint golden light. The huge golden mountain was enveloped in the golden light. Occasionally, a golden immortal beast would rush out and look at the world. Then it would return to the mountain. All kinds of golden immortal beasts that had never been seen before appeared on the mountain. This was the divine mountain they had been waiting for. The divine general platform was on the golden divine mountain. The divine mountain has finally appeared. The craziest moment is here. I wonder who can enter the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance. There's no need to think about the inheritance. If we can obtain a divine-grade cultivation technique on the Divine Mountain, we will have a great harvest. Everyone was eager to move. Master, that's the Divine Mountain. The seven-colored overlord looked at the Golden Mountain. When his divine sense reached the mountain's periphery, it was blocked by the golden light. He couldn't see what was inside. Is this the Divine Mountain? At this time, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. Instead, he was excited. Lin Fei didn't know much about the Divine Mountain. However, he knew one thing. At the peak of the Divine Mountain was the goal of this trip, the Divine General Platform. The Divine General Platform is at the peak of this mountain. Rumor has it that all kinds of good things come from the Divine Mountain, and the Divine Mountain is more dangerous than the outside world. The seven-colored overlord was also very excited. He was lucky enough to see the Divine Mountain. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Divine General Platform. As for the Divine Servant's mission, Lin Fei didn't want to care about it for now. Because just now, Little Fiend had sent him a message. Those golden immortal beasts that rode on the clouds were filled with a lot of divinity points. This was what made Lin Fei excited. Let's go up the mountain and see what good things there are. The sovereigns from all directions were all heading towards the Divine Mountain. Rulers with powerful auras rushed toward the Divine Mountain. At this time, the 4-star to 6-star rulers had to stand aside. Even the 7-star rulers had to be careful. More and more 8-star rulers appeared. The Divine Mountain is open. I'll go in first. Ha! A ball of flame soared into the sky and entered the Divine Mountain, leaving behind a loud sound that echoed. That's the Fire God ruler. The rumored 8-star ruler. I didn't expect him to come too. This was just the beginning. The 8-star sovereigns charged straight into the Divine Mountain. Anyone who got in front of them was suppressed by the pressure of the 8-star sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they were instantly killed. In just half a day's time, quite a few sovereigns had died on the outskirts of the Divine Mountains. The most powerful hegemons all entered one after the other. Even some of the famous 8-star hegemons made their appearance this time, entering this long-awaited Divine Mountain. Lin Fei was just as fast as the 7-colored sovereign. Lin Fei didn't even consider the idea of being the first to enter. The 8-star sovereigns were famous for their ferocity. To Lin Fei, being the first or second made no difference. The most important thing was what they could gain from it. In Lin Fei's subconscious mind, the thing inside shouldn't disappoint him. When the Golden Divine Mountain gradually appeared in front of him, Lin Fei could feel how big the Divine Mountain was. Big. It was extremely huge. It was as if he was facing a huge monster. Right now, Lin Fei was at most 50 million kilometers away from the God Mountain, but it felt as if the God Mountain was right in front of him. At this time, hundreds of treasures suddenly flew out of the sky above the Divine Mountain, whistling in all directions. It's a treasure. A ruler's treasure. That long saber just now is even more powerful than the ruler weapon I have. It must be a high-grade ruler weapon. Good stuff, really good stuff. The hundreds of treasures immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Those who were preparing to enter all chased after the treasures. If they could obtain one, their combat strength would increase. Master, a treasure is coming towards us. The 7-colored sovereign sensed a beam of light coming in their direction. Her pretty face revealed excitement and eagerness. We're quite lucky. We have to accept the gift no matter what. Master, I'll go and accept it. The 7-colored sovereign went up to meet it. An illusion. Layer after layer of illusions blocked in front of the treasure. The 7-colored sovereign was smart. He created a large group of immortals to attack the treasure and slow it down. This illusion is pretty good. This method of collecting treasures was very novel. Lin Fei was full of praise. These illusions were very realistic, making it hard to tell if they were real or fake. In Lin Fei's eyes, this level of illusion was still lacking. The 7-colored sovereign put away the treasure. A high-grade ruler treasure. And it seems to be a defensive treasure. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite lucky. It should be able to defend against a 7-star sovereign's attack. If you have time to refine it, you'll have another layer of protection. Lin Fei didn't care about this kind of thing. With an invincible defense, he indeed didn't care about ordinary defensive treasures. The seven-colored sovereign was very happy to be able to obtain a treasure so easily. As for handing it over to Lin Fei, he wouldn't want it at all. She knew very well that her master had countless treasures on him. "I want this treasure. Hand it over." Boom. A long spear pierced through the void, and an arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. Over 100 treasures were fighting over. For the sovereigns who were rushing toward the God Mountain, there was simply too little. Some sovereigns who couldn't get anything turned their attention to others. For example, this person. Dream on. The seven-colored sovereign left behind an illusion clone. His real body had already left. A terrifying illusion enveloped him, especially since his opponent was also a seven-star sovereign. Lin Fei didn't make a move. The seven-colored sovereign was too weak now. There was no point in killing him. This was a good chance for him to train. The seven-star sovereign's combat strength wasn't bad. Seeing that the seven-colored sovereign's cultivation level wasn't any lower than his, he thought that he was easy to bully. However, his attack failed and he was trapped in an illusion. Just a mere illusion. Break for me. Boom, boom, boom. The seven-star sovereign was very confident. He kept breaking the illusion. After consuming a supreme-grade experience pill, the seven-colored sovereign's illusion had reached an extremely high level. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Kill yourself. Layers of illusions were cast. The seven-star sovereign's sea of consciousness was broken. A faint voice rang out. The seven-star sovereign shattered himself with a palm strike, and a large pile of items fell out. Chapter 1572. Not bad, not bad. That's the effect I want. The outer region of God Mountain was not peaceful. Hundreds of ruler treasures flew out, and everyone fought for them. The rulers who could not get the treasures chose to attack the weaker rulers. Another bloody battle ensued. The combination of Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler was naturally not taken seriously by anyone. When one person attacked, a second person would attack. The ones who attacked were all seven-star rulers. The seven-colored ruler was becoming more and more familiar with illusions. He used illusions to trap people while Lin Fei attacked from the side. He revealed a bit of the combat power of a seven-star ruler. After killing more than 20 seven-star rulers, the nearby seven-star rulers did not dare to attack again. One had tyrannical attacks, while the other was good at illusions. They had no chance of winning, so they could only give up. A bunch of cowards. The seven-colored ruler showed a rare girlish side. Lin Fei smiled. They can't break your illusions. Once they get entangled, they will die. Who would dare to come? The seven-colored ruler looked very proud. Without the medicinal pills that Lin Fei had given him, it would have been unrealistic for him to improve his illusions. Without being harassed by outsiders, Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler entered God Mountain. What? They entered God Mountain. Divine light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged toward their bodies. There's so much divine light. Lin Fei was shocked. He looked at the seven-colored ruler beside him and revealed a satisfied expression. Lin Fei sealed his pores to prevent the divine light from entering. "Master, I feel so good." The seven-colored ruler moaned. Lin Fei had always been suspicious of this space. He was afraid of the divine light. "Open your pores and let the divine light enter. The system will help you convert it into divinity points." The little devil's voice sounded in his ear. "Divine light can be exchanged for divinity points?" The little devil said, "Why not?" Lin Fei had nothing to say. Lin Fei was very satisfied that the system had helped him solve this problem. As for whether or not the divine light was really harmful, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it now. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time. Large amounts of divine light poured into Lin Fei's body. Divinity points would be converted into whatever went in. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 divinity point. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 divinity point. The voice kept reminding him. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the seven-colored sovereign came back to his senses, and his entire body released a trace of divinity. "Master, what a freak. You actually formed a vortex." At that moment, A massive vortex had appeared in front of Lin Fei. Divine light kept pouring into it. It was like a bottomless pit. The seven-colored overlord didn't know what to say. This vortex was quickly suppressed by Lin Fei, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. The amount of divinity points converted was not high, so Lin Fei controlled the pores on his body. He originally wanted to ask the seven-colored ruler if he felt uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After entering the sacred mountain for a while, Lin Fei suspected that he had arrived at a paradise. This place was filled with a large amount of divine light that spread everywhere. From time to time, a jingguang mist would appear and blow out. The immortal herbs that lived here basically all had a trace of divinity. Their quality surpassed that of ordinary immortal herbs, and their effects were also exceptionally good. Master, look, that's a 10,000-year-old greenwood grass. This is a 100,000-year-old three-leaf sky blue flower. The sky above the sacred mountain was restricted by restrictions. Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler could only move in the forest or fly at low altitudes. The resources here were beyond imagination. The seven-colored ruler's eyesight was better than Lin Fei's. He had collected many immortal herbs, and even some rare immortal herbs could be found here. Lin Fei didn't care too much about these immortal herbs. However, these immortal herbs had a trace of divinity and could be exchanged for divinity points. This made Lin Fei happy again. The two of them plundered the immortal herbs wantonly. As long as they weren't too good, Lin Fei would exchange them for divinity points. He didn't know if he could come to this place again. Lin Fei didn't hold back and directly swept through the place. Everywhere he passed was a mess. Lin Fei's divinity points were also rapidly breaking through. Golden snake fruit. The two of them continued to move and didn't encounter any rulers for now. At this moment, the seven-colored ruler's eyes lit up. He discovered that there were a few golden fruits hanging on a towering tree not far away. They were already close to ripening. The seven-colored ruler wanted to harvest them even more. A golden immortal beast leaped out from behind the towering tree. It looked like a leopard. Heaven-burning beast. The seven-colored ruler cried out. Crush. The heaven-burning beast turned into an afterimage, and the seven-colored ruler was sent flying by a huge force. A tear appeared on the mid-grade ruler battle robot war. The heaven-burning beast pounced over again, its two claws as sharp as knives. The seven-colored ruler created a large illusory realm and barely managed to escape from its claws. Even so, it still felt a lingering fear. The illusory realm it created was broken by the heaven-burning beast in a few moves. Roar, roar, roar. A golden shockwave swept toward the two of them like a wave. Lin Fei had been on guard. He felt that this divine mountain wasn't ordinary. The seven-colored ruler was in danger in the blink of an eye. The sound wave attacked. Lin Fei rushed over, grabbed the seven-colored ruler, and retreated. The place where the two of them had been turned into a black hole. What a powerful heaven-burning beast! Lin Fei could see clearly that this beast's attack power was terrifying. The seven-colored ruler's illusory technique was ineffective against it. After its first attack failed, it charged over again. Lie down. Lin Fei released the Great Sword Qi secret technique. 5 Great Sword Qi wrapped around the beast's body. Only a cracking sound could be heard. The Great Sword Qi secret technique was unable to cut the heaven-burning beast. Its defense is so strong? Lin Fei was shocked. Even his Great Sword Qi secret technique couldn't do anything to this beast. Master, this is a race that disappeared. Its physical body is invincible. Boom, boom. The heaven-burning beast suddenly roared. The Great Sword Qi on its body was completely shattered. The heaven-burning beast once again turned into a stream of light and shot out more than 10 sharp lights. Lin Fei had just moved when the attacks landed on his chest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ruler battle armor on Lin Fei's chest was cut open, leaving traces of blood. F***, so fierce. This was the first time Lin Fei's defense had been broken by a beast. Even if it was just a trace of blood, it was enough to make his expression change. There was such a terrifying existence on the divine mountain. Roars came from all directions in the forest. Another 5 golden heaven-burning beasts emerged. One of them was even larger, and it shot a cold light at Lin Fei. "Master, be careful." Whoosh, whoosh. The cold light turned into a physical attack, leaving 2 bloody wounds in front of Lin Fei. The smell of blood filled the air. The heaven-burning beasts became especially bloodthirsty. Chapter 1573. The heaven-burning beasts' actions infuriated Lin Fei. So what if it's a rare race? What's so great about having an invincible body? Lin Fei felt very disdainful. However, there was one thing that he could not deny: the heaven-burning beast's strength. Even the Rainbow Ruler, whose illusions had improved by leaps and bounds, was no match for it. These heaven-burning beasts were enough to make him lose a few pots. Invincible defense, activate. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and faced the largest heaven-burning beast. The opponent's attack came at the same time. Its claws were like sharp blades, and Lin Fei clashed head-on with its claws. Bang! With this clash, a bottomless black hole appeared behind Lin Fei. The 7-colored Dominator dodged quickly, and her beautiful eyes kept twitching. The recorded history is right. The heaven-burning beasts are truly a terrifying race. If it wasn't for Di Tian, the 7-colored Dominator could imagine what would have happened to her. As soon as Lin Fei clashed with the heaven-burning beast, he could feel its terrifying attack power. If he hadn't activated his invincible defense, he would have lost a piece of flesh. Slash! The terrifying saber light turned into a saber river that swept forward. The heaven-burning beast roared into the sky. The sound waves were like a storm roaring on the saber river, but the saber river didn't move at all. What? The saber river wrapped around the heaven-burning beast. Roar! Damn, its defense is so strong. This attack was enough to kill a 7-star Dominator, but it didn't cause any damage to the heaven-burning beast. Lin Fei's heart was moved. The sacred mountain was really mysterious. There was actually such a race that existed. With such a strong defense, ordinary Dominators would probably be in big trouble if they encountered it. I wonder how many divinity points I'll get from killing this heaven-burning beast. I think it'll be more than the Dominators. Lin Fei thought. Again. Lin Fei slashed at the largest heaven-burning beast again. Boom, boom, boom. Every slash released a terrifying aura. If I can't kill you with 1 slash, I'll use 2 slashes. I don't believe I can't kill you. As for the attacks from the lesser heaven-burning beasts, Lin Fei chose to ignore them. Furthermore, they were very close to each other. Thus, every one of Lin Fei's attacks landed on the heaven-burning beasts. From afar, Lin Fei looked like he was surrounded and attacked by a group of golden beasts. Terrifying auras soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds as if they were trying to shake off the golden light. 10 consecutive strikes. Lin Fei finally blasted open the powerful defense. Drops of golden blood dripped down. Die! Another stab followed the wound. Lin Fei was very good at grasping opportunities, as the wound actually showed signs of healing in that instant. He used void evasion and appeared above the heaven-burning beast, taking advantage of this opportunity to execute this saber strike. The heaven-burning beast let out a cry of despair. Its huge body exploded, leaving behind a shining golden crystal. Ding! Killed the heaven-burning beast, obtained 5,000 divinity points. Ding! Obtained divinity crystal. The golden crystal fell. The surrounding heaven-burning beasts gave up on attacking and rushed toward the golden crystal, revealing greed. They seemed to be fighting over it. This is mine. The 5 rays of sword chi blocked in front of the heaven-burning beasts, and Lin Fei put away the crystals. He then used a god-tier saber slash, sending them flying. Again, it was much easier to kill them. Lin Fei used 4 slashes to kill them all. 5 crystals were left. Similarly, he obtained 10,000 divinity points, although it was not as much as the 5,000 divinity points he got from one heaven-burning beast. I've guessed it right. Ordinary rulers only got a few hundred divinity points, far less than these heaven-burning beasts. In terms of difficulty, the heaven-burning beasts were much harder to kill. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. As long as he didn't lose money, it was fine. Can these divinity crystals be exchanged for divinity points? Ever since he entered the God Mountain, Lin Fei would subconsciously associate everything on the mountain with divinity points. For example, the divinity crystals looked extraordinary. "Master, are you okay?" The seven-colored ruler flew over. "My heart aches." Lin Fei laughed. The seven-colored ruler immediately revealed a shy expression. "We have to be careful from now on. There seems to be a lot of heaven-burning beasts here. Let's change places first." Lin Fei was surrounded by black holes. The two of them changed directions and flew toward the mountain peak. At the same time, they were even more vigilant than before. "There are no more heaven-burning beasts outside our territory. This is the first time I've seen one. Their attacks are indeed very overbearing. My illusions are useless against them unless I have a high-quality ruler's battle armor to protect me." The seven-colored ruler still had lingering fears. "Do you know about divinity crystals?" Lin Fei asked the seven-colored ruler. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the specific origins of the heaven-burning beasts. For them to appear on the God Mountain, they must be related to the person who created this space. Lin Fei wasn't concerned about this, but about divinity crystals. Not long ago, Lin Fei learned from the system that each divinity crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 divinity points. Each divinity crystal had a different quality. It could be exchanged for different divinity points. Just from this, Lin Fei realized that divinity crystals weren't simple. In a short time, these heaven-burning beasts had contributed about 100,000 divinity points to Lin Fei. That shiny thing just now was a divinity crystal? The seven-colored ruler's body trembled slightly, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong. "Looks like you know about divinity crystals. Tell me about them." The seven-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. "Actually, I'm not too sure either. I actually heard about divinity crystals from ruler Fei Yun by accident because they accidentally let it slip." "They know about it too?" On second thought, they were all major families in the territory. Divinity crystals were a secret among the lower levels, but it might not be a secret among their circle. They said that apart from the Divine General platform, the other goal of this trip was to collect divinity crystals. It seems like this thing can help them stabilize their positions. Lin Fei touched his chin and roughly guessed what they were thinking. Perhaps they were currying favor with someone. This was because divinity crystals contained divinity power. Divinity power could be used to activate divine-grade cultivation techniques. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei started to suspect that the rulers of the 9 stars might have cultivated divine-grade cultivation techniques, which was why they were stronger than the other rulers. If they wanted to activate it, they probably needed the help of divinity crystals. "Perhaps I'll be the one who gains the most from this trip." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "Roar!" A roar suddenly came from ahead. Heaven-burning beasts! Lin Fei released his divine senses and saw that tens of millions of miles away, 2 heaven-burning beasts were attacking a 6-star sovereign. A sound wave attack tore through the sovereign's battle clothes, while the other heaven-burning beast sliced the sovereign into several pieces and devoured them, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a ferocious glint flashed in Lin Fei's direction. They charged forward. Chapter 1574. Was the taste strong? Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. What was important was that the sky-burning beast could be said to be tailor-made for him. As long as he had enough god crystals, it would be of great help to him. Lin Fei was still hoping to learn a few more divine-grade cultivation techniques and grasp stronger combat strength. Good timing. Lin Fei went up to meet them. Resplendent blade light enveloped the sky-burning beast. These two weren't very strong. They were dealt with in a few moves. After obtaining 2 god crystals, Lin Fei directly put them away and converted them into divinity points. The more divinity points he had, the better. The sacred mountain was huge. Ever since the two of them encountered the sky-burning beasts, they would appear from time to time in the dense forest, either one or several at once. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed on the sacred mountain. They didn't know how far they had advanced. Their focus was on hunting the sky-burning beasts. Whenever a sky-burning beast appeared, Lin Fei would be the one to attack. He would end the battle cleanly and collect the god crystals. Ding obtained god crystals. Ding obtained 5,000 divinity points. Ding obtained 3,000 divinity points. His divinity points kept increasing. Lin Fei's total divinity points quickly broke through 1 million. Now that Lin Fei was the nemesis of the sky-burning beasts, they would become his divinity points. The sky-burning beasts that appeared were also getting stronger and stronger. Every time they fought, the seven-colored ruler's scalp would go numb. After his divinity points broke through 1 million and he killed 3 more sky-burning beasts, Lin Fei set up camp by a creek. The seven-colored ruler took out an immortal beast to roast. Every once in a while, Lin Fei would have a barbecued meat. Seeing the spices sprinkled on the roast meat and bringing out the hidden fragrance, Lin Fei couldn't help but praise. The seasoning that grows on the sacred mountain is really good. It's very easy to release the flavor perfectly. Of course, his stomach also began to protest. Not only were there medicinal herbs, but there were also all kinds of seasonings that contained traces of divinity. Lin Fei impolitely collected a lot of them and used them as spices for the barbecued meat. The taste of the barbecued meat was as delicious as he had imagined, and Lin Fei ate it to his heart's content. Your skills are getting better and better. The seven-colored ruler enjoyed it very much, but he also knew that the reason why the roasted meat was so delicious was because of the spices he had gathered. What a fragrant smell! While the two of them were immersed in the delicious food, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from the dense forest. Following that, an old man with a head of white hair and a ruddy complexion leapt out. He stared at the roasted meat over the fire and drooled. "Kiddo, you guys roasted this?" The seven-colored sovereign was somewhat unhappy. This old man was also at the ruler realm, but it was not clear how strong he was. He had appeared out of nowhere, making the seven-colored ruler feel quite uncomfortable. This was a time that belonged to the two of them. If we didn't roast it, could it have appeared on its own? The seven-colored ruler retorted. The old man was not embarrassed at all. "I won't stand on ceremony with such delicious food. This is for you." A sparkling crystal flew out of it. A piece of roasted meat was missing from the fire. The seven-colored ruler did not even react. He did not even look at it and said unhappily, "How can you be like this?" The old man opened his mouth and bit the roasted meat. He mumbled, "Kiddo, I gave you something. Don't speak nonsense." Following that, he buried his head into the roasted meat. The seven-colored ruler wanted to say more, but Lin Fei pulled him back. "Forget it. We can't finish it anyway." From the moment the other party threw out the god crystal, Lin Fei knew that this person was not weak. No matter what, he had the combat power of an 8-star ruler. As for a 7-star ruler realm, he would not be able to kill the heaven-burning beast no matter what. Moreover, this heaven-burning beast was quite strong, which was even more proof of his strength. Although the seven-colored ruler did not say anything, he looked at the old man with an unfriendly gaze. "Kiddo, do you have any good wine?" Lin Fei did not drink much, but he brought some. "It's not very good. Do you want it?" "Yes, why not?" Lin Fei took out a jar of celestial brew and threw it to the strange old man. Eating roasted meat was just one of Lin Fei's hobbies. He did not eat much every time. Today, the remaining half was eaten by the old man. The jar of celestial brew was also finished. He patted his stomach with satisfaction and looked satisfied. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "Kiddo, I think you are a good person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go up again, or you will lose your life. Everyone can go up. Why can't we go up?" The seven-colored ruler did not think too much. I can't say. The old man shook his head and said mysteriously, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm leaving." The old man left as soon as he said that, rushing into a forest in the distance. The god crystal from before landed in Lin Fei's hand. He played with it, eating a piece of roasted meat and leaving a god crystal. How generous! That person did not respect us. Who cares about his god crystal? The seven-colored ruler was unhappy. In the eyes of others, she might be very excited. However, in her eyes, her master could be easily obtained. She really did not care about it. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little did he know, on a towering tree with lush branches and leaves in the distance. Did you hear that, old man? He doesn't care about your god crystal. If this gets out, those people will laugh. They might even become a joke after a meal. Two rulers stood on the towering tree. They were both very old. One of them, a black-robed ruler, was laughing at the other. The other ruler, the old man who had been eating the roasted meat, revealed a bitter smile. Kiddos nowadays are really, when did you, a great ruler, become so kind to remind them? The black-robed ruler asked with a smile. You are not that kind of person. Can't I be happy? I just can't stand what those people do. Every time the divine general platform opens, they will divide the divine mountain and take the god crystal for themselves. All the rulers who enter will be killed without mercy. I just hope that they don't go up. Even a murderous demon king like you can sigh like that. I thought you were someone else. Forget it. Who asked me to be kind? As for whether to listen or not, it's not up to this old man to decide. By the way, I heard that the night ruler under the great dark ruler was killed? I heard that the great dark ruler's clone was furious. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find him. To think that the great dark ruler would have such a day. Those people are almost at the upper levels. We can't be slower than them. Master, do you think something has happened on the path up the mountain? Are we still going up? The seven-colored ruler was also worried. Isn't it just that someone has reserved the area in front? Lin Fei did not need to think to know that it was definitely a large Weaves faction that had reserved the area in front and shared the God Crystal. Chapter 1575. Lin Fei was not making random guesses. Based on the information the seven-colored ruler had obtained from ruler Zhang Feiyun, one thing was certain: God crystals were very important to them. Lin Fei also knew the importance of these things. For those peak experts, the divine power contained in God crystals was the key to activating a divine-grade cultivation technique. Everyone would place great importance on it. Thus, the areas of the God Mountain were destined to be taken over by others. To put it bluntly, it would be reserved by others. Any outsider who entered would either die or become cannon fodder. This was why that person had warned the two of them. That old man's status was not low and he knew many things. If it was someone else, Lin Fei would definitely leave. Just collecting medicinal herbs containing divinity would bring unimaginable benefits. There was no need to pay the price for things like God crystals. Being too greedy would not end well. Unfortunately, this did not have any effect on Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very bold. God crystals were very important to him. If someone wanted to reserve the area, he had to kill his way in and kill those heaven-burning beasts. Of course, obtaining God crystals from those people was also a good thing. There was no need to think about it. Lin Fei would definitely go in. When the time comes, you can stay in my senfu and don't come out. To be able to reserve the entire God Mountain was not something the other families could compare to. Lin Fei would be fine by himself. Can I not go in? Wait until your illusion technique reaches the large success stage. This is for your own good. The seven-colored ruler felt a sense of helplessness. She secretly swore that she would definitely reach the large success stage in her illusion technique. She knew that Lin Fei was doing this for her own good. Before entering, Lin Fei gave the seven-colored ruler a large pile of top-grade experience pills. Apart from that, he also obtained a few cultivation techniques related to illusion techniques. Lin Fei did not lack divinity points after breaking through to 1 million. Moreover, these techniques were not expensive. The seven-colored ruler was so moved that she could not speak. Anyone who was not an idiot could see that these cultivation techniques were tailor-made for her. They were not things that ordinary people could obtain, but she had obtained them. I will definitely cultivate properly. This was the seven-colored ruler's last thought before entering the senfu. Lin Fei was not idle either. He was prepared to cultivate a few more deity-tier cultivation techniques so that he would have the confidence to enter. After all, this time, he would no longer be dealing with clans like the Mu clan. Perhaps he would encounter the truly great sects of the Weave. Snatching divine crystals was tantamount to snatching food from the owner. It was inevitable that the other party would send out 8-star sovereigns, and they might even send out several of them at once. Even though Lin Fei was now very powerful, with the ability to convert divine power and his invincible defense, ordinary 8-star sovereigns wouldn't need to worry about him. There were always all kinds of accidents in this world. Lin Fei had to think for himself. Divine crystals were needed. How to easily obtain the divine crystals was also something that needed to be considered. Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. This time, Lin Fei decided to switch to a suitable weapon. Low and mid-grade ruler weapons would shatter after a few hits. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. For the time being, there was no hope of obtaining a divine artifact. Lin Fei's target was a supreme-grade ruler weapon. Soul Extinguishing Saber, Supreme-grade Ruler Battle Saber. It has an additional Soul Fright attribute. 100,000 divinity points. This was the supreme-grade ruler weapon that Lin Fei had his eyes on. It was also one of the more expensive supreme-grade ruler weapons. Lin Fei had his eyes on the Soul Fright attribute. Ordinary ruler weapons had almost no additional effects and their power was limited. After all, in front of a true expert, they could be said to be vulnerable. I wonder how many times I can use this Soul Extinguishing Saber. Lin Fei calculated according to the previous algorithm. He should be able to use it within the range of 50 times. It was still acceptable. If he used it properly, it would be very easy to earn back his capital. It's a pity that divine weapons are too expensive. The cheapest divine weapon costs a huge amount. If I have a divine weapon, the power of my deity tier cultivation technique won't be limited. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and spent 100,000 divinity points to buy the Soul Extinguishing Saber. Once the Soul Extinguishing Saber was in Lin Fei's hands, the pressure that could obliterate the soul shocked Lin Fei. 100,000 divinity points was more worth it. To be on the safe side, Lin Fei exchanged for a high-grade ruler weapon. It did not have additional attributes. It only cost 10,000 divinity points. This price was the price of cabbages in Lin Fei's eyes. In the outside territories, this kind of weapon was expensive and not everyone could buy it. Lin Fei bought a total of 5 high-grade ruler battle sabers. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to buy a mid-grade ruler battle saber. Unfortunately, there was no such saber in the God Pavilion. It was probably because the grade was too low. In desperation, Lin Fei could only set the battle saber as a high-grade ruler battle saber. This cost 150,000 divinity points. Next was Lin Fei's main point. Which type of cultivation technique would be more suitable for him? Little Devil, do you have anything to say? Facing the different prices of cultivation methods, Lin Fei was also dazzled. After all, compared to the last time, Lin Fei could be considered to have turned over a new leaf. There were also more cultivation methods to consider. If I were you, I wouldn't be in a hurry to choose a cultivation technique. Instead, it is to improve your bloodline because your bloodline is too low. The little evil demon said. Lin Fei knew about the bloodline. The quality of your bloodline will allow you to easily master some special existences. If you practice cultivation techniques, you will get twice the result with half the effort. The stronger you are, the more important your bloodline becomes. This was the second time Lin Fei heard about his low bloodline. Lin Fei knew that this was because Little Devil had put it nicely. If he didn't, it would be an inferior bloodline. If he didn't have the leveling system, he would have been destined to never achieve anything great in his life. The improvement of bloodline was also a huge investment. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, it would be a huge number. This was also what Lin Fei had been hesitating about. If he really wanted to improve his bloodline, he would seem powerless and it would be very strenuous. Lin Fei pondered whether to improve his bloodline or not. Then what bloodline is the most suitable for you? This depends on your own choice. Moreover, the improvement of bloodline has to be done step by step. You don't have to be anxious. What you need to do now is to improve your bloodline. Then you will immediately realize the benefits of bloodline. Moreover, the level of bloodline will also determine the price you need to pay to decide on cultivation techniques. And noble bloodline will also allow you to master additional attributes. Lin Fei did have some thoughts about what little evil demon said. In the past, young Master Fan and Venerable Su Feng were both extraordinary. In Little Evil Demon's words, their bloodline was nobler than his. As for the difference in strength, it was because they hadn't erupted yet. This time, these people with noble bloodlines would undoubtedly make great progress on the Divine General platform, and the gap between them would quickly close. Chapter 1576. Lin Fei decided to upgrade his bloodline. As he prepared to upgrade his bloodline, Lin Fei had a headache again. It turned out that upgrading bloodline needed to be done according to the level. It was like counting numbers. You had to start with 1, then 2, then 3, and not jump from 1 to 3. A headache was a headache, but upgrading bloodline was still necessary. Bye. This was what Lin Fei was doing now. Ding! Refined 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding! Obtained 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding! Refined 2-star ruler blood essence. Since the lowest supply in the God Loft was 1-star ruler blood essence, Lin Fei started with 1-star ruler blood essence. Fortunately, this thing was not expensive and could be considered very cheap. He spent less than 150,000 divinity points in total. Lin Fei's bloodline smoothly upgraded to 9 stars ruler bloodline. In other words, Lin Fei's bloodline had become noble. Even if he did not use the upgrade system, he could cultivate to 9 stars ruler realm if he slowly upgraded it. And all this cost less than 150,000 divinity points. As soon as his bloodline upgraded, Lin Fei felt different. It was a very mysterious feeling, and the divinity points were worth it. Can I refine the God bloodline next? After 9 stars ruler bloodline, Lin Fei had his eyes on the God bloodline. The Fiend Devil chuckled coldly. Right now, you have the bloodline of a 9-star sovereign lord. However, if you want to refine the blood of a heaven god, you'll need to reach the level of a 9-star sovereign lord. Then, you can refine some of the unique bloodlines that come with them. The little devil was straightforward and brought Lin Fei to another corner. Here were all special bloodlines. Lin Fei glanced at them. The price was not expensive, on the contrary, it was a bit cheap. Earth Barbarian Bear Blood Essence, 10,000 divinity points, after refining can open Barbarian Bear Body. Sky Feather Bloodline, 20,000 divinity points, after refining can grasp the speed of 9 stars ruler limit. Lin Fei's eyes were dazzled by these unique bloodlines. It was really a good thing. No matter what kind of essence blood it was, the bloodline that was refined would create a peerless expert. Even if they couldn't become an overlord, they would still be a tyrant. Lin Fei was tempted, but he did not choose to make a move. He had to think about it carefully. For example, speed. Lin Fei himself cultivated the void evasion technique, which was very useful to him at the moment. He did not need to cultivate other bloodlines. Lin Fei didn't really need the powerful blood essence right now. With a cultivation technique like the Divine Tier 1 Blade Chop and an endless supply of divinity points, Lin Fei didn't need to cultivate for the time being. No matter how tyrannical the other party was, if 100 slashes weren't enough, then 10,000 slashes would do. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be able to persevere. I should focus on the aspects of space and time. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei set his eyes on the space bloodline and time bloodline. From what the 7-colored sovereign had said, these 2 types of constitutions were incredibly rare. They rarely appeared, and at the same time, they were very special. Similarly, space and time were also powerful constitutions. Since Lin Fei wanted to cultivate, he definitely had to cultivate the most powerful physique. He didn't think too much about those divine beast bloodlines for the time being. Even if he had that thought, Lin Fei couldn't take out divinity points to exchange for it for the time being. That was a terrifying number. Lin Fei could only suppress this thought. This matter was not urgent. I'll start with the space bloodline first. This was easier to control than the time bloodline. More importantly, as long as the bloodline became a special bloodline like the space bloodline and merged space and saber techniques, its power would become stronger. At the same time, it would also become strange. Lin Fei could imagine the power of a saber technique with the space bloodline. There weren't as many space bloodlines as Lin Fei imagined. The price was not cheap. The cheapest one cost 200,000 divinity points. After seeing the effect, Lin Fei also took a deep breath. No wonder these bloodline constitutions were so rare. Once they appeared, they were born to be the darling of space. Those who were good at the space Tao had to lower their noble heads in front of these true darlings. Space saber technique. Instant teleportation. Space shift. These outsiders couldn't master a series of space magical abilities. In front of the darling of space bloodline, death was nothing difficult. Now you understand the benefits of the bloodline. The little devil flew out again. Lin Fei nodded. It's really strong. If I encounter a darling of space, it might be difficult to kill him or even kill the other party. Aren't you going to snatch the divine crystals? The space bloodline physique is the most suitable for you. When the time comes, even the rulers of the 9 stars can only be helpless and use treasures to imprison you. Your saber technique isn't to be trifled with. The little devil smirked. Lin Fei had to admit this point. The space bloodline physique was the most suitable for him at the moment. Snatching the divine crystals was not a small matter, but a big matter. It was equivalent to robbing one's food. Whether it was a big family or a big sect, they would not let him go. This physique was the most suitable for him. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. He used 300,000 divinity points to exchange for the space blood essence, which was purified from a kind of space immortal beast. Coupled with time acceleration, Lin Fei used 100 years to successfully refine the blood essence and smoothly master a series of magical abilities of the space bloodline. It's worth it, it's really worth it. In a dense forest, Lin Fei came out of the void and was very satisfied. What Lin Fei used just now was instant teleportation. Instant teleportation was the most common kind of bloodline auxiliary function. It did not consume any energy to use it. It was completely relying on the power of space, which was equivalent to him being a part of it. It seemed simple, but Lin Fei was very clear that if he did not upgrade his bloodline, it would be very difficult to smoothly integrate into the space. At most, he would only be able to master a part of it. Now Lin Fei had complete control. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It took some time. Maybe they all have a lot of divine crystals in their hands. It's time for me to make a move. I have to replenish the divinity points. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Moving alone, Lin Fei did not have any scruples. Lin Fei directly moved in the void. Coupled with the devil's wings, his speed reached the limit. As long as he encountered the heaven-burning beast, Lin Fei would kill it and collect the divine crystals. However, there were not many opportunities to make a move. The heaven-burning beast seemed to have been reserved. Along the way, Lin Fei did not see the heaven-burning beast, which confirmed his guess. Hee, reckless thing. This place is our origin returning sect's territory. How dare they barge in? These people are too arrogant. They really think that we don't know. After traveling more than 1 billion miles, Lin Fei found a dense forest guarded by sovereigns. Moreover, they were 7-star sovereigns. Lin Fei did not make a move. He swaggered over. The 7-star sovereigns did not react at all. They were still complacent and did not know that someone had entered. After entering this dense forest, Lin Fei quickly discovered that there were constant aura fluctuations in the forest. Chapter 1577. This vast area had already been reserved by someone. Lin Fei only chuckled and did not kill anyone. In his opinion, it was a waste of his talent. Lin Fei did not care about these divinity points. With so many people surrounding the heaven-burning beasts, ordinary people really can't interfere. I need to find someone to understand. Lin Fei observed for a while and had an idea. There were at least a few hundred rulers in this area. Lin Fei strolled in the void, his aura perfectly concealed. He found waves of people, but he did not find the real leader. Good chance. In a secluded place, Lin Fei found 5 rulers resting, and one of them was barbecuing meat. It's not easy to rest. These heaven-burning beasts are really hard to deal with. Yeah, if not for Milord's treasures, we would have to work a lot harder. It's hard to guarantee that we won't be killed by the heaven-burning beasts one day. Luckily, we don't need to attack the heaven-burning beasts. We just need to lure them out. The few of them spoke one after another. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. The rulers who spoke were not very strong. The strongest was only a 7-star ruler. They were all suppressed. A ray of light came crushing over, and they could only stare with wide eyes. Bang bang bang. Except for one 7-star ruler, the rest of the rulers' bodies exploded. Don't kill me. The only 7-star ruler trembled uncontrollably. He was a 7-star ruler, but he could not help but tremble in the face of this aura. The 7-star ruler chose to surrender immediately. You're quite obedient. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. You killed 4 rulers in one go. If I don't surrender, I'll die. Soul search. Lin Fei's eyes shot out a cold light that enveloped the 7-star ruler. He searched his soul and looked at the relevant memories. So, the person in charge of the god crystals and god roots in the central area is called Boundless Ruler. He's an 8-star ruler, and he has 3 8-star rulers protecting him. After the soul search, Lin Fei learned some information. Lin Fei chopped out with his saber, killing the 7-star ruler and leaving the scene. In the central region of the mountain range, the people of the Guyuan sect arranged for experts to reserve the entire area and hunt down heaven-burning beasts. Using the influence of the Guyuan sect, they managed to obtain this place. The Guyuan sect's 8-star sovereigns were all smiles as they obtained divine crystals every day. When the deity general stage opened, it was very difficult for them to ascend to the deity general stage. However, if they could obtain enough divine crystals, the Guyuan sect would be able to continue standing. This time, in order to reserve this place, they had brought their sect's treasure. There were a total of 4 late-stage 8-star sovereigns and 30 or 40 8-star sovereigns. Below them, there were countless 7-star sovereigns. It was precisely because the Guyuan sect had so many experts that the heaven-burning beasts in this area suffered a calamity. Our Guyuan sect is quite lucky this time. We've hunted a total of 353 divine gems. A senfu lay in the middle of the mountain range. Within the senfu, several hegemons were gathered together. The speaker was Hegemon Boundless, the person in charge of this mission for the Origin Returning sect. He was a late-stage 8-star hegemon, and he carried one of the supreme treasures of the sect, a hegemon weapon. That's right, our luck is good. Even if we lost some manpower, it's still a great harvest compared to the divine gems. As long as we have divine gems, our Guyuan sect can stand for a few more chaotic years. These hegemons were all smiles. Only those who had reached their level would understand the importance of divine gems. This was also the reason why they had to clear this area. While there's still time, everyone, don't let down your guard. Who knows how many people are eyeing our divine gems? Hegemon Wuya said with a sharp gaze. They all nodded. Divine gems were too important. They should be inside the senfu. With the memories from the soul search, Lin Fei arrived at this area. He avoided all the formations and restrictions and saw a senfu. The sky above the senfu was even covered with a flight restriction formation. They're really careful. They've set up formations and restrictions everywhere. If my bloodline hadn't improved, it wouldn't have been easy for me to sneak in. Lin Fei chuckled and snuck into the senfu. Lin Fei avoided all the layers of formations and restrictions and entered the senfu. He immediately sensed the aura of an 8-star ruler. Only Lin Fei would be so bold as to sneak in so easily. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a few rulers gathered together. That's him. Lin Fei's gaze fell on one of the rulers. Hegemon Wuya. He was the temporary controller of the divine gems. From that person's memories, even the divine gems were in this person's hands. Furthermore, this person also had the sect's treasure. His battle prowess might have broken through to the level of a 9-star ruler. The way Lin Fei saw it, it wasn't just an 8-star ruler, but also a 9-star ruler. As long as he paid the price, it wasn't impossible to kill him. They were discussing something. Lin Fei knew that this was a good opportunity. Lin Fei flashed behind Hegemon Wuya. Boom! A terrifying saber light filled with a tyrannical aura smashed into Hegemon Wuya. Hegemon Wuya lived up to his reputation as an expert. His heart trembled, and starlight condensed into a silvery white armor. The saber light smashed into his body. Crack, 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 crack. The saber light smashed through. Everything in the immortal abode exploded and turned into fine powder. Hegemon Wuya didn't have it easy either. He was sent flying, and his ruler battle robes had already shattered. His heart was filled with shock, and he murmured to himself, "Damn it, what's going on? Someone actually managed to sneak in? Even my divine sense can't detect them." This thought flashed through his mind. The other 3 8-star rulers all came back to their senses, and their faces fell. Someone had managed to sneak in and launch a sneak attack in the Senfu. Kill him. Boom boom boom. As 8-star rulers, they were even stronger than ordinary 8-star rulers. When the saber light slashed past them, their bodies were covered in blood. They were all enraged and they all attacked. Lin Fei didn't plan on killing them in a single blow. High-grade ruler battle robes. You really are rich. Let's see how many high-grade ruler battle robes you have. Lin Fei vanished, reappearing behind Hegemon Wuya. He swapped out a new ruler warblade and took out the Soul Destroyer warblade. A soul-shaking aura surged forth like a boundless ocean. As soon as the top-grade ruler warblade appeared, all of the rulers coughed up blood. Their souls were instantly injured. A top-grade ruler warblade. Damn it! They immediately recognized it, and looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Hegemon Wuya's face paled slightly. The first saberlight had destroyed the high-grade ruler battle robes. When the second saberlight appeared, Hegemon Wuya knew that he had encountered a powerful foe. He immediately took out his disc and blocked in front of him. Spatial Distortion. Chapter 1578. The members of the Origin Returning Sect were all dumbfounded. Hegemon Boundless had been teleported away by a spatial ability. He was the person in charge of the divine gems in the Origin Returning Sect, yet he couldn't stop a Hegemon whose cultivation level was lower than theirs. Immediately gather all the 8-star Hegemons and chase after him. We can't let anything happen to him. They were shocked, but they immediately made a decision. They had to chase after him. The distance of teleportation wouldn't be too far. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to catch up and rescue Hegemon Boundless, as well as kill that person. The area was in complete chaos. On the other side, Hegemon Boundless took out a round disc and placed it in front of him. This is spatial teleportation. Hegemon Boundless' heart trembled. Spatial abilities couldn't be blocked at all. When he reappeared, he was already in another area. You're very capable. I wonder which clan's expert you are from? Hegemon Boundless activated the round disc to protect himself. You can use spatial abilities to this extent. Spatial teleportation was one of the steps Lin Fei had arranged. With invincible defense, he needed to consume invincible points. Lin Fei would save as much as he could and teleport people out during the battle to avoid consuming invincible points. Hand over all the divine gems. Lin Fei activated the supreme quality Hegemon's soul-destroying blade. Boom, boom. Blade after blade landed on the round disc, causing ripples to spread through the sky. This is impossible. Hegemon Boundless felt immense pressure. This was the sect's treasure, the clear sky shield. It had extremely powerful defense and was the best way to stall the heaven-burning beast. After a few strikes, Hegemon Boundless realized that the opponent was extremely powerful. Since you won't hand it over, I'll do it myself. Bush, 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 bush. Lin Fei, who had mastered the Tao of space, appeared and disappeared like a ghost, slashing at Hegemon Boundless. Crack, crack, crack. The clear sky shield trembled continuously. Hegemon Boundless thought that he could rely on the shield to block the opponent. As the blades slashed at him, each blade shook the clear sky shield. Hegemon Boundless could no longer remain calm. Supreme quality Hegemon's warblade. Wisps of soul-shaking power constantly affected Hegemon Boundless. Puppet giants, attack. Hegemon Boundless wasn't able to move at all. Not even his divine sense was able to keep track of this person's movements. Born in the Origin Returning Sect, he immediately realized that this person possessed a rare bloodline. Space bloodline. His divine sense could not capture the other party's traces. In other words, how could he attack? Left with no other choice, Hegemon Boundless released a pair of golems. They were early-stage 8-star Hegemons, and they were one of Hegemen Boundless' most precious treasures. He wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. Two black shadows rushed towards Lin Fei. Get lost! Boom boom. Lin Fei casually struck the giant puppet with his saber, sending them flying. Hand over the divine crystal, and everything will be fine. You won't have to suffer any physical pain. I'm a very negotiable person. The two golems charged forwards once more, but they had lost more than half of their strength. Deep saber scars could be seen on their tough bodies, causing Hegemen Boundless to be stunned yet again. This was something he had spent a great deal of money to buy. He was actually so weak. Hegemen Boundless almost suspected that he had bought a fake one. Otherwise, how could he be so weak right now? He couldn't even take a single saber strike and was on the verge of being crippled. Sir, I am the ruler of the Origin Returning Sect. If you steal the divine crystal, you will be making an enemy of the Origin Returning Sect's patriarch. Once the patriarch is enraged, there will be no place for you to hide even at the ends of the earth. Hegemen Boundless was unable to extricate himself. That domineering saber technique was constantly attacking him, so he had no choice but to bring up the patriarch. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Your patriarch can't come in right now. If you don't hand over the divine crystal, the one who will die will be you. Don't even think about it. Before your people get here, I can kill you. Lin Fei slammed his saber against the disc again, interrupting all of Hegemen Boundless' thoughts. Hegemen Boundless knew that if this continued, his clear sky shield wouldn't be able to block his opponent's saber technique. This person's saber technique was simply too domineering. The Tao of space could appear and disappear mysteriously. There was no way he could deal with such an enemy. Do I really have to hand it over? Boom boom boom. Another dozen or so saber strikes came, and cracks appeared on the clear sky shield, one after another. If nothing unexpected happened, his shield would definitely be broken in less than 10 strikes. Having cultivated to this point, Hegemen Boundless was unwilling to die just like that. However, he just had to encounter such a powerful enemy. This saber technique came one strike after another, and every strike had the power of an 8-star dominator. How could he fight? Hegemen Boundless still had trump cards with terrifying power, but he wasn't confident that he could seriously injure his opponent. Sir, since you want the divine crystal, you should at least leave your name so that I can answer to the patriarch. Hegemen Boundless said through gritted teeth. Windcloud Clan, Traceless Windcloud. Lin Fei threw out a name. Hegemen Boundless threw out a storage ring. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine senses and saw that there were more than 300 divine crystals inside. That was about 3 million divinity points. Awesome! Lin Fei exchanged for all the divine crystals. As the divinity points increased, Lin Fei felt as comfortable as if he had eaten honey. I hope we'll meet again next time. I'm leaving. Don't send me off. I don't like this kind of thing. Lin Fei laughed and flashed into the void. Traceless wind cloud. As soon as the enemy retreated, Hegemen Boundless immediately sent out his divine sense to search the area, but the enemy had already disappeared without a trace. Hegemen Boundless' face tightened several times. Windcloud Clan, Windcloud Traceless. Hegemen Boundless sighed. When he saw the cracks on the clear sky shield, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was a fine defensive treasure, but now, it had less than 20% of its original power. My lord! Not long after, the troops of the Guiyuan sect arrived. Upon seeing that Hegemen Boundless was fine, they all let out sighs of relief. Where is he? Sir, are you all right? The sovereigns immediately asked. It was good that he was fine. Hegemen Boundless let out a bitter laugh. I'm fine, but the god crystals we collected for the patriarch were stolen. The sovereigns who had come with him all stared with wide eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Hegemen Boundless hadn't said it himself, they would have suspected that they had misheard. Someone had actually stolen all the god crystals from Hegemen Boundless' hands? Then wasn't this person incredibly powerful? This person left behind a name, Traceless Windcloud. I wonder if anyone knows his name. Hegemen Boundless wanted to know this person's background. The crowd fell silent for a moment. I know of Traceless Windcloud. He's from the Windcloud clan of the Yellow Springs Weave. He used to be a 5-star sovereign, but his combat strength is extremely powerful. He can often kill people above his cultivation level. He used to roam everywhere, stealing the deity roots of the various clans. A few days ago, the Windcloud clan was wiped out. Chapter 1579. Boom Boom Boom. In another region of the Divine Mountain, in a dense forest, 3 8-star sovereigns were attacking a black-robed young man. All sorts of treasures were bombarding his body. Hand over the god crystals or die. The black-robed man growled. In front of the black-robed man was another 8-star sovereign. He was activating a defensive treasure, his expression extremely unnatural. Windcloud, we are, boom boom boom. In an instant, over 100 blades descended. The voice stopped. A pile of fragments exploded, including a storage ring. I told you to hand it over so you could live. It's too late now. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Once the storage ring was in his opponent's hand, the black-robed man disappeared into the void without a trace. Similar incidents kept happening on the Divine Mountain. Traceless Windcloud's name continued to spread. All the major forces on the Divine Mountain went from not knowing him to disdain. Now, they looked at each other and remembered Windcloud from the Yellow Springs Weave. He kept robbing the god crystals of the top clans and sections. What? The Murong family was robbed too? This traceless Windcloud is truly audacious. How many great clans has he offended? I heard he robbed more than 100 god crystals from the Murong family. The sovereigns kept talking about this topic. Windcloud appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Rumor had it that he was born with a spatial bloodline. He could come and go without a trace. It was impossible to guard against him. No matter which clan was targeted, they could not come up with a proper solution. The most terrifying thing was that he was only a 6-star sovereign. His true combat power could threaten an 8-star sovereign. There were also rumors that he cultivated a god-tier cultivation technique and robbed god crystals to use it. Nobody believed this rumor. God-tier cultivation techniques were extremely difficult to learn. Even a chaos year might not be enough to learn them. Everyone believed that Windcloud only knew one powerful saber technique. God-tier cultivation technique? Far from it. After more than a dozen sects and clans were robbed, nobody dared to underestimate this Windcloud anymore. These sects were constantly searching for Windcloud. They wanted to kill him on the spot and take back the god crystals. According to incomplete statistics, he had at least 3,000 god crystals. This news made everyone unable to remain calm. The fact that a junior possessed so many divine crystals was equivalent to a moving treasury. None of the organizations that had monopolized the Divine Mountains could remain calm. While everyone was searching for traceless Windcloud, suddenly he realized that the person was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The people who had suffered at Windcloud traceless hands were all dumbfounded. How could that person suddenly disappear? No matter how they searched, it was as if he had vanished. After searching for a month, they had no choice but to temporarily stop searching. At this moment, Lin Fei was in seclusion refining the time bloodline. After snatching more than 3,700 divine crystals in a row, Lin Fei paid less than 500,000 divinity points. It could be said that the rate of return was unusually high. After robbing more than 10 sects and clans, Lin Fei obtained more than 30 million divinity points. This allowed Lin Fei to step into the level of a great landlord. The time bloodline had also become Lin Fei's latest target. After using more than a month, Lin Fei refined the time bloodline, which was equivalent to mastering the two powerful bloodlines of space and time. These two bloodlines are really rare. Once the time bloodline was formed, Lin Fei easily mastered time stop. This was much stronger than the eternal immortal emperor's eternal Xana, and it was more perfect when used. Slow down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time began to slow down. The time bloodline is ultimately not easy to master. Now that I can only master time stop, its power has increased greatly. It's like I have another trump card. Snatching divine crystals will become even easier. Lin Fei came out of seclusion. He chose a sky-burning beast as his target. With time stop, he could stop the sky-burning beast for 10 breaths of time. Lin Fei followed up with another saber strike, killing the sky-burning beast. Not bad, not bad. Against those 8-star sovereigns, I can stop them for 3 to 5 breaths of time. As for me, my saber art also incorporates the Tao of Time and Tao of Space. After successfully refining the two bloodlines, even if Lin Fei did not use a god-tier cultivation technique, his saber art still contained the power of two great Taos. When the saber struck, space became chaotic, making it impossible to catch a trace. This was not something that anyone could look down on. The Tao of Time suppressed the opponent, causing the opponent's attacks and movements to slow down. This level of saber art could only be achieved with the ruler's war saber, which had the attribute of time. It could be said that Lin Fei's saber art had improved by a large margin. This improvement was not something that just anyone could achieve. Perhaps it would be difficult to achieve in a lifetime. The advantage of a bloodline is indeed powerful. Boom! Lin Fei casually slashed at a tree. Space became chaotic, and the saber, which had originally been straight, was now behind the tree. It was truly unexpected. Hee, the time and space bloodlines are rare bloodlines. Now you realize the benefits of a bloodline. The little devil said proudly. However, this kind of bloodline is not considered too high level. If you encounter a higher level bloodline, it can easily resist the power of your bloodline. Lin Fei nodded to indicate that he understood. Another half a month passed. Lin Fei cultivated every day, becoming more and more familiar with the Tao of time and space. By the time Lin Fei wandered through the dense forest again, almost 2 months had passed since the last time. I trust that by now, they should have even more divinity crystals. There should be many more people near the summit. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei was extremely familiar with the region below him. Hegemon Boundless was still in this region. After what had happened last time, Hegemon Boundless had originally believed that they were the only ones suffering. However, as more and more people began to suffer, Hegemon Boundless felt a bit better. I'm the one suffering, you're the one suffering. That's only fair. Having over 300 divinity crystals stolen away, Hegemon Boundless naturally felt terrible. However, he just couldn't do anything to that fellow. Even his clear sky shield had almost been destroyed, causing him to feel heartache for quite some time. Right now, Hegemon Boundless was surrounded by more than 10 8-star rulers. Boom! Hegemon Boundless was wondering if he should move to a different location. The surrounding space suddenly became chaotic, and layers of space began to shift. Hegemon Boundless was in a different space, unable to sense the outside world. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Long time no see. Lin Fei emerged from the chaotic space. It's you. You still dare to come? Hegemon Boundless pulled out a pair of black boxing gloves. 2 gusts of black wind blasted towards Traceless Wind Cloud, not giving him any chance to attack. I want divinity crystals. Chapter 1580. Once again, Hegemon Boundless was defeated. Compared to the previous time, Hegemon Boundless was defeated even faster. He could not block a single attack from his opponent and was severely injured. He had no choice but to hand over the divine crystals he had collected. Shameless bastard! Spatial chaos rained down. The 8-star Hegemon protecting Hegemon Boundless emerged from the chaos and heard the scene he was most unwilling to hear. Goddamn Wind Cloud! This guy is too evil. He actually turned around and attacked us. They had heard of Wind Cloud's name before. They had never fought him before. They only knew that he was strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. One move had caused them to fall into spatial chaos. Not only that, but the spatial chaos also contained the Tao of Time, which slowed down their reactions. Hegemon Boundless looked helpless. He had been robbed once, but he did not expect to be robbed again. The people around him could not be of any use, and they were immediately caught in the spatial chaos. We still underestimated Wind Cloud. I wonder how much more trouble he will cause. Hegemon Boundless sighed softly. Sir, should we inform the other sects so that they can guard against Wind Cloud? Hegemon Boundless asked softly. Can we defend against him? He had mastered the Tao of Space and Tao of Time. There was no way to defend against him. Windcloud's name, after disappearing for a short while, spread once again. His infamy was even greater than before, and he robbed all the sects and forces he had robbed before. If the first time was anger, then the second time was anger. They had worked so hard for nothing. How could they accept this result? The Divine Mountain's range was limited. Dividing up the regions was something that had been discussed long ago. The number of sky-burning beasts was also limited. They had suffered one after another, and the number of divine crystals they could obtain could be counted on one's fingers. Now that they had all been robbed, it was equivalent to killing one's parents and robbing one's wealth. The name Windcloud was firmly etched in people's minds. In the middle region of the Divine Mountain, beside a blue lake, the originally peaceful place was now filled with auras. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that these people were all targets of robbery, and they were all gathered together. Their target was the same: to deal with the shameless Windcloud. After robbing them the second time, Windcloud had no less than 5,000 divine crystals. This was a huge sum that would tempt anyone. The Windcloud clan is truly shameless. This Windcloud Traceless is even more shameless. Doesn't he know that his actions will cause public outrage? That fellow Windcloud Traceless had better not fall into my hands. I will definitely make him regret it. Everyone knows how to talk tough. The way I see it, finding that bastard Traceless Windcloud is the key. More than 108 star sovereigns were gathered at the lakeside. Now that Traceless Windcloud's name was mentioned, no one could remain calm. All of them were filled with killing intent. The great sects and powers of the territories had never been robbed 2 or 3 times in a row. They could even do something like turning back, but they had been robbed time and time again. A few of the highly respected 8-star sovereigns could not take this lying down. They took the lead and gathered everyone to discuss how to deal with Traceless Windcloud. Originally, some sects had conflicts with each other. At this moment, everyone had given up on the idea of dealing with Traceless Windcloud. The person was not important. What was important was the 5,000 divine crystals. If anyone could eat them all, the benefits they would reap would be unimaginable. I heard that Traceless Windcloud has a god-tier cultivation technique. Does anyone know about this? I know about this. Traceless Windcloud once fought with an expert and snatched the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven's Severing Palm. After that, someone surrounded the Windcloud clan. Unfortunately, they did not find the cultivation technique. It seems that the kid is preparing to cultivate the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven's Severing Palm. If he is lucky enough to cultivate it, with the support of over 5,000 divine crystals, even the patriarch will have to be wary of him. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. When that time came, Traceless Windcloud would not be able to do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei did not know that the people he robbed were now working together to find him. After killing them and turning back, he obtained over 1,000 divine crystals. It was not a small harvest. Lin Fei's divinity points also quickly broke through 50 million points. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this number. There shouldn't be any divine crystals left in the middle layer. I can change to another place and head for the upper layer. I believe that place will give me even more divine crystals. Lin Fei had a simple division of the sacred mountain. This place was divided into 3 regions: upper, middle, and lower. The lower region was the outer region. The middle region was where the heaven-burning beast resided. The upper region was actually the region closest to the divine general dais. After it, the heaven-burning beast is injured. We can't let it escape. Within a dense forest, a heaven-burning beast was rampaging through the forest, and a group of people was chasing it from behind. The result was very obvious. The heaven-burning beast was surrounded and attacked by over 10 people, dropping a divine crystal. The person who seemed to be the leader of the group was dressed like a scholar, and his body emanated a scholarly aura. Senior Apprentice Brother Whitey's move is amazing. Of course. He trapped the heaven-burning beast with a single move. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken us. The scholarly youth's name was Hegemin Whiteflower. He came from a large sect in a territory, and although he looked quite young, he had cultivated for over 10 chaos years. He was now an early 8-star Hegemin, and he had been ordered to hunt heaven-burning beasts in this region. You'll learn this move of mine sooner or later. Don't be jealous. Although Hegemon Whiteflower said this, he still looked quite pleased with himself. He had been able to display his strength in front of his junior apprentice brothers and earn their adoring gazes. Senior apprentice brother Whiteflower, I heard that someone has already made it onto the divine general dais. I heard that the geniuses of the younger generation have all begun to challenge the divine general dais. Is that true? Should we go take a look as well? Hegemon Whiteflower couldn't help but feel excited when he heard about the divine general dais. However, a moment later, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. You guys are quite well informed. There are indeed people who have begun to challenge the divine general dais, such as Hegemon Su Feng and Hegemon Brahma. However, I must warn you that this region has already been locked down. If anyone tries to force their way in, they'll be killed on the spot. Someone in the group immediately grew unhappy. Who's so strong that they locked down that region? I want to go take a look and see how many experts there are. Chapter 1581. Traceless wind cloud, you won't be able to escape. Hand over all the divine crystals you have, hand over your cultivation method. We've prepared for a long time to deal with you, traceless wind cloud. We even set up a space ceiling formation around us. Near the upper regions, this was the place for the exchange. At this moment, numerous powerful auras appeared. A heaven-burning beast had just emerged from a dense forest when it was attacked by countless sovereigns, leaving behind a divine crystal. Even the heaven-burning beast did not know why it had been attacked by so many sovereigns, but it had been instantly killed. These sovereigns were all 8-star sovereigns. All 4 directions were 8-star sovereigns. These 8-star sovereigns focused on the black-robed man in the center, Traceless Windcloud, who had caused them to lose face. In order to deal with Traceless Windcloud, they had joined forces and paid a heavy price to find his location, then set up a trap to trap him. This time, they didn't attack 7-star sovereigns. This person was simply too powerful. If he killed an ordinary 7-star sovereign, it would be a wasted loss. If they wanted to deal with Traceless Windcloud, they had to have the combat power of an 8-star sovereign. Traceless Windcloud, we meet again. You didn't expect this, did you? Sovereign Boundless eyes flashed as he stared at the distant black-robed man. This was the person who had caused him to fall at Traceless Windcloud's hands twice. If he hadn't handed over the God Crystal, he probably would have died many times over. Sovereign Boundless believed that he wasn't the only one. Most of the people present had experienced the same thing. Lin Fei had been very careful, but he had still been surrounded. Now that he had mastered the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, Lin Fei didn't care about the space ceiling formation. It was very easy for him to break it. That's right. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. I wonder how many God crystals you've collected? Don't make me work for nothing. Lin Fei laughed. Traceless Windcloud, don't you know what kind of situation you're in? Another sovereign jumped out. This was also the sovereign that Lin Fei had robbed. Lin Fei didn't care. He said calmly, what kind of situation? With just the few of you? Although there were many sovereigns in front of him, and they were all 8-star sovereigns, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei's words gave them a big fright. They were all 8-star sovereigns. When had they ever met someone who dared to speak so viciously? Furthermore, it was clear from the other party's words that he was looking down on them. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Since I dared to snatch your divine essences, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei snorted and pointed at a few of the juggernauts. Do you believe that I'll be the first to get rid of you later? With the defensive armor you're wearing, I can finish you off in a few slashes. If you don't believe me, feel free to try me. The sovereigns who had been named had all suffered greatly at the hands of Lin Fei. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had been kind enough to let them go, they would have long since died in the forest. When they heard this, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly, but they couldn't deny it. Traceless Windcloud, you're too full of yourself. That's right. We have over 100 8-star martial sovereigns on our side. I'm afraid you'll be killed by us before you can even make a move. You've already fallen into our trap. Do you still think you can fly? The sovereigns were enraged. Who would be able to keep their pride after being robbed by a reserve? They had thought that by surrounding Traceless Windcloud, he would have to bow his head no matter what. Contrary to their expectations, however, Traceless Windcloud was a prick who didn't care about them at all. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Even an 8-star martial sovereign was fearless? Did Traceless Windcloud really think that he could dominate the world just because he had mastered a deity-class technique? Let's not waste any more words with him. He might be notifying someone else. Let's take down Traceless Windcloud first and split his divine essences. Everyone agreed with these words. This time, the 8-star martial sovereigns attacked with a completely different aura. All of them were 8-star martial sovereigns. The commotion here was simply too great. A single 8-star martial sovereign would have been fine, but now there were over 100 of them. Everyone nearby could sense the commotion coming from them. Senior Apprentice Brother White, something's happening over there. Hegemin Baihua's group was searching for the heaven-burning beasts when they suddenly sensed a ripple coming from a certain direction. Can it be that someone is hunting the heaven-burning beasts? This commotion is too great. Even my heart is thumping. Can it be that a major organization is making a move? Everyone began to chatter amongst themselves. Hegemin Baihua could sense that the commotion was even louder than he had imagined. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. This was the upper echelon region. The lower-level organizations wouldn't dare to rashly come here. Hegemin Baihua felt the need to go take a look. After tossing out these words, he flew in that direction. The closer he got to the location, the more serious a look appeared on Hegemin Baihua's face. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Good heavens! So many 8-star martial sovereigns are attacking a single person. A short while later, Hegemin Baihua arrived within a dense forest and saw an inconceivable sight. If it was just 10 plus 8-star martial sovereigns, this wouldn't be too surprising. But this was a completely different matter. A 6-star Hegemin? Hegemin Baihua suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Since when had a 6-star Hegemin been worthy of so many 8-star Hegemins attacking him? This was completely different from what he had imagined. This speed, this saber art. Hegemin Baihua suddenly had an idea. An 8-star Hegemin had perished within the group of attackers. The 8-star Hegemin was completely unharmed. He was constantly moving about, constantly dodging the attacks while appearing behind the Hegemins, sending the 8-star Hegemins flying with each strike of his saber. Hey, why does this person look so familiar? Hegemin Baihua's jaw dropped. This 6-star Hegemin was definitely a supreme genius who could kill enemies at a higher level as easily as drinking water. His saber arts, in particular, were so powerful that even 8-star Hegemins would have to use their full power to defend against them. After this battle, Hegemin Baihua felt that the black-robed man looked rather familiar. Can it be him? Hegemin Baihua's body trembled. If this person really was that person, then this was definitely a major event. This trip had been worth it. He had actually discovered this person. If he told the main sect, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a high-ranking official within the sect. I didn't expect this person to be as powerful as the legends say. That's more than 100 8-star Hegemins, but they were unable to do anything to him. I really wonder what he did. Right, I think I heard something about god gems. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard this news, Hegemin Baihua would have almost forgotten about this person. I have to notify the main sect right away. Hegemin Baihua took out a message talisman and sent the message over, then hid himself within the forest. Chapter 1583. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, golden mist permeated the surroundings, and black platforms could be seen indistinctly. No one could see through them, and the divine light they emitted made it so that no one dared to underestimate them. There were countless similar platforms as far as the eye could see. Most of them were hidden in the golden mist. Apart from the outermost ones, the rest of the platforms formed a stairway to the heavens. At the end of the golden mist was a glorious golden stone platform. The golden stone platform was surrounded by a golden mist. Apart from that, there were also many divine patterns moving around the golden stone platform, transforming into many beautiful immortal realms. The Golden Stone platform seemed to be very close to them, but the top-tier powerhouses all knew that this Golden Stone platform was no longer in this space. Instead, it was moving between millions or even tens of millions of spaces. Even powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space would not be able to calculate its exact location in a short period of time. If they could, the Golden Stone platform would not be here. Not only that, but the black stone platform below was also moving through space without anyone noticing. A terrifying power enveloped it. When the great Tao of space was activated, not even divine sense could detect its every movement. This was the divine general platform that everyone paid so much attention to. These stone platforms were a test. Whoever could reach the top of the Golden Stone platform would be the final winner. Unfortunately, no one knew what was at the top of the Golden Stone platform. It wasn't that no powerhouses had tried to explore it, but as soon as they approached the stone platform, they would be lost in the endless space. No one had ever returned, including powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space. After that, no one had ever tried to explore it. At the peak of the mountain, the people of the 8 great sects had already taken control of this place. They were one of the top sects in the endless territories, and some sects would take millions of years just to get to their sect. Many of the sects had heard of each other's names, but it was still relatively rare for them to actually gather together. Apart from the 8 great sects, representatives of the superpowers that shook the entire universe had also appeared here. Even the people of the 8 great sects had to be courteous to them. After all, they had super weapons in their hands. One of the stone platforms in the endless space suddenly lit up with a beam of light, like a blooming firework. Good, well done. Cheers rang out from one of the regions on the mountain. Everyone was used to this kind of situation. Primordial heavenly demon sect's thoughtless ruler is really nimble. In such a short time, she broke through another spiritual pedestal stage. Her strength is going to improve greatly again. No matter how fast he is, he can't be compared to the few before him. Even if he can't ascend the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance, he will still be a super overlord level expert in the future. In the area where the primeval demon sect was located, Senfu statues were erected at the peak of the mountain. In one of the largest Senfu, rays of light shot into the sky. There were 7 or 8 people gathered together, all of them exuding a heavy aura like a towering mountain. The primordial demon sect was a powerful sect in the endless territories. Wunyan is improving very quickly. This time, we will definitely obtain the qualifications to become a divine general. As long as Wunyan becomes an immortal general, even if she becomes a partial immortal general, our primeval heavenly demons will have a messenger to communicate with the upper world, and we can get the support of the primeval heavenly demon sect in the upper world. At that time, we can continue to expand our power in the territory. In the great hall of the Senfu, demonic aura shot into the sky, and the rulers were all smiles. Wunyan was the most talented child in the primeval heavenly demon sect. She was born with a noble bloodline, and when she was born, there was a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Her cultivation speed was twice as fast, and breaking through realms was as easy as drinking water. Now, she was already an 8-star ruler, and her battle prowess could already fight 9-star rulers. In the endless territories, she was also known as one of the 10 great young masters. Any one of the 10 princes could exchange blows with a 9-star sovereign. In fact, they could even kill a 9-star sovereign. None of them were weak. Let's not celebrate too early. Wunyan is not bad, but this time, it's not just our primeval heavenly demon sect. The geniuses of other sects are also gathered on the divine platform, such as the recently risen Brahmin, Su Feng, Ge Yi, Do Sheng, and so on. Let's not talk about them. The other 10 great young masters are not to be trifled with. The great hall of the Senfu quieted down, and everyone was deep in thought. On the divine platform, there were people constantly advancing, attracting rays of light and causing quite a commotion. Those who could advance on the divine platform were all peerless geniuses without exception. They were famous in the endless territories, and every one of them had extraordinary battle prowess. The Heaven Illusionary Gate. It was a first-rate sect in the endless territories. As long as there weren't any major problems, it was only a matter of time before they became top-rate sections. Their foundations were also very strong, and they had a chance of becoming top-rate sections. Old Su, you've lost. Our clan's one Fu will go first. The ruler referred to as Old Su was an old man dressed in a silver-gray Taoist robe. His body flowed with a vast aura, but his expression was a bit unnatural. Going first might not guarantee that you'll be able to maintain your advantage. Until the very last moment, who would dare say that they're the final victor? Don't forget, the 10 great young masters are in front of us, and they're not people we can easily deal with. If we run into them, Su Wu said unhurriedly. As soon as he said this, the old man's expression became serious. No one dared to underestimate the reputation of the 10 great young masters. No wonder Old Su had thrown out such a sentence. There was no way to retort. After all, no one could deny the strength of the 10 great young masters. Whether it was in terms of bloodline or personal strength, they were all peerless existences in the endless territories. Countless people had tried to challenge their positions, but no one had ever been able to replace them. The ruler could only laugh dryly. Su Wu was just about to speak when he finally managed to retort. His expression changed slightly, but then returned to normal. I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. We'll talk about this another day. He then disappeared into the senfu. Strange. Didn't Old Su not say anything the last time he caught me? Why is he so nice today? The ruler was puzzled. Within a secret room in the Great Void Gate, there were a few rulers sitting cross-legged inside, all of them 8-star rulers. At the peak of the mountain, anyone who wasn't an 8-star ruler would have been chased off a long time ago. Space rippled, and Su Wu appeared in the secret room. Elder Su! Elder Su! The rulers all rose to their feet. Are you sure about what you just said? Su Wu's voice carried a hint of excitement. If it was true, anyone would be excited. That kid Bai Hua wouldn't randomly say something like that. It should be true. Chapter 1584. A major event. A truly major event. This was the reason why Hegemon Void Noon had hurriedly returned. That astonishing piece of news, that astonishing person, had actually appeared at the border between the upper and middle regions, and he seemed to be under attack. That person was in control of a battle fort. In this day and age, which of the supreme hegemons didn't possess such terrifying power because they were in control of a supreme weapon like a battle fort? And how many people didn't want to become a supreme hegemon? Becoming a supreme hegemon would result in limitless expansion of power and dominance? Thoughts were just thoughts. No one had ever become a supreme hegemon. There were only so many battle forts, and they were all in the hands of the supreme hegemons. Trying to take them from them was like trying to steal food from the jaws of a tiger. A few ambitious fellows had tried to attack, but they had all been killed by the supreme weapon. Since then, no one had dared to even think about it. When Hegemon Void Noon saw this news, he couldn't help but feel stunned. The battle fort had appeared again. This time, it wasn't in the hands of a supreme hegemon. It was in the hands of an unremarkable hegemon. This was undoubtedly good news. And now, the Void Sky Gate was the only one who knew of this news. This was their greatest advantage. As a first-rate sect in a territory, the Void Sky Gate had many disciples. When news of a battle fort appeared in a certain sky city, the other first-rate sects all turned up their noses in disdain. Battle forts weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. The Void Sky Gate wasn't too sure if the other sects were upset or not, but they did pay attention and sent people to investigate. They had at least learned something. Anyone who came to the God Mountains, as long as they had a certain status, would know about this matter. The Void Sky Gate had sent people to investigate, but that didn't mean they would definitely find the culprit. They knew very well how dangerous the God Mountains were. Any random heaven-burning beast could kill a 5-star hegemon, and it was entirely possible that the hegemon would be killed by a heaven-burning beast. Who would have thought that they would receive news at a time like this? Hegemon Void Noon knew of Hegemon Whiteflower. He was a hegemon with decent potential. In the future, he might even become a hegemon of the 9 stars and become one of the pillars of the sect. Whiteflower also said that this kid's combat prowess is absolutely monstrous. He was able to fight against over 108 stars hegemons by himself. When he left, they had just started fighting. We don't really know what's going on. If we want to take him down, this is definitely a good opportunity. Hegemon Whiteflower's Master, Hegemon Whiteflower's Guide. Is there really such a freak? Wouldn't that be comparable to the 10 young masters? The 10 young masters were born with noble bloodlines, that's why they have such strength. Could that person also be born with noble bloodlines? They obviously didn't believe it. The Void Noon Hegemon was slightly startled as well. This news was more or less the same as what he had heard. That person was very powerful, but not to this extent. Silence. Hegemon Void Noon snorted unhappily. It's not that there aren't people like the 10 great young masters, but they won't appear so easily. Now that the opportunity has come, the few of you, follow me and observe. Hegemon Void Noon was just a peak 8-star Hegemon. He was on the same level as the others on the Divine Mountain, and his combat power was far inferior to theirs. Plus, this was no small matter. If they gathered all of their forces, there might not even be 100 Hegemons present. If they really did bring people over, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't attract the attention of others. At that time, it would be difficult to hide the news, and it would be even more difficult to take advantage of them. The few elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Gate quietly left the upper region. Hegemon Baihua continued to watch from within the void. At first, Hegemon Baihua didn't believe that the black-robed Hegemon would be able to hold on. These were more than 108-star Hegemons after all, and it seemed as though they had come prepared. The black-robed Hegemon was only a 6-star Hegemon. No matter how powerful he was, could he possibly be a match for the 10 great young masters? Hegemon Baihua absolutely didn't believe it. Bloodlines similar to the 10 great young masters were incredibly rare in the entire Chaos territory. Hegemon Baihua's only hope was that the elders would hurry over. Regardless of whether or not this person was a 9-star Hegemon, as long as there was even the slightest chance, he wouldn't let it go. He had to capture him. But as time went on, Hegemon Baihua's jaw dropped. In his mind, the only word he could think of was monster. Hegemon Boundless, are you regretting your decision now? Right now, a black blur was striking out at Hegemon Boundless with one saber strike after another. Saber light flashed everywhere, and Hegemon Boundless was beaten into a sorry state. Countless pieces of his Hegemon armor had been destroyed. Hegemon Boundless' heart was as cold as ice. I lost. I still lost in the end. The power of each saber strike was vastly different from last time, and it stabbed into his heart. This time, each saber strike was infused with the power of both space and time, causing his movements to slow down. How could Hegemon Boundless not be defeated? Windcloud Traceless actually mastered both the Tao of space and the Tao of time in such a short period of time? What the hell? Hegemon Boundless cursed bitterly to himself. He hadn't forgotten what had happened in their last battle, and now he was shocked yet again. His attacks were all sucked into the chaotic space. This was the equivalent of having no power at all. This was why Hegemons who mastered the Tao of space were so terrifyingly powerful. Your attacks weren't able to do any damage to them at all. Before you could even land a blow, you would be exiled. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Although Hegemon Boundless hadn't been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, it was still quite taxing for him. More importantly, why was Hegemon Boundless attacking him when there were so many people around him? Take out everything you have on you, and you can F***CK off. Lin Fei laughed. I'm not trying to bully you. All I can say is that you don't know what's good for you and insist on making trouble for me. Only after mastering the Grand Tao of Space and the Grand Tao of Time did Lin Fei understand the benefits of these two Grand Taos. For example, right now, the attacks of the other Hegemons were directly banished away. When 100% of their power landed on Lin Fei, only 20% of it remained. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, it was blocked by his armor. Lin Fei was completely unharmed. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had killed more than 28-star Hegemons, all of whom had spoken rudely to him earlier. He didn't show any mercy when killing Hegemons like this. Hegemon Boundless truly hadn't expected that after allying with so many people, this would be the result. Those hegemons who had looked down on him earlier had all perished. He could be considered lucky that he hadn't been killed on the spot. Hand over everything he had on him? This would normally be impossible, but Hegemon Boundless had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Even if his heart was bleeding. Is there no chance for discussion? Either you die or you hand over everything. You have two choices. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again, throwing down his only option. The same goes for you guys. Killing them would be letting them off too easily. The hegemons all felt bitter. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Chapter 1585. No matter what, they had still lost. When the 8-star hegemon saw the bedraggled Hegemon Boundless, he couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. They couldn't even break through their defenses. What the hell was there to fight? Didn't they see so many sovereigns being killed? Killing 8-star sovereigns was as easy as eating a meal for them. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know which of the two choices Windcloud had thrown out. They just had to pay up some treasures and keep their lives. They had all suffered at the hands of this man before. At the very least, he was someone who kept his promises. He had not been killed for handing over the divine crystals. That was already good enough. However, some of them weren't too happy about it. Why should they hand over everything they had? Windcloud, you are indeed very powerful. You have the qualifications to catch up to the 10 princes. There are so many of us. Do you think you can kill us one by one? Windcloud, just because we can't take you down today doesn't mean others can't. Let's see what you can do when so many of us leave together. These sovereigns were unwilling to hand over their treasures. Of the remaining sovereigns, not all of them were willing to hand over their treasures, even though Windcloud was very powerful. If they didn't hand over their treasures, Windcloud wouldn't be able to wipe them all out. If they had the strength, they would have long since ascended the Divine General platform. It was unknown who suggested that they leave. 30-odd sovereigns shot out. This was a show for Windcloud to see how many of them he could stop. If he couldn't stop them, the remaining sovereigns wouldn't obediently hand over their treasures. Windcloud's choice would undoubtedly become a joke. Hegemon Boundless was the happiest. He handed over all his treasures. Aside from his battle suit and his pair of gloves, he had nothing else on him. He had never fought Windcloud before, so he didn't know how powerful he was. Hegemon Boundless knew just how strong Windcloud Traceless was. If Windcloud Traceless wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. However, Windcloud Traceless had repeatedly tried to steal from Hegemon Boundless, and each time, Hegemon Boundless suffered a crushing defeat. For the sake of survival, Hegemon Boundless reluctantly handed over his treasures. Taoist Boundless, you're really not bad. I like good people like you. You're not like those arrogant bastards. Lin Fei looked at them with a hint of mockery. Good people? Hegemon Boundless let out a bitter laugh. Since when did I become a good person? If it wasn't for the fact that you're stronger than me, who would be willing to hand over the treasures on me? They're out of luck. Hegemon Boundless silently told himself that he would rather hand over the treasures than oppose them. He had never doubted his own judgment. This was also the reason why he had been able to survive until now. Apart from the 10-odd sovereigns who handed over their treasures, the remaining sovereigns were all watching from the sidelines. If he could avoid handing over the treasures, he definitely wouldn't. As long as they could escape, they would chase after them without hesitation. When that time came, no matter how powerful Windcloud Traceless was, he would be helpless. What a good plan you all have. Putting aside the fact that you surrounded me, Traceless Windcloud, you even dare to ignore my words. Since I'm giving you a choice, don't blame me for what happens next. Whoosh! Lin Fei sneered and disappeared in front of everyone. The divine senses of the hegemons couldn't detect any traces of this person. It was as though he had completely disappeared. It was this strange concealment technique again. Just now, it seemed like you were the one who caused the most trouble. Off in the distance, someone appeared in the air above a hegemon. They all recognized this hegemon, a mid-stage 8-star hegemon named Chui Hai. He was an elder of the sect, and they hadn't expected that Traceless Windcloud would be the first to catch up to him. Sure, kill Seal. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a square-shaped seal smashed down from the skies. A desolate aura emanated from it, causing everyone to tremble. The seal smashed against Hegemon Chui Hai. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone watched as the Hegemon Chui Hai, who had caused a ruckus, was smashed into smithereens by the seal. It had only been a single attack. Next, a saber light flashed out, and Hegemon Chui Hai's aura completely vanished. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This technique was simply too brutal. A single seal had been enough to kill an 8-star Hegemon. If this technique had been used just now, how many of the people present would have been able to survive? Swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei once more entered the void, appearing next to a Hegemon. He first attacked with the sure-kill seal, then used his saber arts to crush everything in their path. In a short period of time, all of the Hegemons who had tried to flee during the chaos had been killed by Lin Fei. Their interspatial rings had become Lin Fei's spoils of war. The Hegemon who had been preparing to flee during the chaos had his back covered with cold sweat. He was inwardly rejoicing that he hadn't left yet. Compared to death, he would simply have to hand over his treasures. As long as he was alive, he would have his treasures sooner or later. But if he died, he would truly lose everything. Only now did they realize how insignificant they were. A mighty 8-star Hegemon was nothing in front of Traceless Wind Cloud. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Didn't he see those unlucky bastards? We're willing to hand over our treasures. With those unlucky bastards in the lead, the others all readily handed over their treasures. Just as Lin Fei had promised, so long as they handed over their treasures, they could leave. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the divinity points obtained from killing 8-star Hegemons. Now that he had a large amount of divinity points, he didn't really care about these mosquito meats. In a short period of time, all of their treasures were in Lin Fei's hands. What a fellow! He had so many divinity crystals. These Hegemons all had divinity crystals on them. In an instant, Lin Fei had over 200 divinity crystals on him. This was equivalent to over 2 million divinity points, or perhaps even 3 million. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed when he saw how diligently Hegemon Windcloud was handing over his divinity points. Taoist Boundless, please wait a moment. Hegemon Boundless had always wanted to leave, but he had been locked onto by Feng Lin's gaze, so he didn't dare to leave. Taoist Windcloud, there's something I need. Faced with this monster, Hegemon Boundless temporarily lost all thoughts of revenge. Unless the sex experts made a move, and they had to be 9 stars Hegemons at that, they would have a chance of capturing Feng Lin. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Let me borrow your memories for a bit. Lin Fei's power enveloped Hegemon Boundless as he soul-searched him. Hegemon Boundless could only allow himself to be soul-searched. He couldn't resist at all. You cooperated well. Here are 10 divinity crystals. I believe they will be useful to you. Lin Fei tossed over 10 divinity crystals. Fortunately, everyone had already left. Of course they would be useful. As long as he had the divinity crystals, he could make up for his losses. If there are such good things in the future, you can inform me. I won't forget to reward you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Hegemon Boundless shuddered. You've already robbed me once. Who would dare to come up and be robbed by you in the future? However, he still said, Taoist, don't worry. If there are such things in the future, I'll definitely inform you first. Alright, you can go now. Chapter 1586. Lin Fei was very satisfied with today's harvest. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the sovereign's battle robes and sabers. After all, he had a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. Just that saber alone was enough to make countless people go green with envy. For example, the sovereign's battle robes and sabers couldn't block the Soul Destroyer saber's attacks at all. They were either cut in half or destroyed. And this was even with Lin Fei restraining himself. Otherwise, a single slash would have made them realize the difference in weapons. No matter how powerful a high-grade sovereign's battle saber was, it was still very weak in front of a supreme-grade sovereign's battle saber. A few slashes would probably be enough to break it. Lin Fei's attention was completely focused on the divine general dais. He had just obtained a lot of useful information from Hegemon Boundless Memories. Lin Fei also learned a few secrets. So this Divine General Deus is a connection between the higher realms and the lower realms. As long as I become a Divine General or a partial Divine General, I can communicate with the higher realms and obtain some inheritances. No wonder everyone is so enthusiastic. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Divine General Deus. Right now, Lin Fei was most interested in the Divine Crystals. If he hadn't searched Lin Fei's memories, he would probably have continued to plunder the Divine Crystals. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had pretty much swept through the Middle Regions. After today's events, the people in the Middle Regions would probably be even more careful. After all, over 100 sovereigns had been unable to take him down. If word got out, they would probably realize how terrifying he was. Lin Fei's thoughts were much calmer now. There were benefits to being stronger, but it would only make people more cautious. It seems like I can only target the upper regions. Lin Fei gazed into the distance, as if trying to see through everything in front of him. According to Hegemon Boundless Memories, the upper regions were the true source of divine crystals. The reason why they didn't dare to go up was because the upper regions were clearly divided. Many of the peak 8-star sovereigns overseeing the upper regions had 1 or 2 divine techniques. Now that they had the help of divine crystals, their combat prowess had greatly increased. This was one of the main reasons why they didn't dare to go up. A hegemon with a godly class technique wasn't as simple as 1+1. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Fei. The might of a divine technique was extraordinary, but it didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid. Combined with the top-grade ruler's battle blade, the soul-extinguishing blade, it was enough to catch them off guard. Not only can I target them, but the geniuses on the Godly General platform seem to have a lot of good stuff in their pockets as well. Furthermore, there are the 10 princes, all of whom have noble bloodlines and the battle prowess of 9 stars. If I can collect as many of them as I want, my strength will increase rapidly. Lin Fei was still not satisfied with getting a few thousand divine gems. Let's head to the upper zone first. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave and head to the upper regions, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of him. An old man appeared in front of Lin Fei with a group of people. Elder, he's Wind Cloud Traceless. An early-stage 8-star ruler informed the old man. Hegemon Void Noon was extremely fast. Although he wasn't skilled in the Tao of Space, Hegemon Void Noon had the combat prowess of a peak 8-star ruler, and he was extremely fast. As soon as Hegemon Void Noon arrived, Hegemon Baihua gave him a report of what had happened. Judging from the residual ripples, Hegemon Void Noon could tell that a major battle had taken place here, and that this black-robed man had been one of them. He was a 6-star ruler. Sir, are you Wind Cloud Traceless, or perhaps Tion? Hegemon Void Noon asked while sizing him up. This person was able to call him by his Taoist name, and yet was a complete stranger to him? Lin Fei was suspicious of his motives. Haha, my name is Wind Cloud Traceless. I don't remember ever having the name Tion attached to me. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Might I ask who you are? Could it be that you want to profit from me, just like them? No matter who these people were, Lin Fei wouldn't admit that he was Tion. Fortunately, he had recently trained in a special deity tier technique. It was known as a high-level life form. It was this technique that had caused Lin Fei's aura to change. The ripples of his divine sense had completely changed as well, and the shape of his face had changed slightly as well, but not by much. No matter who it was, even those people from before, they wouldn't be able to recognize him as Tion. Hegemon Void Noon didn't plan on forcing the man to admit it. It was enough for him to have a suspect. However, the man before him was indeed different from the information he had received. In particular, his aura was genuine, not fake. Hegemon Void Noon had at least this much insight. However, this man was indeed rather similar to Tion. Hegemon Void Noon had no choice but to consider this carefully. In addition, he had learned that this man had a deity tier technique, a dominating saber technique, and a large number of divine crystals, at least a few thousand. It was impossible for him not to be interested in such a large sum of divine crystals. He wouldn't have come here for nothing. We are from the Heavenly Oasis Gate. We suspect that you once attacked one of our disciples. We would like to invite you to pay a visit to our heavenly oasis gate. One of the hegemons said arrogantly. A few thousand divine crystals was enough for them to make a move. In the upper regions, they had killed a large number of heaven-burning beasts, but they hadn't reaped such a large harvest. If they could get their hands on these divine crystals, the strength of the heavenly oasis gate would undoubtedly increase significantly. After all, divine crystals were top-tier consumables. The sect with more divine crystals would have the right to speak, and no one would dare to look down on them. A few thousand divine crystals was enough to tempt anyone. Lin Fei realized that someone must have been lying in ambush in the area, secretly informing the sect, and just happened to arrive at this time. Lin Fei knew about the origins of the heavenly oasis gate. A first-rate sect in a certain we've had 9 stars hegemons overseeing it, and the patriarchs of these sects all knew deity tier techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to maintain their position as first-rate sections. Even Hegemon Wuya's sect couldn't compare to the heavenly oasis gate. How could Lin Fei be happy that someone had come to rob him? It didn't matter if they had come for the battle fortress or the divine crystals. Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Your heavenly oasis gate sure is arrogant. I don't even know your heavenly oasis gate, and you have the nerve to say that I attacked your disciple? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Lin Fei laughed coldly. You just want my divine crystals. If you have the ability, come and try. Over 100 8-star hegemons can't do anything to me, and you guys dare to make a move? Only the elder at the front of the group had some strength. Lin Fei didn't care about the rest of the hegemons. The Void Noon ruler didn't dare to look down on Feng Yunwan. To be able to exchange blows with over 100 8-star hegemons, no matter which weave it was, would definitely cause a sensation. Although Feng Yunwan was still some distance away from becoming one of the 10 princes, he wasn't too far off. Although the Void Noon ruler was wary of Feng Yunwan, that didn't mean he would let him go. After all, Feng Yunwan was alone and had no background. Since the heavenly oasis gate had run into him, he belonged to them. The hegemons all revealed looks of anger. Normally, any hegemon who heard the name of the heavenly oasis gate would turn pale. Only this Feng Yunwan didn't know what was good for him and dared to speak to them in such a manner. Wasn't he just a clan from the Yellow Springs Weave? A single sentence from the heavenly oasis gate would be enough to deal with him. 9 stars hegemons? So what if he didn't have a deity-grade cultivation technique? Taoist Feng Yunwan, regardless of whether you participated or not, the disciples of the heavenly oasis gate can't die in vain. I'll have to invite you to our temporary encampment as a guest. The Void Noon ruler said calmly. He then flicked out 3 fingers. The first finger shot out. The void completely collapsed, and it was coming at him in a ferocious manner. This was the attack that the Void Noon ruler was most proficient in. 3 heavenly shocks. As the fingers shot out, Lin Fei instantly felt as though his entire body was about to be torn apart and turned into pieces. This was an extremely tyrannical attack, and it was the strongest he had seen so far. This is a true 8-star hegemon. Those from before were too weak. Lin Fei's interest was immediately piqued. The 8-star hegemons that he had encountered before were indeed very strong. Now that the Void Noon ruler had made a move, Lin Fei realized how strong his opponent was. This person's strength was equivalent to the combined strength of tens of 8-star hegemons. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was more or less the same. The Void Noon ruler was already a peak 8-star hegemon. His true strength was equivalent to the combined strength of 100 ordinary peak 8-star hegemons. Otherwise, why would he be able to become an elder of the heavenly oasis gate? This was also the difference between realms. Once the 3 heavenly shocks was used, a single flick would be able to kill an 8-star hegemon. It was extremely terrifying. Taoist Feng Yunwan, what do you think of my first of the 3 heavenly shocks? The Void Noon ruler also wanted to size up his opponent's strength. If his opponent couldn't withstand his first attack, then he would directly take him down. A few thousand divine crystals was a huge sum, and the Void Noon ruler had to take it seriously. Now that Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly, why would he be afraid of a mere finger? He also wanted to see how powerful this finger was. It's very imposing, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Fei laughed loudly, without a hint of nervousness on his face. These words made the people behind the Void Noon ruler unhappy. The 3 heavenly shocks was their sect's top-notch cultivation technique. Only a few people had truly cultivated it, and its power was extraordinary. Lin Fei grabbed the Soul Destroyer blade and slashed at his opponent's finger. The Supreme Grade ruler's battle blade's aura enveloped everyone, causing their ruler weapons to tremble slightly. Boom! The long and narrow blade light landed on the finger. Boom, boom, boom. The blade light and the finger continuously clashed. Supreme Grade ruler's battle blade. The Void Noon ruler had underestimated this Feng Yunwan. He had actually taken out a Supreme Grade ruler weapon, and it even came with attributes. Even the Void Noon ruler himself used a high-grade ruler weapon. Even the Void Noon ruler felt envious. If he had a Supreme Grade ruler's battle blade, his strength would increase greatly. Second Heavenly Shocks. Third Heavenly Shocks. Chapter 1587. Void Noon ruler was no longer willing to underestimate his opponent. When he attacked again, he only had 2 attacks left. Terrifying finger shadows swept through the entire region. Even the hegemon standing behind hegemon Void Noon felt an incredible pressure. This was the true combat power of an elder. The elder is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that Feng Yunwan won't be able to withstand the elder's next 2 attacks. Everyone knows that the power of the next 2 attacks will increase exponentially. I've only just learned the first heaven shock. I can barely use the second heaven shock. They did not believe that Feng Yunwan could withstand the elder's attack. Although the elder had yet to enter the 9 stars ruler realm, his combat power was not weak at all. With the combined power of 100 people, he could completely crush any peak 8 stars ruler. No one could underestimate him. Rumble. 2 finger shadows swept across. The area where Lin Fei was directly turned into a black hole. Any matter would be torn apart by the finger shadows. If the space was not strong enough, Void Noon ruler could completely destroy the space barrier. This was the true strength of a peak 8-star ruler. It was also terrifying strength. Ordinary 8-star rulers would die countless times under this attack. No matter how many rebirths they had, it would be useless. Facing Void Noon ruler's attack, Lin Fei only used 2 saber strikes. The terrifying saber light collided with the finger shadows and continuously exploded. The saber light shattered and shot in all directions, tearing open many black holes. So strong. He really lives up to his reputation. After swinging his saber twice, Lin Fei left this area and appeared in another area. With this exchange, he could roughly understand his opponent's strength. He was indeed very strong. No wonder he could occupy a position in the upper area. Taoist Feng Yunwan is not bad either. You're really young and promising. When I was your age, I was far weaker than you are now. Void Noon ruler retracted his hand with a complicated expression. However, when he retracted his hand, his fingers trembled slightly. These 2 strikes were not easy to bear. Void Noon ruler had still underestimated his opponent's strength. He used the 3rd heaven shock, but was still blocked by his opponent. You flatter me. I have something to do today. Let's have a good spar another day. Lin Fei said this and directly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone used their divine senses to search but could not find any trace of him. Such a high-level concealment movement technique. There's not even a trace. There is no trace of it in the space, as if it has completely disappeared. The Empyrean School's sovereigns were all dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerful concealment techniques before, but they had never seen one as profound as this. Hegemon Void Noon's face flickered over and over again. Clearly, he hadn't been able to find any traces of this person. Unexpectedly, this person had disappeared right before his very eyes. Elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Sect, I have something for you as well. Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared. The Soul Destroyer saber brought with it a terrifying saber light and crushed towards them. How dare you! The Void Noon hegemon was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He produced a jade-green, crystalline leaf in front of him, which blossomed with light and enveloped everyone within. Boom! The saber light rumbled and crushed over. The people under the light all seemed to have lost their souls. They only came to their senses after a few breaths had passed, and their entire bodies became muddle-headed. Since your heavenly illusionary sect dares to attack me, why can't I attack you? Ha! Lin Fei's cold laughter came from all directions. The void noon hegemon's gaze kept moving. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given him the chance to leave. I didn't expect this wind cloud traceless to be this powerful, and he even has such a concealment technique. He should be extremely proficient in the Tao of space. This isn't good for the heavenly illusionary sect. The void noon hegemon, who felt that he was quite strong, felt very helpless at this moment. In this silent void, it was unknown whether or not this wind cloud traceless existed. However, the void noon hegemon couldn't find him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, a few of the people he had brought might have died. If that happened, the heavenly illusionary sect would have lost all face. All of you be careful. Don't leave my range. The void noon hegemon didn't dare to stay any longer. The commotion here would inevitably attract people. As they retreated, the void noon hegemon was at the back. A few cracks appeared on the leaf floating in the air, causing the void noon hegemon's heart to ache. How did he end up in such a situation? After this, the void noon hegemon felt a tinge of regret. He had only realized that this slightly stronger ant was extremely powerful after exchanging blows with him, and he had nearly flipped him over. The void noon hegemon didn't know how he had returned. He had been very careful along the way, afraid that the detestable wind cloud traceless would attack again. The void noon hegemon only relaxed when he entered the heavenly illusionary sect's region. Lin Fei had left after the first attack. The power of that saber strike was enough to kill an 8-star ruler, but it had been blocked by the jade green leaf. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed. He believed that the saber strike was enough to make the heavenly illusionary sect feel apprehensive. Without fighting a true peak 8-star ruler, one would never know the true strength of a peak 8-star ruler. To think that they could be this tyrannical. In the space leading to the upper region, Lin Fei advanced carefully, his mind still on the previous battle. In addition to the memories he had obtained from Boundless Hegemon, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of peak 8-star rulers. If I wanted to kill a peak 8-star ruler, I might have to spend 200,000 to 300,000 divinity points. However, it's not like I don't have a chance of winning. My Tao of space is my greatest weapon. Even the heavenly illusionary sect's elder couldn't see any traces of me. At least in this region, my Tao of space can be considered perfect. Lin Fei already understood how terrifying the upper region was. Not only were there the 8 great sects, but there were also supreme hegemons. Stealing their divine crystals was equivalent to stealing food from a tiger's mouth. Moreover, it would be done in front of a tiger. Now, Lin Fei was confident. Is that the divine general platform? After smoothly passing through the border, Lin Fei stealthily entered the upper region. He stood on a towering tree, and the lush branches covered his figure. The moment he entered the upper region, Lin Fei sensed surging auras. There were at least a few hundred of these auras, and they formed balls of light in the sky. In Lin Fei's eyes, they became extremely dazzling. Even the heavenly illusionary sect's elder doesn't have such an intense aura. It seems like they are peak 8-star rulers. Their true strength must be even higher, to the point of being heaven-defying. Looking at the balls of light soaring into the sky, Lin Fei took a deep breath and revealed a smile. Such a powerful opponent was truly exciting. Lin Fei's gaze quickly landed on the stone platforms. Chapter 1588. Looking at the golden stone platform that was blooming with divine light and attracting countless movements, coupled with his own understanding, he knew that was the final destination of the geniuses. A golden stone platform emits so much divinity. What kind of joke is this? If I devour it, won't I get a lot of divinity points? The golden stone platform is in the endless space. It's a more complete great Tao of space, and I can only peek at a small part of it. Looking at the golden stone platform, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown slightly. He seemed unwilling to give up. If it wasn't for the divinity light emitted by the golden stone platform, which turned into layers of worlds and made the golden stone platform faintly visible. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. At this time, on one of the stone platforms, divine light gathered again. He saw a shadow moving in the endless space and appearing on another black stone platform. That seemed to be divine light just now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei had never been wrong about his own intuition. The movement just now was very likely divine light. That is indeed divine light. The little devil came out, wagging his tail, and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Master, you better go up and occupy those divine platforms and plunder those divine lights. Just now, I used the system to analyze and came to a conclusion. Those divine platforms contain countless divine lights. The little devil couldn't help but drool. That's good stuff. It's even more efficient than plundering divine crystals. Are you sure? Lin Fei could indeed see that those divine platforms were extraordinary. The only thing he didn't expect was that those divine platforms contained a large amount of divine light. Who do you think I am? I am your guide, a guide who has always been serving you. Those who have ascended the divine platforms contain a large amount of divinity in their bodies. Now that they are blessed with divinity by the divine platforms, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Even cultivating for hundreds of chaos years might not be as fast as them. They're cheating like this. Lin Fei himself was cheating. Now that the divine platforms were also cheating and directly used divinity to enhance their strength, the hundreds of light balls outside were enough to show how much those people valued the divine platforms. This kind of speedy opportunity was very rare. Otherwise, why would there be a gathering of large sects? Who would want to nurture a true powerhouse? I can guarantee that the divinity contained in those golden stone platforms will be even more terrifying. As long as you take down these divine platforms, you can rely on them to absorb as much as you want. When your divinity points reach a terrifying number, there will be even greater benefits waiting for you. The little devil laughed mischievously as if he was tempting Lin Fei. At this time, a multicolored light appeared on one of the divine stages. The people on the divine pedestal persevered for a longer period of time. Their bodies were bathed in the divine light, and the divinity in their bodies was continuously strengthened. Even though they were separated by endless space, Lin Fei could still see how terrifying the amount of divine light was. However, the amount of divine light absorbed by those people was negligible. If that's really the case, I want to give it a try. Lin Fei would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Stealing divine crystals was dangerous, but the rewards were not small either. Compared to the middle region, it was much more difficult. Those balls of light that shot into the sky were not any weaker than the elders of the Great Empyrean Gate. Lin Fei could imagine the risks involved. Ascending to the divine stages seemed difficult, but it should be relatively easier. As long as he ascended to the divine stages, it would be like an oil well for him to absorb as much as he wanted. This was an opportunity that Lin Fei wouldn't miss even if he was beaten to death. This matter can't be rushed. I'll find someone to understand the situation. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Other than understanding the situation, he also wanted to find out whether the matter of the battle fortress had spread. This matter was very important. The upper region was occupied everywhere. Lin Fei didn't want to make a move. Using the great Tao of space, he carefully avoided the powerful rulers and didn't attract any attention. As for the Great Empyrean Gate, they didn't make a sound either. Perhaps they didn't dare to reveal this information. The upper region was very large. Lin Fei spent 7 days in a row going to various sects and capturing some 8-star rulers. From there, he searched their souls and gathered all the information. The current situation was very beneficial to Lin Fei. The matter of the battle fortress in Sky City has been exposed. This is normal. After all, there are still 10 to 20% of the rulers. I can't kill them all, and the divine servants won't agree. There was indeed news about the battle fortress on the Divine Mountain. There were very few people who believed it, and no one knew what they were searching for in private. The only good news was that there wasn't much news about him. Back then, he had left behind a black robe. Now that Lin Fei had changed his divine sense waves and aura, he didn't have to worry about being seen through. The first-rate sects might have people looking for him, but the top-rate sects didn't seem to be doing anything. Perhaps they didn't believe the authenticity of the news. Out of the 10 battle fortresses, 3 had disappeared without a trace. It wasn't something that could be discovered in a short time. No one would think that they were located in Sky City. Lin Fei quickly put down the news. After capturing quite a few 8-star rulers, Lin Fei had gained a certain understanding of the upper regions. Apart from the 8 great sects, there were representatives of the 7 hegemons and first-rate sections. This time, apart from plundering divine crystals, they were protecting the geniuses of their sects in the fight for divine generals and partial divine generals. As for the difference between divine generals and partial divine generals, these people didn't know. Perhaps it was because their statuses weren't high. There were 3 spots in total, 1 divine general and 2 partial divine generals. Of the 3 rulers fighting for the positions, the 10 princes, the 8 great sects, and a few other monstrous geniuses were the most promising. Lin Fei also saw information about young Master Fan and immortal sovereign Su Feng from his memories. Young Master Fan had left the immortal court and used his bloodline to join a mysterious power. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was now a peak 7-star ruler. He had ascended to the altar of gods and refined divine light, increasing his strength yet again. Sovereign Su Feng had joined the Temple Rakshasa Gate of the 8 great sects and was now a peak 7-star ruler, the same level as young Master Fan. When he saw this news, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It hadn't been easy for him to become a 6-star ruler, but they had all become peak 7-star rulers even faster than him. If they were able to ascend to the altar of gods, their strength would definitely increase dramatically, and they wouldn't be any weaker than Hegemon Void Noon of the Heavenly Oasis Gate. Lin Fei had finally experienced the benefits of a bloodline. The reason why the 2 of them had been able to make breakthroughs in such a short period of time and consolidate their strength was because of their bloodlines. I have to ascend to the altar of gods. I can't leave the good stuff for them. How am I supposed to ascend to the altar of gods? That's going to be quite troublesome. All I can say is that you guys have nothing better to do, so why did you come up with this? Aren't you just giving me a headache? By now, there were more than 1,000 monstrous geniuses making breakthroughs on the altar of gods. All of them were top-tier geniuses of the endless territories, and they had limitless potential. At least 2/3 of them would become rulers of the 9 stars. No one dared to underestimate this kind of potential. Even if some of these geniuses were unable to become rulers of the 9 stars, once they survived the altar of gods, even ordinary rulers of the 9 stars wouldn't dare to underestimate them. But now, Lin Fei was having a headache about how to enter. The reason was actually very simple. The people from the 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons had set down a rule. Anyone who wanted to enter the altar of gods had to obtain their permission. This was because they were guarding that place. Anyone who tried to force their way in would be killed, and their clan would be purged. Quite a few sects and clans in the middle region had already been purged. Now, it was the purge outside, and there would be another big purge outside. As time passed, no one dared to barge in recklessly. Lin Fei's information didn't have a detailed understanding of that place. With so many experts, Lin Fei was very confident. According to his memories, that place was not only guarded by experts, but also protected by treasures. One needed a treasure to open the door to enter. The 8 great sects and 7 hegemons guarded the entrance. Anyone who wanted to enter had to be recommended by someone from the upper echelons, and they had to pass a test. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to enter. They completely monopolized the altar of gods. In the next few days, Lin Fei tried to approach the entrance. That place was heavily guarded. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei had a spatial bloodline, he might have been discovered long ago. During this period, Lin Fei saw some monstrous sovereigns being let in. There were a total of 10 peak 8-star sovereigns who opened the entrance. Each of them was even more powerful than the Void Noon sovereign. They guarded the entrance every day. Upon seeing this, Lin Fei knew that he couldn't force his way in. Even if the 10 sovereigns could defeat them, they wouldn't be willing to open the entrance. Moreover, there were so many people guarding the entrance. This method was completely impossible. Looks like I have to think of another way, Lin Fei rubbed his chin and pondered. At the Great Void Door. Ever since he returned from outside that day, the Void Noon Sovereign acted as though nothing had happened. That detestable old ghost. Isn't he just one step closer? The Void Noon Sovereign once again returned to the Senfu. He wasn't in a good mood. A few days ago, he had personally tried to bring Feng Wuhan back. However, he hadn't succeeded. In fact, he had developed an inexplicable sense of fear. This was especially true during the first few days. He was afraid that Feng Wuhan would attack him. Even though he had set up layers of array formations, the Void Noon Sovereign was still worried. Only after a few days had passed did he relax. During this time, the Void Noon Sovereign had also sent people to gather information. However, there had been no news of Feng Wuhan. It was as though he had never appeared. This surprised the Void Noon Sovereign. Could it be that Feng Wuhan hadn't come? That was impossible. Anyone would be tempted by the Divine General platform. However, there was still no news of Feng Wuhan. The Void Noon Sovereign could only put this matter aside. On the Divine platform, the two disciples of the Void Sky Gate hadn't broken through. This made the Void Noon Sovereign very unhappy. He silently cursed them for being useless. Even if they could catch up in the future, they wouldn't be able to obtain many fortuitous encounters. Void Noon Sovereign, it looks like you're in a bad mood. A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet hall. Lin Fei's figure silently appeared not far from the Void Noon Sovereign. He was holding an immortal fruit in his hand and eating it with relish. Chapter 1589. Void Noon Ruler had been suppressing his anger. He, a mighty peak 8-star ruler, had not been able to capture a junior, and he had even allowed him to leave so easily. This was already a huge joke. If that was all there was to it, it would have been fine. However, he had been caught off guard by Lin Fan, and he had been left in a state of panic. Now, this guy still dared to come. Did he really think he did not exist? Void Noon Ruler almost slammed the table and stood up. He stared coldly at Windcloud Traceless. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You said that you want to use an array formation to kill me? Do you believe that I won't turn your heavenly illusionary gate into a river of blood? I remember that you're the strongest elder in the heavenly illusionary gate. You know the people below. You know." These 3 words stabbed into Void Noon Ruler's soft spot. That was right. He was the strongest in the heavenly illusionary gate. If this guy attacked the other disciples of the heavenly illusionary gate, very few would survive. What Void Noon Ruler was most wary of was that this guy had a profound concealment technique. For example, now he had appeared without a trace. Just thinking about it gave Void Noon Ruler a headache. However, Void Noon Ruler was unwilling to let this guy swagger in front of him. Senfu was his territory. He could easily take down this guy. A few thousand divinity crystals was not a small sum. Void Noon Ruler was very wary now. He did not understand what this guy was doing here. Windcloud Traceless, don't think I don't know your background. You're from the Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave. If you dare to start a massacre, I can guarantee that your clan will be wiped out. The Windcloud clan will no longer exist. Void Noon Ruler threatened. Void Noon Ruler could not allow his opponent to suppress him. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, "Brother Void Noon, you can arrange for someone to attack the Windcloud clan. You should know that with my strength, as long as I don't die, I'm sure you know how much potential I have. Even if the Windcloud clan is removed, as long as I'm around, the heavenly illusionary gate can't stop me." The aura that Hegemon Void Noon had worked so hard to build up was instantly suppressed. Using the Windcloud clan to threaten someone was something Void Noon Ruler was used to. However, Windcloud Traceless did not care. Most importantly, Void Ruler did not dare underestimate Traceless Windcloud's potential. That day, they had exchanged blows. Although it had been a simple exchange, Void Noon Ruler had been able to test out a portion of his opponent's power, which was no weaker than his own. If such a person continued to grow, it would be the equivalent of adding a terrifying enemy to the heavenly illusionary sect. No one would be willing to do such a thing. It was precisely with this in mind that the Void Noon Hegemon chose not to attack. The other party was able to sneak in without anyone noticing, and the layers of arrays and restrictions outside were useless against them. The other party could come and go as he pleased. When that time came, the ones who should be careful would be the heavenly illusionary sect. I came all the way here. Aren't you going to invite me to sit down? From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that the Void Noon Hegemon didn't have the courage to make a move. After all, no sect, especially a first-rate sect, would dare to offend a hegemon with limitless potential. The Void Noon ruler let out a snort. He had to admit that the other party was qualified to speak fairly with him. After all, the other party had the strength. Please sit. Lin Fei chuckled as he sat down. This made the Void Noon Hegemon feel even more displeased, but there was nothing he could do. I heard that the Heavenly Illusionary sect has a good wine. Aren't you going to let me have a taste? Don't go overboard. You don't know what's good for you. The Void Noon ruler said angrily. As long as I call out that Tion is here, do you think you can escape? The people from the 8 great sects and the supreme overlords will be very interested in you. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. I think you won't dare to call out to me. If they really come, all I have to do is say that the item is in your hands. Do you think they will believe me, a 6-star ruler, or suspect the entire Heavenly Illusionary sect? The Void Noon ruler wanted nothing more than to punch the fellow in front of him to death. To think that he would resort to such underhanded tactics. The Void Noon ruler couldn't retort. If those people really came based on Feng Yunwan's words, they would definitely suspect the entire Heavenly Illusionary sect. They would rather miss this opportunity than let it go. This fellow was very evil. Helpless, the Void Noon ruler could only take out the Heavenly Illusionary sect's supreme-grade immortal brew, the Triple Door. As for the anger in his stomach, he could only suppress it for now. The Void Noon ruler couldn't think of a good way to deal with this fellow who made him feel apprehensive. The Void Noon ruler could only wait and see what Feng Yunwan planned to do. If Feng Yunwan really thought that the Heavenly Illusionary sect was easy to bully, he would definitely make Feng Yunwan regret it. Good wine. Lin Fei didn't even look at him as he gulped it down. The Void Noon ruler had to look up to him just because of his boldness. Aren't you afraid that I'll use some tricks in the immortal brew? Lin Fei shook his head. Do you think such shameless tricks will work? The Void Noon ruler indeed wouldn't use such tricks. There was no point. He wouldn't do something like that in front of Feng Yunwan either. It was too meaningless. Gulp, gulp. After downing a bottle of immortal brew, Lin Fei couldn't stop praising it. Fellow Taoist Feng Yunwan, you've sat down, and you've drunk the immortal brew. Can you talk now? I'm not in the mood to chat with you. The Void Noon ruler roared. I heard that the people of the Heavenly Illusionary sect aren't very good on the god pedestal. What does that have to do with you? The Void Noon ruler felt very uncomfortable. He blamed his disciples for not living up to his expectations. They didn't have the fortune to enjoy such a good opportunity, while the others improved by leaps and bounds. Your enemy, the Mountain Sea sect, has disciples that are much stronger than yours. When they come out. When Lin Fei said this, the Void Noon ruler was furious. Stop talking. Why not talk about you? I heard that the Myriad's ruler has great potential. In the future, he will definitely inherit the position of sect leader. As for your Heavenly Illusionary sect, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but when the time comes, your Heavenly Illusionary sect definitely won't be as lucky as it is now. Lin Fei was intentionally provoking the Void Noon ruler. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to succeed. The Void Noon ruler had indeed thought of this. He had no other choice. The Void Noon ruler had already figured out something. He stared at Feng Yunwan and said, You want to ascend to the deity altar? You're dreaming if you want our Heavenly Illusionary sect to push you up. He sounded very determined. The Void Noon ruler wouldn't help Feng Yunwan. Lin Fei's expression was the same as before. There was no change at all. You're right. That's why I'm here. Fellow Taoist Su Wu, you don't have to be in such a hurry to say things. Everything can be discussed, right? Discussed my ass. The Void Noon ruler quickly calmed himself down. The deity altar doesn't belong to our Heavenly Illusionary sect. Fellow Taoist Feng Yunwan is very capable. It's not like you can't ascend. Why do you need to look for our Heavenly Illusionary sect? The Void Noon ruler said coldly. Chapter 1590. Lin Fei's idea was simple. He would start with the Great Void Gate. The Great Void Gate had the right to recommend people. As long as he recommended them, Lin Fei would have a way to get through. He had not been observing and understanding them for nothing. Lin Fei had swaggered over. The reason he was so sure that Ruler Void Noon would agree was because of their previous fight. Ruler Void Noon knew how to deal with someone as strong as him. Strength was one aspect. Lin Fei and Ruler Void Noon had fought before. They had an understanding of each other's strength. This was a balanced foundation. Strength alone was not enough. Benefits were crucial. Based on these 2 points, Lin Fei believed that the Void Noon ruler would agree to his request. No one could refuse such a request. In comparison, as long as he reached the deity pedestal, there would be plenty of divinity points waiting for him. As long as he passed one stage, he could get them back. On the deity pedestal, no matter how dissatisfied the people outside were, no one could stop him from getting rich. Enough benefits? How arrogant! Ruler Void Noon laughed coldly. He did not care too much. Now that he knew what the other party's goal was. Hearing the other party say enough benefits, Ruler Void Noon could not help but strike a blow. Their Great Void Gate had the right to recommend people. This was one of the reasons why first-rate sects could stand tall. Almost all the people who recommended people joined these sections. Without the permission of the sects, no one would dare recommend themselves. No one was willing to nurture a strong enemy. Geniuses from various places would join the sects to ensure that the sect's strength would not be affected. Naturally, Ruler Void Noon would not recommend Traceless Windcloud. Besides, he was someone connected to Tion. If he had a chance, he would have captured him and interrogated him or searched his soul. That way, he would know Traceless Windcloud's true identity. Lin Fei smiled and thought, I guarantee you'll be shocked. Let's see if you can still say something like that. You'll know after you see it. How about we make a bet? If I can take out something that can move you, and I win, you will recommend me to the Divine Palace. As for whether I can go there or not, that's up to me. If I lose, I'll give you the item and 500 divine gems. Do you dare to bet with me? Lin Fei said. That's right. The Void Noon Hegemon was badly startled. The 500 god crystals alone was enough to move the Void Noon Hegemon. With these 500 god crystals, he could exchange them for many things. Some of them were even treasures that Void Noon ruler had been looking forward to for a long time. With those treasures, his strength would rise to a new level. This Windcloud Traceless is a very evil person, and he has a concealment technique that allows him to appear and disappear unpredictably. Now, he even dares to come here in broad daylight. If I don't agree and he decides to take his anger out on me, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any casualties. I might as well agree. In any case, he won't win. If he can bring out something that moves me, I'll think about it in the next life. Lin Fei was not anxious at all. Brother Feng Yun, since you've put it this way, if I don't agree to it, others will think that I'm bullying you. I'd like to see what you, a member of the Feng Yun clan, can bring out. Don't bring out those god-tier cultivation methods. I'm not interested in them. If you dare to bring them out, I'll agree to this bet. Void Dominator was inwardly delighted. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by the deity tier cultivation technique. As long as he cut off this portion, what else could Traceless Windcloud possibly offer? This guy sure has a broad mind. He even knows how to set a limit for me. Lin Fei chuckled. Deity tier cultivation technique? Do you think that's possible? Who wouldn't be tempted by something? Even if I have it, I won't bring it out. Even without the deity tier cultivation technique, I'll still win. We'll do as you say. I hope you won't regret this. The two immediately swore an oath to the Heavenly Tao. Once the oath was made, the Heavenly Tao sent out a ripple, confirming the oath. Alright, now that the oath is made, no one can go back on it. I'd like to see what good stuff you have. Void Dominator said disapprovingly. A 6-star martial dominator, aside from divinity crystals, also had a deity tier cultivation technique. Void Dominator did not believe that he could bring out anything else. He was certain to win this bet. 500 divinity crystals. Void Dominator was excited just thinking about it. As long as he rejected it, Traceless Windcloud's expression would definitely look good. Lin Fei snickered in his heart. One look at Void Dominator's expression and he knew what he was planning. This was all within his expectations. No one could resist the temptation of 500 divinity crystals. Take a good look. Lin Fei waved his hand, setting up layers of spell formations and restrictions within the Senfu. A set of silver battle armor appeared in front of him, emanating a terrifying pressure. It's just a sovereign battle armor. Take a closer look. Void Dominator had no intention of taking a closer look, but when his divine sense landed on it, his eyes were completely drawn to it, and his voice trembled. A supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Void Dominator's battle armor was just a high-grade sovereign battle armor. However, he had paid a hefty price for it, using 30% of his wealth. A supreme-grade sovereign battle armor was something that had a price but no supply. Whenever a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor appeared, it would immediately attract experts to buy it. Void Dominator had some wealth, but compared to those major figures, he was dozens of streets behind. Void Dominator would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. This is indeed a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. It doesn't have any additional attributes. Of course, fellow Taoist Void Dominator can find someone to add additional attributes to it. It won't be difficult at all. Void Dominator truly hadn't expected the other party to take out something as good as a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. With such a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor, he would be outstanding even among peak 8-star sovereigns. None of those who stood at the peak could look down on supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Void Dominator had seen Windcloud Traceless wield a supreme-grade sovereign battle knife. Now he had a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor? Where did this guy get it? Did he find a secret realm and get it? It was rare for a sovereign to have a supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures were even rarer. Only the 10 dukes had them. Fellow Taoist Windcloud is truly generous. I'm quite tempted by this supreme-grade sovereign battle armor. Void Dominator said. However, everyone knows the benefits of the divine dais. Lin Fei didn't plan on tempting Void Dominator with just one item. Void Dominator's intentions were clear. He was waiting for the other party to concede. If this was a different place, Void Dominator would definitely agree. This sort of thing would never happen again in his life. The supreme-grade sovereign battle armor is just one of many things. I wonder what would happen if I added this item? Lin Fei waved his hand again, and a long sword appeared in midair. It also emitted the aura of a supreme-grade sovereign. A supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword. Hegemon Void Noon shot to his feet, his eyes wide and his breathing ragged. He was already tempted by the supreme-grade ruler's battle armor, but now there was a supreme-grade ruler's immortal sword. Hegemon Void Noon almost suspected that it was a fake. Since when were supreme-grade rulers' treasures so common? Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. These 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures were very cheap. They were the most ordinary ones without any additional attributes. They were far less valuable than the Soul Destroyer saber in his hand. Let's see if you're tempted or not. Void Dominator had been tempted by the supreme-grade sovereign battle armor at first. Now that he had taken out a supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword, it was like the straw that broke the camel's back. One for defense, one for attack. The 2 added together wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. For a moment, the Void Noon Hegemon had the thought of taking action to capture Traceless Windcloud. Even if he couldn't do it alone, he could summon all the powerhouses within the Immortal Mansion. Even if he had to pay a hefty price, he would capture Traceless Windcloud. But Void Dominator quickly suppressed this crazy idea. If he did that, the 8 great sects and the other hegemons would immediately notice it. When that happened, it would be hard to say who would end up with the treasures. They would be the ones to suffer. 1 supreme-grade sovereign battle armor was enough to cause a frenzy. If there were 2, it would be normal to destroy an alternate world. There was no need to doubt that a ruler could do it. Taoist Void Dominator, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you refine the supreme-grade sovereign battle armor and supreme-grade sovereign immortal sword, your strength will increase tremendously. Your status in the sect will rise as well. You'll be able to go to more dangerous places. You might even be able to break through to the 9 stars realm. Void Dominator's breathing quickened. No one could have imagined that someone would take out 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures. Void Dominator also understood why he had to set up a restrictive array. Right now, Void Dominator could not resist this temptation. As long as he had these 2 treasures, all his previous enemies and old rivals would no longer be a match for him. Void Dominator was completely confident that he could destroy them one by one. And the premise was that he had to recommend Traceless Wind. Void Dominator did not care whether he succeeded or not. The items in front of him were real, and no one could refuse them. Furthermore, they could become his trump cards. Void Dominator tried his best to calm himself down. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had not made a move. Otherwise, these 2 supreme-grade sovereign treasures would have belonged to someone else. If that happened, he would be filled with jealousy. "You win," Void Dominator said in a low voice. "I will bring you there. Whether you succeed or not is up to you. The Void Sky Gate only has the right to recommend you. If you can pass the test, you can enter." Lin Fei laughed. "I only need a recommendation. You don't have to worry about the rest. If I really do go, I will definitely avenge the Void Sky Gate and chase that Dominator Myriads down." Void Dominator was indeed tempted. If he could chase that Dominator Myriads down, that would be a good thing. Void Dominator did not like those guys. Given Traceless Wind strength, if he really wanted to go, he definitely had the ability to do so. At this point, the situation was very clear. Chapter 1591. 2 supreme-grade ruler treasures were given to Ruler Void Noon. Everything was quickly arranged. Lin Fei did not stay in Senfu. After discussing what to do next, he left Senfu. 3 days later, Lin Fei entered Senfu of Heavenly Illusionary Gate again and saw Ruler Void Noon, who was in good spirits. "Taoist Wind Cloud, you came so quickly." Ruler Void Noon was still waiting for him alone. Ever since he got the 2 supreme-grade ruler treasures, Ruler Void Noon spent a day inspecting them. After confirming that there were no problems, he refined them and turned them into 2 powerful trump cards. In these 3 days, he spoke with more confidence. "Hee, if I didn't come quickly, I'm afraid you'll forget, and I'll be the one to lose," Lin Fei said with a smile. Ruler Void Noon did not like his smile, but there was nothing he could do. He snorted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. "I've already arranged everything for you. However, I heard that several potential rulers are going to the altar today. Behind them are people from the 8 great sections. You must be mentally prepared." Even if Ruler Void Noon did not say it, Lin Fei would have heard about it. "I'll have to trouble you, Taoist Void Noon." The Void Noon Hegemon led Lin Fei towards the entrance. Lin Fei wore a black robe that covered his face. He walked unhurriedly behind Ruler Void Noon, just a body's length behind as they passed through layers of restrictive arrays. They're really careful. They actually set up so many restrictive arrays. There must be at least 10,000 of them. Ruler Void Noon would take out a token every time they passed through an area. Along the way, Lin Fei was checked by at least 100 rulers' divine senses. Lin Fei was a 6-star ruler now and did not need to hide at all. "The end is up ahead," Ruler Void Noon said softly. As long as Hegemon Void Noon brought Wind Cloud Traceless over, he would not have to worry about the rest. Wind Cloud Traceless would no longer have anything to do with him. Even if Wind Cloud Traceless did not qualify to enter, Hegemon Void Noon would not care. "Taoist Void Noon, you're here?" They passed through the last restrictive array. The Void Noon Sovereign brought Lin Fei to an empty space. Off in the distance, there was a space-time portal. There was no one around it. Lin Fei glanced at the space-time door and lowered his head. He did not look at it. With that one glance, Lin Fei already knew that there were over 100 sovereigns hidden in the depths of the void, ready to deal a fatal blow at any moment. This was also because Lin Fei had the space bloodline, which allowed him to sense the fluctuations in the depths. A silver-armored hegemon walked over from afar. He was tall and muscular, and with every step he took, the surrounding space seemed to transform. This person seemed to be very familiar with the Void Noon Hegemon. "This is Elder Tianba of Jingyi School. He is the examiner." Lin Fei knew Jingyi School very well. It was one of the 8 major sects, a very powerful sect. I was in a hurry to ascend to the god's dais, so I had no choice but to come. Hegemon Void Noon smiled apologetically. Elder Tianba glanced over and saw a 6-star sovereign. He did not reveal any strange expression. This is the potential sovereign that the Heaven Illusionary sect recruited? Hegemon Void Noon nodded. Yes, a guy with a lot of potential. That is why I wanted him to try. Who knows, there might be some unexpected gains. Elder Tianba and Hegemon Void Noon were on good terms. When he heard that he was going to arrange for a disciple to ascend to the god's dais, he did not care too much. As long as his strength was not too low, everyone would agree if Zhengyi School asked. This was a 6-star sovereign? Elder Tianba did not seem very happy. Right now, the potential sovereigns who entered the god's dais were at least 7-star sovereigns. This was not enough. Almost all of them had the strength of 8-star sovereigns. A 6-star sovereign young man did not seem very presentable. Hegemon Void Noon did not dare to say anything. Although he knew Elder Tianba, it did not mean that he had to listen to him. Taoist Void Noon, if it was a few days ago, I would have agreed to your arrangement. Elder Tianba's gaze paused on the black-robed young man. I'm afraid it won't be possible today. The other potential sovereigns are here too. You know, we have a limit on the number of people we can send every day. Sigh, speak of the devil. They are here. Hegemon Void Noon turned his head and saw several sect elders pass through the restrictive formations and appear here with the youths. It's them. Hegemon Void Noon inhaled sharply. He recognized them at a glance. Heartless Sect, Heavenly Wave Sect, Wind Fire Sacred Mountain, 6 sacred sects. Good heavens, each of these sects is a first-rate sect. They are stronger than the Heaven Illusionary sect. In fact, they are even stronger. Hegemon Void Noon groaned inwardly. Why did he encounter such a thing? Today's timing was not good. Taoist Void Noon, what a coincidence. You are here to send your disciple as well. I heard that your disciple did not perform too well on the god's dais. He is not even as good as our Wind Fire Sacred Mountain's disciple. Ha! A black-faced hegemon amongst the group of people who had just arrived laughed loudly. Hegemon Void Noon's eyes were filled with anger. Wind Fire Sacred Mountain was one of Hegemon Void Noon's opposing sections. They had fought against the Heaven Illusionary sect for a long time, and as time passed, the Heaven Illusionary sect had gradually fallen behind. Hegemon Void Noon retorted, Fellow Taoist Void Noon, it is not up to you to decide how my disciple fares. Until the very last moment, who dares claim to be the greatest winner? Hegemon Void Noon retorted, Oh? Fellow Taoist Void Noon, what is wrong with you today? How dare you speak to me like that? Don't forget who I defeated in the past. I wonder if you have grown any stronger after all these years. Master, there is no need for you to do anything. Your disciple can beat him down by himself. A young man next to Hegemon Void Noon said arrogantly. He didn't even look at Hegemon Void Noon as if he was worthless. Hegemon Void Noon roared with laughter. Did you hear that? You weren't a match for me in the past, and you won't be a match for me today either. I imagine that even my disciple will find it extremely difficult for you to deal with him. Hegemon Void Noon forcibly suppressed his rage. If this was a different place, he would definitely make Hegemon Void Noon pay a heavy price and make him regret saying such words. Elder Tianba stepped forward, preventing the two from continuing. Hunt, this isn't Windfire's Sacred Mountain. Be careful. Hegemon Void Noon snickered at these nonchalant words. The current Heaven Illusionary sect was far from the old Heaven Illusionary sect, and now that Hegemon Void Noon had become much more powerful, he didn't take Hegemon Void Noon seriously. Fellow Taoist Void Noon, they have a total of 8 disciples who will be participating in the selection. Today, we can only send 5 potential hegemons in. Will your disciple be sure to go? Hegemon Void Noon said. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he has to give it a try. Ah, a mere 6-star hegemon dares to go to the god dais? I can slap your disciple to death with a single finger. Hegemon Ankh laughed arrogantly, then waved a finger, sending an enormous finger stabbing out. Chapter 1592. This was a blatant refusal to give him face. Void Noon Ruler was also a famous senior. How could he allow a junior disciple to be arrogant in front of him? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't attack. Someone would hate them more than he did and might want to kill them. Hunting Sovereign, you'll definitely regret allowing your disciples to act. Even I admit that I can't take him down. Now that you've offended him, your Windfire's sacred mountain will suffer. At the very least, your disciples won't have a good time. If you were anywhere else, you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Void Noon Ruler was very clear about Windcloud Traceless strength. Offending Windcloud Traceless here would definitely not end well for them. He knew that Windcloud Traceless wasn't a good-tempered person. He didn't even respect him, let alone others. Hunting Ruler, how dare you? Void Noon Ruler still had to show his respect. His words were loud, but he didn't attack. The people from the other 3 sects were happy to watch the show. A 6-star ruler wanted to ascend to the spiritual pedestal. What potential could he have? It was a good thing that Hong Kong sent him away. Sky Illusionary Gate was getting worse by the day, especially the disciples who went up recently. They didn't have any good breakthroughs, wasting their chance. These sects didn't need to care. Sky Illusionary Gate definitely wouldn't make it in the future. In such a situation, they wouldn't say much. If he was taught a lesson, then so be it. As for that 6-star ruler, they couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Lin Fei kept his head down. He wasn't interested in these things. As long as he could enter the spiritual pedestal, it would only take a while. In the end, things didn't go as smoothly as he imagined. The person who suddenly appeared first caused a commotion with Void Noon Ruler, and this Elder Tianba didn't stop it, letting it continue. Lin Fei immediately understood that Sky Illusionary Gate wasn't in a good situation. Many first-rate sects viewed them with enmity. Originally, Lin Fei didn't think that things would escalate to him. He didn't expect that someone would step on him to show his respect. F***CK, this Hong Kong brat is really unkind. He wants to kill me. As the giant finger stabbed out, layers of space appeared. Lin Fei felt as if he was about to fall into a chaotic space. He was about to be killed by this finger. You're courting death. Lin Fei was low profile, but it didn't mean that anyone could kill him. In a fit of rage, he also pointed his finger at Zhang Xian. This wasn't a powerful attack, but it was still extremely domineering. Boom boom boom. The void around the two of them was constantly torn apart, but it quickly recovered. Hegemin Ankh was slightly startled. He hadn't been able to kill his opponent with his finger attack, but had instead been forcibly broken apart. He felt quite uncomfortable. A mere 6-star Hegemin actually dared to exchange blows with him? A cold light flashed in his eyes. Not bad. You were actually able to block my finger attack. After making this move, Lin Fei did not attack again. Before entering, Lin Fei did not intend to reveal his strength to avoid arousing suspicion. It would be fine as long as he performed at the same level as the other party. I'll remember you. Don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you with a single punch. Lin Fei stared at Hegemin Ankh and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei instantly felt 2 rays of cold light fall on his body. Fellow Taoist Su Wu, your disciple is very bold. He even dares to threaten my disciple. Hegemin Hunting hadn't taken him seriously at first, but after exchanging blows, he was able to see some things. That's not really a threat. If your disciple can attack, why can't my disciple? It's just a few threatening words. Hegemin Su Wu felt much better now, even though there was no relationship between them. In a situation like this, they were definitely on the same side. The remaining 3 sects all looked at Hegemin Su Wu's disciple in a higher light. He had some strength. In their eyes, he only had some strength. They didn't need to care about him. Elder Tianba coughed lightly. This is the God Mountain, an area controlled by the 8 great sections. If any of you dare to attack again, I will immediately revoke your right to enter. Hegemin Ankh didn't take him seriously. He pointed with a finger. I'll remember you too, disciple of the Sky Void Gate. Come with me. Elder Tianba continued walking forward. A few sects walked at the very front. Their gazes didn't linger on Lin Fei for long. Hegemin Ankh made a beheading gesture, then swaggered away. I'm not too sure about this. You can't blame me for this. Hegemon Void sent via divine sense. He didn't want to be misunderstood. Lin Fei said, "They're just a few ants. I don't take them seriously." Ankh, if you run into that person just now, find an opportunity to kill him. I don't like him very much. Hegemon Hunting said. Ankh nodded. Master, don't worry. I only used 60% of my strength in that finger attack. If I used my full strength, he would definitely die. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still kill him. He dared to threaten me in front of everyone? I'll kill him with a single punch and teach him what it means to say that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Master, the Sky Void Gate is on the verge of decline. After the Divine General Deus ends, the Sky Void Gate probably won't be able to maintain its position as a first-rate sect. Who knows how many sects will want to topple them? Another youth, Hegemon Green Peak, said. The Hunting Hegemon laughed smugly. The Heavenly Oasis Gate is nothing. Those who are able to come down from the God's dais are destined to be future experts. Don't disappoint your master, the two of you. Your master thinks very highly of you. The two of them expressed once again that they wouldn't disappoint their master. They would strive to obtain the most benefits from the divine dais and strive to reach the top 3 positions. The entrance is right in front of us. Since the number of spots is limited, in order to maintain the balance, only 5 of you can enter. Elder Tianba swept his gaze over everyone. As for the rest of you, I can only say that you aren't lucky enough to enter. Elder Tianba stretched out his hand and pointed, tearing open a void. An arena immediately appeared in the void. A void arena was constructed in an instant, proving the strength and realm of the Jingyi sect's elder. The 9 of you walk around the arena. This elder will release the puppet sovereigns, and whoever collects the first 5 puppets can enter the divine pedestal. This is also to fully allow the sovereigns with potential to enter the divine pedestal. I believe you understand. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was the rule set by the 8 major sections. No one dared to refute it. Otherwise, they would be going against the 8 major sects and the super overlords. No one would be stupid enough to do that. They could only follow the rules. I like this. We can only see who is the strongest based on our own abilities. I can definitely enter the divine dais. Collect puppet sovereigns? Lin Fei was very clear about the trick. If one's overall strength wasn't strong, they were destined to be eliminated. In Lin Fei's opinion, entering the top 5 wasn't difficult. It was just a competition of speed. What Lin Fei was least afraid of was speed. All right, everyone can enter, Elder Tianba said with a smile. One figure after another rushed into the void, ascending the void arena as if they wanted to choose a good spot. Young man, are you sure you want to go up? Elder Tianba asked when Lin Fei was about to enter. This was also to give face to the void sovereign. There are so many experts here. I really want to give it a try, Lin Fei said calmly. Elder Tianba immediately regarded him as an arrogant person. There were 4 sect disciples present, and there was the previous conflict. As long as this kid entered, the people of Windfire's Sacred Mountain would deal with this kid immediately. The result was also determined. There would be no other result. Originally, he wanted to give face to the Void Sovereign. As long as he didn't enter, those people couldn't do anything to him. No one dared to kill here. That would be challenging the 8 major sections. The Void Sovereign lowered his head and didn't say anything. If Feng Wuhan was a disciple of the Sky Illusionary Gate, the Void Sovereign would definitely agree. Unfortunately, Feng Wuhan wasn't. Even if he said something, the Void Sovereign wouldn't listen. Senior, can I kill people inside? Without waiting for Elder Tianba to speak, Lin Fei spoke first and even said something that was filled with killing intent. Can I kill people inside? Elder Tianba said coldly. The Void Arena doesn't prohibit killing people, but you have to have the ability to kill. Others didn't kill you, but you were killed instead. This kid really didn't know how high the sky was. Elder Tianba didn't want to say anything. It wasn't like he hadn't seen rulers who tried to be brave. In the end, none of them had a good ending. They all died because of an unexpected disaster. Taoist Void Sovereign, your sect's disciple isn't bad. The Wandering Sovereign sneered. He really hadn't seen such a brainless fellow before. This kid was clearly going to die, but he still said it as if it made sense. Being able to kill a disciple of the Sky Illusionary Gate was something to be happy about. He believed that when that happened, the Void Sovereign's expression would definitely be very good. Under everyone's strange gazes, Lin Fei flew into the void. He didn't rush and entered the void arena. Elder Tianba also entered the void. He raised his hand and pointed at the void arena, sealing it. You all have an hour to collect the ruler puppet. During this time, you are not allowed to leave the arena. If there are no objections, this elder will release the ruler puppet. Lin Fei casually stood in a corner of the void arena. In the other areas of the arena, they were standing in pairs. Needless to say, they were working together. Lin Fei could also see that their gazes were not very friendly. Lin Fei knew very well that they wanted him to be the first person they could expel. After killing him, they only needed to get rid of 3 more people, and they could enter the God Arena. This was the best method. Of course, they didn't need to get rid of them. They just needed to get rid of him. Kid, you're very bold. You really dared to come in. Later, I'll deal with you first. I guarantee that you'll die a quick death. Ruler Ankong's voice exploded in Lin Fei's ears. And he was very arrogant. Lin Fei gave Ruler Ankong the middle finger. I'll be waiting. Hua hua hua. Chapter 1593. Boom boom boom. 100 humanoid sovereigns rushed down, all of them emanating powerful auras. Their strength was stable at the level of a 5-star sovereign, and with the special characteristics of the puppet sovereigns, their strength would increase by 20 to 30%. After Elder Tianba released the first wave of puppet rulers, he stopped moving. Humph, let's see what an arrogant brat like you can do. The elder of the Jingyi sect, Elder Tianba, was not optimistic about this disciple from the heavenly illusionary sect. If he were to face a few disciples from other sects, he might be the first to be kicked out. 100 puppet sovereigns charged down, attacking them. Long sabers, long swords, long spears, and all sorts of other weapons appeared in the puppet sovereign's hands, causing a field of light to envelop the arena. Kid, I'm coming. As soon as the Hegemon Golem descended, Hegemon Ankh let out a loud laugh. A powerful aura rose up from his body, and a terrifying domain-type power radiated outwards. Bang bang bang. The descending puppet sovereigns were all sent flying. Hegemon Ankh was completely unstoppable. Right now, what he wanted to do more than anything else was to kill this brat from the Sky Void sect. This brat had dared to threaten him in front of so many people? He really didn't know what was good for him. His master wanted him dead. Hegemon Ankh wanted him dead as well. There was no room for negotiation. Didn't you want to kill me with one punch? Now, I will use my strongest power to kill you and let you know the true power of a potential ruler. Ankong's ruler domain continued to expand. Netherworld battleship. In the domain, a terrifying black ship attacked. As soon as the battleship appeared, the huge arena began to tremble, as if it couldn't withstand its power. Brat, you definitely don't know what this is. This is the power of my bloodline, a power that you will never be able to possess in your entire life. You will die beneath my worship. Hegemon Healthguard wanted to make a statement in front of everyone. The hunting Hegemon glanced smugly at the nearby Hegemon Voidnoon, then laughed. Fellow Taoist Voidnoon, what do you think of my disciple? He was born with the Netherworld bloodline. I wonder what bloodline your disciple has? It can fight against the Netherworld bloodline. In first-rate sects, having the potential to become a ruler did not mean that one was strong enough. The most important factor was his bloodline. The quality of one's bloodline was very important for breaking through to the next few realms. There was a huge difference between an 8-star ruler and a 9-star ruler. The Netherworld bloodline could be considered an upper-middle level bloodline. This was the reason why the hunting Hegemon valued his disciples so highly. So, it's the Netherworld bloodline, and the quality is above average. He's indeed worthy of being called a potential dominator. Now that I'm a 7-star sovereign, my combat prowess should be equivalent to 30 to 48-star sovereigns combined. The Void Noon Hegemon didn't say anything. How could he know what kind of bloodline Traceless Windcloud had? Naturally, he would not say anything about it. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. The Netherworld bloodline is indeed not bad. It's of an above-average grade. It has a high chance of becoming a dominator of 9 stars in the future. It's a pity that he didn't know who Traceless Windcloud is. The Void Noon Hegemon said nothing, causing the Hunting Hegemon to feel even better. He believed that the disciple of the Sky Oasis sect was inferior to his own disciple, and so he didn't dare to speak. Letting a disciple kill a disciple from the Heavenly Illusionary Gate was not a bad thing. Under such circumstances, even if the Void Noon ruler was dissatisfied, he could only swallow his anger and accept his bad luck. After all, everyone had made this decision together. The terrifying attack of the Netherworld warship arrived. Lin Fei's expression did not change. Is this your bloodline? It seems to me that it's only SOSO. If the opponent had not been so overbearing, Lin Fei might not have truly wanted to kill him. Now, however, the opponent had come to die. Lin Fei could not be blamed for killing him. Lin Fei laughed coldly, then disappeared from the void arena. The Netherworld warship stopped. It had lost its target. Where is he? The Peacekeeper Hegemon could not help but cry out. Streaks of divine sense searched. The opponent had disappeared into thin air, just like that. Impossible. This is the void arena. How could he not be here? The Peacekeeper Hegemon shook his head. The guy whom he thought was definitely going to die had disappeared, just like that. Outside, Elder Tianba revealed a look of confusion. Had that kid used some sort of trump card? I said that I would kill you with 1 punch, and I will kill you with 1 punch. I definitely won't use a second punch. A deep voice rang out from behind the Peacekeeper Hegemon. The Peacekeeper Hegemon's gaze instantly turned cold, as if he had been targeted by a ferocious beast. He immediately retreated. However, no matter how he retreated, the kid he had to kill was still right in front of him. Then he saw a punch flying towards him. The punch transformed into a streak of light, broke through the Peacekeeper Hegemon's domain, and landed directly on him. Boom! A ruler battle robe appeared on the Peacekeeper Hegemon's body. It was a high-grade ruler battle robe. I have a high-grade ruler battle robe to protect me. You can't kill me. Crack, 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 crack. The Peacekeeper Hegemon looked down. The high-grade ruler battle robe on his body began to crack. The cracks increased, and then it exploded into pieces. The Peacekeeper Hegemon became one of them. This is the space bloodline? Elder Tianba suddenly understood. Then, a look of joy appeared in his eyes. The Sky Illusionary sect actually recruited someone with the space bloodline. I don't know how pure his bloodline is, but he must be quite extraordinary to be able to avoid their divine senses. No wonder Taoist Su Wu is so confident. With Elder Tianba's vision, he could easily tell that the opponent was not ordinary. The spectators outside were all dumbfounded. Especially the wandering hunter ruler. His face stiffened. Kong has the potential to become a ruler. How could he be killed? This result was incomprehensible. The faces of the people from the other sects all changed. The Sky Illusionary sect's disciple was so strong. The fight for the next spots would probably be problematic. The Peacekeeper Hegemon's bloodline was not bad. Lin Fei didn't fight him head-on. He used his advantages to easily kill the opponent. The disciples of the Heartless sect, the Skywave sect, the Six Sacred sects, and the Windfire Sacred Mountain all sucked in cold breaths. They secretly hoped that the two of them would fight to the death. That way, it would be much easier for them to deal with the Peacekeeper Hegemon. But they didn't expect that the Peacekeeper Hegemon would be killed by that unassuming 6-star ruler with a single punch. After the wolf went, a tiger came. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. I only want 1 spot. You can decide the rest. Lin Fei once again disappeared from the void arena and appeared behind the Green Peak ruler. His fists soared into the sky. Instantly, more than 100 punches landed on the Green Peak ruler's body. Crack, crack, crack. Boom! The Green Peak ruler exploded into pieces. The remaining 6 rulers exchanged glances. They were all stunned by this storm-like attack. Although the Green Peak ruler wasn't as strong as the Peacekeeper Hegemon, he still had combat power. And yet, he had been easily killed by this black-robed man. These words caused them to break out in cold sweat. Chapter 1594. My 2 disciples. Hegemin Ankh had been killed with a single punch. Hegemin Hunt's face stiffened. Before this was over, his other disciple, Hegemin Greenpeak, had been killed as well, and in a flurry of punches. Hegemin Hunt almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had lost 2 disciples in a row. How could he accept this? If his disciples could benefit from the god pedestal competition, his status in the sect would rise as well. Now it had been destroyed. It was all that bastard kid's fault. Hegemin Hunt had spent quite a bit of effort on these 2 disciples. Now that they had been killed by that despicable kid, all that effort had been for nothing. Hegemin Void Noon, I really underestimated you. Hegemin Void Noon had known this would happen. He didn't even need to think about it. It was already set in stone and wouldn't change anything. Although he hadn't done it himself, he still had a hint of pride on his face. To be able to cause his old enemy to stumble was definitely a good way to vent his anger. The 2 bloodline sovereigns would probably feel heartache for a while. Bloodline sovereigns weren't easy to find. This is a matter between disciples. If they die, it can only be said that they weren't strong enough. Don't you think so? Hegemin Void Noon said calmly, ignoring Hegemin Hunt's murderous gaze. Fine, just you wait. I'll be in a hurry today. If we weren't on the God Mountain, Hegemin Hunt would definitely charge in and take that kid's life. Hegemin Void Noon continued to ignore him. On the Void Arena, the remaining people all sucked in cold breaths. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. No problem. We have nothing to say. The 6 of them looked at each other bitterly and began to attack each other. Hegemin Ankh and Hegemin Greenpeak died one after the other. They realized how powerful their opponents were. Their concealment techniques were so profound that even divine sense couldn't see through them. This sort of person was the most terrifying. Between giving up a spot or paying with their lives, they chose the first option. In the end, the unlucky ones were the Heartless Gate. 2 of their disciples were eliminated. They were lucky enough to lose their spots and survive. This was their greatest luck. Lin Fei casually collected a few sovereign golems and didn't worry about anything else. After showing off a little, Lin Fei believed that as long as they weren't crazy, they definitely wouldn't attack. In truth, they truly didn't have the guts to. It wasn't worth it to pay such a high price, so it was better to clear out 2 of them. This provoked the members of Heartless Sect quite a bit. They stared furiously at Hegemin Void Noon, causing him to feel quite helpless. Was his trade with Traceless Windcloud worth it? First, he had completely offended the hunting Hegemin, then he had killed 2 of his disciples, bloodline disciples at that. Then he had used the situation to cause the disciples of the Heartless School to lose their qualifications. The Void Noon ruler felt the pressure as well. He knew that they wouldn't just let this matter rest. Congratulations to you guys. The Void Arena dissipated. The 5 of them handed over the sovereign puppets they had collected. There was no need to count them. There were only 5 people left, and each of them had the right to enter the divine altar. The way Elder Tianba looked at Lin Fei was a little different. After all, any sect would be very interested in a fellow who was suspected to have a spatial bloodline. It was simply too difficult to have a spatial bloodline, and once one had a spatial bloodline, their future achievements would be limitless. As soon as everyone came out, the other 4 left first. Standing next to him gave him too much pressure. It was as if he was facing a ferocious beast. It was better to stay away from him. Kid, you're not bad. Even Elder Tianba would look at someone with such a rare bloodline. If an expert like him wanted to leave, it would be very easy. If they wanted to assassinate him, it would also be very easy. There had once been an assassin with a spatial bloodline in the Endless Territories. This assassin was only an 8-star Hegemin, but he was very famous in the Endless Territories. Anyone he killed almost never survived. His most impressive achievement was killing 9-star Hegemins, and he had been in hiding for 100 years. Afterwards, this assassin had gone too far, and the various major powers had joined forces to hunt him down. However, they had paid an enormous price, and everyone had been moved. The constitution of a spatial bloodline was quite terrifying. In the Endless Territories, a spatial bloodline was enough to rank in the top 50. Elder Tianba had a very high opinion of this person. Thank you, Lin Fei said calmly. As soon as he emerged from the void, Lin Fei could sense a killing intent land on him. He didn't even need to look to know who it was coming from, but he didn't pay it any mind. The names have been decided. You can leave now. Elder Tianba said to them. The people from the Skywave sect and the 6 divine sects left happily. As long as they were qualified to enter, their disciples would gain something. When the people from the Heartless sect left, they all revealed killing intent. It was obvious who this killing intent was directed at. The wandering hegemon said, "You better pray that I don't bump into you when you come out." If it wasn't for Elder Tianba's warning gaze, the wandering hegemon might have really attacked. Lin Fei laughed. Hee, you're wrong. I should return those words to you. I believe you will understand. The wandering hegemon snorted. Humph, we'll see. The void hegemon walked over and said in a low voice, "You have to be careful of this fellow. He's very narrow-minded, and he has the Heartless sect." Lin Fei nodded. Thanks. Now that things had come to this, the two of them had completed their transaction. The void hegemon no longer needed to be responsible for anything. All right, follow me. I'll get someone to open the entrance. Elder Tianba was in an exceptionally good mood. He was also wondering if the righteous sect could recruit this young man with a spatial bloodline physique. It would be a pity for such a potential hegemon to fall into the hands of a first-rate sect. Opening the entrance wasn't very complicated. It was nothing more than everyone opening the restriction at the same time. It couldn't be opened without any one of them. Everyone had to do it together. Lin Fei became excited. He had paid a great price for this moment. Lin Fei tried hard to calm himself down so that he wouldn't reveal any flaws. He didn't want anything to go wrong at this crucial moment. Everyone, go in one by one. Lin Fei was the last, so he wasn't in a hurry. The few in front flew in excitedly. Soon, it was Lin Fei's turn. As long as he entered, the matter would be completed. When Lin Fei walked forward, a tyrannical aura suddenly descended. An overbearing divine sense locked onto Lin Fei. Young man, why do I find you a little familiar? A golden-armored ruler appeared in the open space. Elder Tianba frowned. Immeasurable fellow, what's the meaning of this? The golden-armored ruler's gaze was fixed on the black-robed man. He snorted. I find this person familiar. What do you think I'll do if I ask again? Elder Tianba really didn't like this immeasurable ruler. He had a powerful background and was the subordinate of the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was one of the super overlords and controlled a battle fortress. His subordinates were arrogant, and this person was one of his generals. The righteous sect wasn't afraid of the Dark Ruler, but they didn't want to offend him either. It wouldn't do them any good. Instead, others would take advantage of them. This wasn't something the righteous sect wanted to see. An acquaintance? The golden-armored ruler said. Recently, the sacred mountain has done something they shouldn't have done except for a terrifyingly powerful black-robed ruler. I was just passing by, so I came to see if you're an old acquaintance of mine. Go ahead and take a look. Don't cause any trouble. Elder Tianba still had to give him face. I know. Lin Fei couldn't stay calm. F***CK, who is this guy? The immeasurable ruler. Right, he seems to be the Dark Ruler's general. Is it because of the Night Ruler? He had captured the 8-star rulers and found out many things. One of them was related to the Dark Ruler. Lin Fei also knew who the immeasurable ruler was. If I had known this would happen, I would have been the first to go in. Lin Fei complained. I used a special technique. My aura and divine sense have changed. It's completely different from before. The immeasurable ruler might not be able to tell. The golden-armored ruler's immeasurable ruler was indeed passing by and had come down after seeing the black-robed man. News of the Night Sovereign's existence had spread among their ranks, making them feel extremely embarrassed. They had been searching for that black-robed figure for a long time, and they had some clues. They knew that he was someone called Feng Yunwan, and they were very suspicious of him. However, recently, he had disappeared without a trace. The immeasurable ruler's gaze swept over the black-robed man. He didn't say anything. Suddenly, he slapped his palm toward the black-robed man. What are you doing, immeasurable ruler? The immeasurable ruler laughed loudly. I don't like people who wear black robes. I hope he won't wear black robes in the future. After scanning the black-robed man, the immeasurable ruler confirmed that this person wasn't Feng Wuhan. His divine sense and aura were different. He just didn't like the black-robed man and slapped him. Cough, cough, cough. Although Elder Tianba made a move, he couldn't stop everything. The boundless hegemon left just like that after throwing down those words. That bastard! Elder Tianba was very dissatisfied. Are you all right? Lin Fei coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Thank you for your help, Elder. I can still hold on. He was cursing in his heart. Bastard, I got shot while I was doing nothing. Lin Fei was used to wearing black robes. Who would have thought that he would attract trouble because of it? He got hit by a palm out of nowhere. If he hadn't secretly diverted some of the power away, he would have been exposed. Do you want to go in after you recover your strength? Elder Tianba was very dissatisfied with the immeasurable ruler. No need. I brought healing pills. I'll recover very quickly. Lin Fei didn't want to attract more trouble. He politely rejected the immeasurable ruler's good intentions. Good luck. Lin Fei took out a few pills and ate them. His complexion looked better. He went in. Spiritual platform, I'm coming. Chapter 1595. Lin Fei only felt like he was flying in a chaotic space. He was being guided by a force. This force was very strong. Lin Fei tried to resist for a while and decided to give up. This force was very strong and terrifying. The resisting force was instantly smoothed out by a hand and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei decided to ignore this power, allowing it to guide him as he flew towards a divine altar in the distance. The divine altar was getting closer and closer. In the end, Lin Fei still underestimated this distance. It was very far. Time passed very quickly. Lin Fei could already confirm one thing. The divine platform wasn't in this space, but in thousands of spaces. There was no fixed position. Even those who were proficient in the Tao of space couldn't lock onto its specific location. What a brilliant move. It stopped everyone's thoughts. Interesting. Lin Fei could still feel the chaotic space outside. Once people went in, they could forget about coming out easily. With this double insurance, unless someone could ignore the force outside, no one would come in and lose their life for nothing. 10 breaths. 20 breaths. Lin Fei couldn't explain it clearly. It seemed like a long time, but it also felt very fast. It gave people the feeling that they had experienced a long time. I'm here. When a huge stone platform appeared in front of him, the guiding force pushed lightly. Lin Fei stood on this divine platform that everyone was jealous of. It felt good to be standing on solid ground. The guiding force on Lin Fei's body dissipated, and he quickly realized that this place was different. What a powerful spatial force. No one can sense the specific location. It seems like the direction has been messed up. It feels like the divine platform is moving too. It's a very mysterious feeling. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a feeling. The second look, Lin Fei noticed that the stone platform wasn't big. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see the entire divine platform. Other than that, Lin Fei also noticed that the previous rulers were also standing on the stone platform like him, feeling rather excited. There's someone else? Other than them, Lin Fei also noticed that there were people sitting cross-legged. There were over 100 of them, and all of them were hegemons. They each found a spot and sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Traces of golden divinity drilled into their bodies, making them look exceptionally holy. Welcome to the divine altar. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of them. It was a gray-robed old man. This old man is the spirit envoy of this divine altar. As soon as this person appeared, everyone, including Lin Fei, became alert. The way this person appeared was really strange. Spirit envoy? The spirit envoy of the spiritual pedestal stage. The gray-robed spirit envoy didn't care about their actions. He said calmly, "Since all of you were able to enter this place, each of you has the potential to become a ruler. You all have the potential to become a god general. Let me congratulate all of you in advance." A divine general. These words made the people in front very excited. After all, everyone had come from afar and experienced numerous dangers for the sake of becoming divine generals. Otherwise, only a ghost would come here. If you want to become a divine general, your current strength is not enough. The gray-robed spirit envoy said bluntly. Next, you will have to accept the test of the spiritual pedestal and continuously increase your own abilities. As long as you have talent and potential, it would not be difficult for your abilities to increase by 100-fold. The 100-fold increase in strength shocked them once again. Lin Fei did not care too much. 100-fold increase? As long as he had enough divinity points, he could also increase his strength by 100-fold or even more. What test is it? What are the tests? Will we die? They took the initiative to ask. Their ears perked up. They couldn't wait to clarify the situation. At least they were clear about one thing. The people on the spiritual pedestal were all accepting the test. The gray-robed spirit envoy said, "This spirit pedestal was created by a supreme expert for the purpose of nurturing a group of peerless experts. All of you are extremely fortunate to have the qualifications to participate. Now, allow this old man to announce the rules of the spirit pedestal." The spiritual pedestal has a total of 999 levels. Each spiritual pedestal is considered a level. There are a total of 4 stages. Each stage is different and has different benefits. The first 300 levels are the first stage. It is considered a body-forging stage. You are allowed to absorb divinity and create a perfect body. Killing is not allowed on this spiritual pedestal. Anyone who violates the rules will be killed without mercy. The last 3 words made everyone break out in cold sweat. This fear was quickly replaced by the benefits. Everyone knew the benefits of divinity. Now they could actually temper their bodies here without any danger. Where else could they find such a good thing? Now they understood why these people were sitting cross-legged here. In the middle of each level, there is a stone tablet. This stone tablet is used to test your strength. Anyone who is able to train and leave their name on it will be able to enter the next level. The following 300 levels are the same. In other words, you will have many opportunities to increase your strength. As for how far you can go, it will depend on you. This is a method to improve the body with divinity. One for each person. Cultivate according to it and you will be able to improve your physique. If you are lucky enough to pass 300 levels, then this old man will congratulate you. You will obtain a great divine body and grasp a powerful defense. At that time, ordinary ruler weapons will not be able to break your body and you will be invincible. The gray-robed elder waved his hand and 5 jade slips flew toward them. They landed in everyone's hands one by one. "Okay, you may begin." The gray-robed elder's voice echoed in their ears. He had already disappeared. Divine Refinement Level 10. What an amazing cultivation method. If I can cultivate to the 10th level of Divine Refinement Level 10, that would be awesome. They couldn't wait to check the jade slips and laughed. They subconsciously looked back at Lin Fei with unfriendly gazes. Then, they turned into a stream of light and left. "Hee, you've become bolder after seeing the cultivation method. I'll take care of you later." Although Lin Fei didn't look at the jade slips, he knew that there was definitely a good cultivation method inside. It was very likely to be a divine cultivation method. Lin Fei was disdainful. He found a remote place with no one around, set up an array, and sat down cross-legged. Lin Fei didn't want to be disturbed while absorbing divinity. Lin Fei was very unhappy with this behavior. After sitting down, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to absorb divinity. The appearance of the gray-robed spirit envoy was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes on the divine altar. Whether it was left behind in the past or for other reasons, Lin Fei felt that he needed to be careful. Lin Fei decided to make himself more normal and be like them. If he absorbed divinity without even looking at it, Lin Fei had absolute reason to believe that the gray-robed spirit envoy would definitely suspect him. It wouldn't be good if he was exiled. Chapter 1596. Lin Fei made himself look like a normal person. At most, he would look calmer on his face. There was nothing to be suspicious about. Lin Fei took out the jade slip and checked it with his divine sense. Divine Refinement Level 10. There was a cultivation technique in the jade slip. According to the classification of grades, it should be a god-level cultivation technique, and its quality should not be too low. The greatest benefit of this cultivation technique was that it could turn the immortal body into a divine body. The difference between an immortal and a divine was too big. If the immortal body had 100 defense, then the divine body's defense would be 200 or even 300. This was the difference. No wonder they were so excited. It turns out that it can become a divine body. There are a lot of divinity here. As long as one is talented, they can really cultivate it successfully. There are a total of 300 levels. There were 10 levels of divine refinement level. How much would each level increase one's defense? For example, the first level would directly increase one's defense by several times. After cultivating all 10 levels, even if one lost the qualification, one would still be extremely powerful outside.